Chapter 502, 5 Elements Immortal Armor. They must have entered the Immortal's domain. Li Qiye looked at Xian Fan in the sky and said. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but be taken aback, and even Taoist Bao Gui was astonished as he said, "How does young noble know?" Keep in mind that this matter was highly confidential. Moreover, characters like Taoist Bao Gui knew how to keep a secret, so this matter couldn't have spread easily. Li Qiye chuckled and said, "It's no big deal, the 5 elements immortal armor on Xian Fan's body makes it very obvious. This thing had always been hidden in the Immortal's domain and no outsider had seen it before. One must go into the deepest parts of the Immortal's domain and come out alive, then, they would also be able to get some items, such as this 5 elements immortal armor. Young noble knows about the Immortal's domain." Taoist Bao Gui couldn't help but ask in amazement, "This is very secretive, very few outsiders know about it. Others are different, and I'm not included in this group." Li Qiye smiled and continued, "Future generations assumed that Immortal Emperor Du uncovered a supreme treasure inside the prime ominous grave, but the truth was far from this. The Emperor instead obtained an immortal land, the Immortal's domain at the mouth of the Immortal Kingdom." He then smiled at the old Taoist and arched his chin towards Xian Fan who was dealing with Dizhua, asking, "What does Sect Master know about this person?" "Very little. Although I participated in the successor ceremony that year, I didn't meet Xian Fan. Very few know about Xian Fan's background and identity, including the Simple Mountain disciples. I only know that Xian Fan was dubbed the Descendant and the kingdom continued to keep Xian Fan's identity a secret." The old Taoist shook his head and responded. "A bit interesting." Li Qiye then stroked his chin while looking at Xian Fan, who was entirely shrouded by the 5 elements immortal armor. Keep in mind that when a great power chooses their successor, especially an emperor's lineage, it was to be a grand and formal occasion. The descendants must successfully undergo rigorous assessments. Xian Fan becoming the descendant yet still being able to keep their identity a secret was a very rare thing amongst the great powers. I heard there was a reason why Xian Fan was chosen. Rumor has it that Xian Fan was the one who opened the Immortal's domain. Taoist Bao Gui explained, "Outsiders know very little about this Immortal's domain. It was mentioned that after Xian Fan opened it and was dubbed the Descendant, Xian Fan immediately went into the domain. That was the most recent news about him. Not surprising." Li Qiye continued to stare at Xian Fan and replied, "Owning the 5 elements immortal armor already proves Xian Fan's extraordinariness. With such talent and strength, it is not strange for this person to rule the Immortal Kingdom in the future. Is that armor really that amazing?" Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ask. "It's not only amazing, its origin can scare people to death. After all, it's very ancient." Li Qiye answered, "It is not something one can just wish for. Without training and luck, even an immortal emperor would not be able to get it. It is not just an immortal armor." Boom! Dizhua suddenly made a move during the standoff between the two. His hand became a heavenly seal that descended. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were trapped as the stars were exhausted and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. This all-encompassing heavenly seal was like the suppression of an emperor, unstoppable and irreversible. Millions of existences trembled like servants when faced with this emperor's aura. Dizhua's first move shocked everyone in this battle in the sky. Both young and old were shivering in fear. Dizhua was indeed different from ordinary people. His first move was so heaven-shaking. Thunk, 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 the 5 elements immortal armor on Xian Fan's body shot out numerous spirit lights that instantly turned into a majestic golden wall that spanned to the horizon. Even hordes of enemies would be unable to penetrate this defense. Boom! Dizhua's star-destroying seal fiercely slammed into this spirit wall, but it couldn't break through. The wall only shook a bit and didn't collapse. People didn't expect for Xian Fan's divine armor to be this magical. It wasn't only a set of armor, it was also a weapon with many mystical forms. "Let's go to the outer heavens." Take out your emperor's weapon, I do not want to have the weapon's advantage. Xian Fan uttered with complete confidence, then he rushed to the outer firmament like a flying dragon or a dancing phoenix. His posture made it seem as if he could travel to the moon to pluck the stars in the sky. With a serious expression, Dizwa also roared. The scarlet flame Qilin screeched as well. With its burning flames, it instantly stepped into the upper horizon to chase after Xian Fan. A battle in the outer heavens? Many couldn't help but glance at each other. Wasn't a battle at this location a really high-level fight? Most of the time, only virtuous paragons or immortal emperors would choose the outer heavens as their battlefield. The reason was very simple. When such heaven-defying existences fought, no place on earth would be able to withstand their destructive force. Even a sacred ground or divine earth fortified with blessings would not necessarily be able to survive. They are both young immortal emperors, so they immediately picked the outer heavens for their battle. Quite domineering. Some people couldn't help but murmur. This was not without logic, since if Dizwa took out his emperor's weapon, it would have a transcendent power capable of shattering the mountains and seas. Picking the outer heavens for their showdown was quite reasonable. Dizwa and Xian Fan then rushed into the sky while many predecessors chased right after them. Come, we'll go watch. This was a battle between geniuses, so it was very tempting to become spectators. The descendants and geniuses from the great powers also chased right after them. Those with a lower cultivation couldn't do so, since traveling to the outer heavens was not easy. Only those with a great cultivation could reach space, or else they would have to have some amazing treasures. Should we go watch too? Lan Yunju asked Li Qie. A battle between geniuses was definitely brilliant, and one would benefit from observing the fight. Li Qie shook his head, showing zero interest. He then said, there is nothing to see. No matter how heaven-defying Dizwa may be, he won't be able to kill that person. Even with an immortal emperor true treasure in his grasp, it still wouldn't break through the defense of the 5 elements immortal armor. The armor is that powerful? Lan Yunju couldn't help but emotionally ask. In the eyes of all cultivators, immortal emperor true treasures were unbeatable. It's not just that the armor is amazing. By coming back alive from the immortal's domain and even bringing back the armor, this Xian Fan is definitely no lesser than Dizwa. Lan Yunju became a lot more serious after hearing this. A genius like her also wanted to challenge the 3 heroes, so now with the addition of Xian Fan, she had one more opponent to be wary of. When Li Qie intended to go back to his quarters, a Daoist holding an old banner suddenly popped out of nowhere. This Daoist was young, but he carried an experienced demeanor and had a mysterious smile on his face. The Daoist smiled, then spoke to Li Qie. Hee, boss, I finally found you. Are you a member of the Heart Ghost tribe? This is quite a rare sight in the contemporary times. Lan Yunju was surprised to see the Daoist appearing out of nowhere. The Heart Ghost tribe was a mysterious ghost tribe in the sacred nether world. They excelled in calculations and reading the future. Legend states that they were punished by the heavens, so their members lived in reclusion ever since. This Daoist was Daoist Heaven Calculating, the one who Li Qie met right outside of the lost mythical island, the one that had calculated Li Qie's fate. Although Lan Yunju revealed his origin, the Daoist was not surprised. He only smiled and said, Fairy Lan is indeed worthy of being the river Sek's descendant, your vision is as bright as a torch, quite impeccable. Alright, stop sucking up. Have you calculated it? Li Qie spoke to the Daoist. Having heard this, the Daoist became serious and looked around before carefully taking out a piece of yellow paper. He then handed it over to Li Qie and replied, I didn't let you down, the result of the calculations is written here. Li Qie looked at the piece of yellow paper, then back at the Daoist before asking, are you sure? There are absolutely no mistakes. Absolutely zero mistakes, this little one guarantees it with his life. The Daoist then solemnly continued, Boss, in order to calculate this for you, this little one had to defy the heavens and almost became ashes from the punishment. Lan Yunju was quite curious about what this heart ghost member calculated for Li Qie. Judging from their solemn expressions, it must be something very serious. Unfortunately, Lan Yunju couldn't see the contents of the paper before Li Qie put it away. After putting the piece of yellow paper away, Li Qie told the Taoist, "Very good. Since you have done me a favor, I shall give you a creation. Follow me into the prime ominous grave, your fortune is waiting inside." The Taoist immediately became joyous and he smilingly said, "This little one knew that boss was an auspicious man. Meeting boss is my fortune." Lan Yunju could only shake her head while thinking that this fella really knew how to flatter others. She didn't know that Taoist heaven calculating once read Li Qie's palms and was scared out of his wits as if he had seen a ghost. "We'll open the prime ominous grave right now." Li Qie told Taoist Bao Gui, "The exact fortunes found inside will be up to your own luck. Get ready, we're going into the prime ominous grave now." Having heard this, Taoist Bao Gui immediately gave the command with excitement. And it wasn't only him, even the elders couldn't contain their eagerness. The prime ominous grave was something coveted by many since time immemorial. They didn't expect to have the chance to enter the grave in this lifetime. For as long as one could remember, those who were lucky enough to see the opening of the grave already enjoyed a great fortune. Outside of the grave, while many cultivators regretted not being able to go to the outer heavens to watch the battle between Dizhua and Xian Fan, someone noticed that the Thousand Carp River was preparing to leave. The elders followed Li Qie towards the large monument of the prime ominous grave. They must have entered the immortal's domain. Li Qie looked at Xian Fan in the sky and said. Lan Yunju couldn't help but be taken aback, and even Taoist Bao Gui was astonished as he said, "How does young noble know? Keep in mind that this matter was highly confidential." Moreover, characters like Taoist Bao Gui knew how to keep a secret, so this matter couldn't have spread easily. Li Qie chuckled and said, "It's no big deal, it is clear from seeing the 5 elements immortal armor on Xian Fan's body. This thing had always been hidden in the immortal's domain and no outsider had seen it before. One must go into the deepest parts of the immortal's domain and come out alive, then, they would also be able to get some items, such as this 5 elements immortal armor." Chapter 503, Prime Ominous Graves Opening. Some cultivators shuddered once they saw Li Qie walking towards the huge monolith. They quickly told the seniors of their sects, "He is about to open the prime ominous grave." Everyone knew that the key was in his hands, so seeing Li Qie approach the grave caused many people to become excited. Was it time for the grave to be opened? Quickly pack up and get ready to enter the prime ominous grave. Suddenly, chaos spread like wildfire. Within the radius of 10,000 miles right outside of the grave, the atmosphere was boiling with commotion as all the armies began to pack up. Countless great powers quickly followed Li Qie to the prime ominous grave, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Right behind him was a sea of people rushing forth like waves. Many were extremely eager, they rubbed their hands together wishing that they could soar forward into the grave instantly. It's almost time. Finally, the prime ominous grave. Oh, how many generations have passed since it was last opened. The great powers such as the Myriad Bones Throne and the Alira's ancient kingdom followed as well. Everyone came for the grave, so now that it was nearing the time of its opening, no one wanted to give up this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Amitba. A Buddhist chant resounded. Monk Daji suddenly appeared and chased right after Li Qie. He then cheerfully smiled and said, benefactorly, "Ah wait, brotherly, you are about to open the grave, so do you have anything nice for me? Maybe you have a huge creation to give to me. Something nice for you." However, before Li Qie could answer, right next to him, Lan Yunju fiercely glared at the monk and stated, "Jian Xian, I heard that you were playing around back at the Soaring Remembrance Village and tricking the villagers to get free meals. After bullying our Thousand Carp River like this, you still want us to treat you? No. No, no. Fairy Lan misunderstood. Monk Daji was startled and quickly explained, Fairy Lan, this little monk is one who slays evil with a merciful heart. I definitely wouldn't take a single coin from the good men and women back at the village. My heart only wishes to enlighten others and save the world. I only went to the secular world for cultivation. Does enlightening others include being a monk who eats meat and drinks? Lan Yunju stared at him and exclaimed, don't tell me you didn't eat bowl after bowl while gorging yourself with wine at my house. Monk Daji quickly replied, Amitba. Fairy Lan, there is a proverb, an empty sack cannot stand upright. When this monk slays evil, there are times where I will get hungry, right? Hee, plus, this monk didn't eat that much, you are surely mistaken. The one who ate a lot was brotherly. When he was a guest at your house, he was treated very well. Uncle and aunt gave him good food and wine, and as for the reason, I'm sure Fairy Lan already knows. The monk then winked at Li Qiye and Lan Yunju. With this accusation, Li Qiye glared at him and said, fake monk, don't make up stuff or else I'll tell your fiancé where you are. Then we'll see where you will run. Before this many people, Monk Daji couldn't show that he was afraid of his wife, so he arched his chest and patted it before declaring, brotherly underestimates me too much. Since when was I afraid of a woman? At this time, a red-clothed lady suddenly appeared behind the monk and coldly said, since when did you become so brave like this? This person was both Monk Daji's senior sister and his fiancée. Seeing the lady in red, Jian Xian's expression immediately changed as he turned around to run. However, Li Qiye instantly made a move. Since Monk Daji was not ready, he was trapped by Li Qiye. Hey, brother. What are you doing? Monk Daji exclaimed in fear. He couldn't run even if he wanted to since Li Qiye had made him immobile. Nothing much, it's just that running all day long is not the right thing to do, so you have to properly face her. Li Qiye smiled and said before throwing the monk towards the lady in red. Brotherly, you can't treat me like this. We are brothers, how can you sell out a brother like this? The monk started to scream. However, Li Qiye ignored him and led the group across several mountains. The unwilling screams of the monk still echoed from afar, causing Lan Yunju to shake her head in amusement and say, he deserves it. Not wanting to be the Nether Crossing descendant and instead escaping to be a monk. He'll receive a good lesson now that he has been caught. Monk Daji was an interesting person. The Nether Crossing swamp was an emperor's lineage. To eventually become the sect master of such a lineage was something countless people desired. Unfortunately, he didn't give a damn and secretly escaped from the swamp, creating turmoil within the sect. The huge monument stood proudly on top of a mountain range and pierced straight into the clouds as if it was a door that guarded the hills behind it. Only by opening this monument would one be able to enter the grave, and this required the key from Necropolis. After the grave closes, no one would be able to keep the key since it would disappear. Even a heaven-defying immortal emperor would not be able to change this fact. And so, in order to open the grave once more, one had to go to Necropolis to find the key. Standing before this monument, everyone would sense a majestic atmosphere without exception. It was as if this place buried a supreme existence across the eons. However, no one knew whether such an existence was buried here or not. There was no name on this monument since it was carved out from a giant boulder. With a more careful observation, it didn't look like it was carved by men. Instead, it was more like this was the original appearance given by the heavens. When Li Qiye stood before it, the crowd behind him also stopped. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for him to open the prime ominous grave. No one dared to steal the key from Li Qiye's hands since the elders of the river sect were all here. Making a move at this time was akin to opposing the river sect. Not to mention average great powers, even emperors' lineages didn't want to do so. Moreover, everyone could go in, so why the need to break the friendly facade with the 1,000-carp river just for a key? While the rest were waiting, Li Qiye took out the key. Although it was called a key, it was more like an edict scroll. Li Qiye then opened this scroll and it emanated a bright brilliance. Dao runes appeared and lights jumped up and down like ripples of waves. These runes and lights eventually encompassed the entire monument. People became quite tense and excited to see this light cover the monument. It had been a very long time since the grave's previous opening. Just being here alone was considered to be the luckiest moment in their lives. Clang clang clank. At this time, huge characters began to fly out of the edict scroll, then they flew towards the monument and imprinted themselves onto it, creating powerful and divine clanking sounds. The words carved onto this monument were very archaic and were in shapes that resembled branches or tadpoles. Even the great characters from the throne of bones that were sealed underground didn't know what these words were. They were ancient to the point of being untraceable, even the longest living person would not be able to understand the contents. After the monument was completely carved with words, the entire thing lit up. With a series of rumbles, the huge monument slowly sank into the ground. Everyone nervously stared at the spot where the huge stone was sinking. No one wanted to miss a single detail. Rumble. After a series of sounds, the boulder finally went all the way down to the ground, and the mountain range right behind it opened. The entrance was like a great pass, like a prehistoric beast waiting with its mouth wide open to devour trespassers. It has been opened. Seeing this great pass, someone excitedly screamed. We'll go in now. Li Qiye looked at the great pass with narrowed eyes and told the group of Lan Yunju. He then led them into this mountain pass. We'll also go in. The cultivators right behind him also excitedly exclaimed. Wave after wave of people rushed towards the mountain pass. The place suddenly became lively as many cultivators squeezed into this mountain pass. No one wanted to be left behind because they feared that they might miss a great opportunity or a legendary creation. However, when they all rushed inside, they came to an abrupt halt as they found themselves standing at the top of a precipice where a chasm was placed before them. Taking a second look at the surroundings made them realize that this was nothing but an endless space. Below them was an endless abyss. One more step would end with them falling to the unknown beyond. This was completely different from the prime ominous grave in their imaginations. Most of them thought that the prime ominous grave was a cemetery. After entering, they assumed that there would be a gigantic cave or an underground tomb of some sort. Some cultivators shuddered once they saw Li Qiye walking towards the huge monolith. They quickly told the seniors of their sects, he is about to open the prime ominous grave. Everyone knew that the key was in his hands, so seeing Li Qiye approach the grave caused many people to become excited. Was it time for the grave to be opened? Quickly pack up and get ready to enter the prime ominous grave. Suddenly, chaos spread like wildfire. Within the radius of 10,000 miles right outside of the grave, the atmosphere was boiling with commotion as all the armies began to pack up. Countless great powers quickly followed Li Qiye to the prime ominous grave, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Right behind him was a sea of people, rushing forth like waves after waves. Many were extremely eager, they rubbed their hands together wishing that they could soar forward into the grave instantly. Chapter 504, Corpse Blood Cloud. However, there were neither graves nor underground tombs or even any coffins at that. It was nothing like their imaginations, there was only an endless void. This is the prime ominous grave? Someone asked with disappointment while standing before this vast nothingness. This is all there is? Another unwilling fella couldn't help but murmur. Maybe this is just the entrance and there are other places here. A sect master from a great power said, "Come, we'll go take a look." With that, he took out a flying ship and flew towards the emptiness. However, a terrifying event occurred. The moment the ship floated into the air, it seemed to have lost its power and fell into the abyss. Ah! Shrill screams emanated from below. The ship was carrying several hundred experts, so the sudden drop left them frightened. Since they were all experts, their first reaction was to fly out of the ship. However, the result was still the same, they couldn't fly. At this place, all cultivators lost their ability to fly. In this split second, no matter which spatial techniques they tried or what type of treasure they used, all was for naught. It was like a mortal stepping on air then falling right back down. These 100 cultivators lost their minds in horror as they yelled out ear-piercing screams in the air. Everyone witnessed these experts fall down into the endless abyss like shooting stars flying to an unknown destination. After seeing this scene, everyone became startled and some even shouted, "How could this be?" There were some cultivators and sects that wanted to fly, but they immediately halted their steps and shuddered in silence. A royal lord from a powerful country who was completely pale shouted with shaking legs, "Impossible." There were even heavenly sovereigns on board. Keep in mind that at a certain level, cultivators could fly up high and soar across the plains. This was common sense. If suddenly, cultivators were not able to fly, then this would be a huge hit to everyone. This is a void zone. Even a virtuous paragon would fall down and perish. Inside the ancestral mountain of the throne of bones, an ancient voice came forth. Shivers encroached upon the listeners. They didn't know what a void zone was, but if even virtuous paragons couldn't escape death, then they understood how terrifying a void zone must be. "What is that over there?" A keen observer pointed at something in the far distance and quickly asked. After they heard this question, everyone stared at the horizon and noticed groups of gigantic red clouds approaching. These clouds were as red as blood, it was as if blood was flowing out from them. They formed a line, creating the illusion of a river of blood from afar. In an instant, these blood clouds reached the cliff. When the first cloud touched the stone precipice, it immediately rebounded towards a different direction. The other red clouds also did the same. These are the legendary corpse blood clouds. An ethereal voice came from the simple precious tree, no one knew who the speaker was. Right when one group of red clouds reached the cliff, the simple precious tree instantly flew on top of these clouds with a swish. These clouds suddenly unleashed countless tentacles to devour this tree, but immortal lights from the tree descended to stop these blood tentacles. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, the simple precious tree rode these blood clouds to the far distance, towards the unknown. After seeing the successful attempt, everyone immediately understood what was going on, so we have to ride these clouds. At this time, an old cultivator jumped on top of a nearby red cloud. The red cloud suddenly trembled as countless foggy strings that resembled tentacles rolled around this old cultivator's body. The unwary cultivator was immediately ensnared. Ah! This cultivator immediately turned into a bloody mist without leaving behind even a bone. After seeing such a terrifying scene, many aghast cultivators realized that it was not so simple, these red clouds were extremely dangerous. Buzz! The ancestral mountain rode away on a group of corpse blood clouds since it easily blocked the danger from these clouds. The next to follow suit was the Allira's ancient kingdom, the Yin-Yang Master, the Titanic Crescent sacred ground. All the great powers jumped onto the clouds since they had the power to easily block the clouds' power. After seeing the great powers' success, the smaller factions didn't want to linger behind and also jumped on these clouds. "We'll go too." Some sects and cultivators successfully used their treasures and merit laws to survive the bloody fog. However, those who failed to do so screamed and were turned into bloody vapor. "We need to work together." Instantly, many smaller factions and vagrant cultivators formed an alliance to ride the drifting blood clouds into the distance. Li Qie, as the person who opened the grave, was in no hurry. He only chuckled at the sight of people jumping on these blood clouds. "Sect Master, you can bring everyone on that group of clouds over there." Li Qie then told Daoist Bao Gui. "What about you guys?" Daoist Bao Gui asked. He understood that Li Qie must have a reason for picking that particular group of clouds for them. Li Qie answered, "Yunzhu and Daoist Heaven Calculating will follow me." Although he was speaking, his gaze remained on those corpse blood clouds. He silently counted the quantity of these drifting clouds. After seeing that the clouds Li Qiye chose were approaching, Daoist Bao Gui shouted and then rode the gigantic carp along with the elders towards the cluster. The carp easily blocked the bloody fog and it took the river sect's elders towards the distance. The other sects and cultivators didn't dare to compete for this cluster of clouds against an emperor's lineage like the river sect. After seeing the river sect's elders ride the blood clouds far away, Lan Yunju asked, "Do we go now?" "Not yet." Li Qiye was still gazing at the clouds while counting the number that had passed by. Not long after, fewer and fewer cultivators remained. Many sects and cultivators successfully rode these clouds off into the distance. The weaker sects also managed to repel the blood clouds after joining forces and rode away in jubilation. They finally made it to the prime ominous grave, and the method to everlasting life awaited them. As the crowd became thinner, Li Qiye finally picked a group of clouds after waiting for a long time. Seeing the approaching clouds, Li Qiye told the Daoist and Lan Yunju in a serious tone, "Get ready, you two stop the bloody fog and listen to my commands." Daoist Heaven Calculating and Lan Yunju didn't know what was so mysterious about these clouds, but they both took in deep breaths without daring to be careless as they gazed at them. The clouds moved even closer, then Li Qiye pulled the two of them and shouted, "Jump." He then dragged the both of them onto the bloody clouds. The moment they jumped, the bloody fog emerged and countless tentacles soared towards the three. The Daoist to the left of Li Qiye raised an old banner, "Universal laws descended like a phoenix and dragon and stopped these tentacles." On the other hand, Lan Yunju to his right only quietly shouted. She didn't seem to take any action, but the stars surrounding her easily stopped the bloody fog. As the two of them stopped the offense, Li Qiye calmly stood in the middle. When they made it on top, Li Qiye closed his eyes and silently calculated the trajectory of these clouds. Lan Yunju and the Daoist didn't know what Li Qiye was doing. However, they remained extremely cautious against the non-stop onslaught from the bloody fog. The three of them rode the corpse blood clouds far away and noticed that many clouds were lining up to create a river of blood that flowed towards the vast void. One didn't know how long this bloody river was, but once they reached a certain location, these clouds would part and each of them would fly towards a different direction. From here, all the clouds dispersed in their own way like ships on a mighty ocean. The cultivators that rode these clouds could not alter their course. Even the most invincible beings were helpless in this regard. After seeing the clear difference in directions for these clouds, Lan Yunju and the Daoist understood why Li Qiye had to pick a cloud cluster for the Thousand Carp River. So these clouds fly to different places. Daoist Heaven Calculating quietly whispered as the three of them drifted towards an unknown destination. At this point, there were no other clouds around them. This group of clouds floated in the vast emptiness like a vessel at sea, causing passengers to worry about when a huge wave would come and strike them. Of course, they do not fly to the same destination. Each group has their own end, and this end would become the individual's creation. Whether one gets a good destination to start would depend on whether they picked the right cloud or not. Li Qiye explained with closed eyes as he was still deducing the trajectory of the drifting clouds. However, there were neither graves nor underground tombs or even any coffins. It was nothing like their imaginations, there was only an endless void. "This is the prime ominous grave?" someone asked with disappointment while standing before this vast nothingness. "This is all it is?" Another unwilling fella couldn't help but murmur. "Maybe this is just the entrance and there are other places here." A sect master from a great power said, "Come, we'll go take a look." With that, he took out a flying ship and flew towards the emptiness. However, a terrifying event occurred. Wow's new patch is out and Bao is very busy now. Chapter 505, Ominous Graves Secret Realms. How does one know whether the endpoint of a cloud is bad or good? Lan Yunju couldn't help but ask. However, Li Qiye, with his eyes closed, had already focused his thoughts and didn't answer her question. The three of them rode the clouds for a very long time. All of a sudden, Li Qiye spoke with a deep intonation, "Get ready to jump down." "What?" Li Qiye's words caused the other two to exclaim in fear. This place was a boundless and endless expanse. Jumping down was no different than courting death. They saw, with their own eyes, the fate of the cultivators who jumped down. Jump! But the two didn't have time to think since Li Qiye already pulled the two of them down from the clouds. The three of them started falling down like meteors and lost all control of themselves. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist were almost scared to death. They tried to use flying techniques, but even the best technique would not be able to lift them in this place. They then wanted to take out flying treasures, but Li Qiye yelled at them, "Don't move." The stunned Taoist and Lan Yunzhu finally resigned themselves and didn't take out their treasures. They then closed their eyes while free-falling. Ah! Screams tore through the sky while the three of them fell down like shooting stars into the bottomless void. They fell for an unknown amount of time before finally feeling a soft, cotton-like sensation. A soft force broke their hard fall. Pop! The three of them fell to the ground and could smell the muddy ground. Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist became ecstatic. The smell of mud was indeed wonderful. After falling for so long, standing on hard ground made them feel very lucky. Being in control was such an exciting thing. After calming down, they took a look around and became dumbfounded. They saw shining lights in the sky and realized that the cotton-like sensation was the boundary in the sky. They fell from a high place and eventually broke through the boundary in the sky to reach this place. Li Qiye got up and Lan Yunzhu quickly stood as well. She then took in the scene before her eyes with astonishment. Before her was a huge lake with water so clear that it was like a piece of jade. The soft blowing wind gave a comfortable feeling, and there were many rocks around this place. These round rocks that were randomly lying around formed a big rock. This scene would cause spectators to think that they were at some lake back in the sacred nether world and not the prime ominous grave. The Taoist got up and asked in surprise after seeing the big lake, "Where is this place?" This scene greatly differed from the grave in his imagination. With rippling waves and clear water, unsuspecting people would think that this was a paradise. Who would suspect that they were in the prime ominous grave that was filled with ghastly and nether energy? A secret realm in the prime ominous grave. Li Qiye sat down and calmly spoke. After entering the prime ominous grave and riding the blood clouds, there would be a stopping point. However, being at a bad stopping point would make it very difficult. After leaving the stopping point, one would reach a grave realm. What is this grave realm? The Taoist curiously asked. Li Qiye looked at him and replied, "They are almost no different from continents, but going to the wrong place will result in death. However, if one goes towards the right direction, then they might gain a great creation. There are 5 grave realms in the prime ominous grave. As long as you can find a Tao platform, then you can teleport to any of the 5 grave realms. To those who come inside the grave, the first stopping point would be their first test of luck. Whether they can find anything or not will be up to their own fortune. However, once they reach the grave realms, it will no longer be left to just luck. In order to obtain king medicines or treasures, besides having the luck to reach the right place, they would also need sufficient strength, wisdom, and talents. In short, the stopping points are based on luck while the grave realms are based on one's ability. Li Qiye continued with a smile, with sufficient strength, one might come back victoriously, but if unlucky, this might become their burial ground. This prime ominous grave. It is not dangerous yet also very dangerous, this would depend on the ambition of the individual. If one is satisfied with what they have, then the chance of leaving alive is high. After hearing Li Qiye's explanation, the two obtained a better understanding of the prime ominous grave. Lan Yunzhu then looked at the big lake and asked, "What about a secret realm?" Li Qiye responded, "Secret realms are not found inside grave realms. Just like its name, no one knows where these secret realms are located or how many there are. Entering a secret realm is pretty simple, one just has to jump down from a blood cloud. Of course, the requirement is that they have to pick the right spot so that what awaits them is indeed a secret realm and not death. How does one know where these secret realms are? The Taoist asked. Li Qiye looked at him and shook his head to say, no one knows. It is up to luck and fate. If you choose correctly, then congratulations, you have obtained a creation. If you choose incorrectly, then I'm sorry, you are dead. However, your Heart Ghost tribe has a peerless calculation technique, right? You can try it if you are interested. No, I don't want to try. The Taoist startlingly exclaimed while waving his hands, a burial ground like this place is a taboo of the heaven and earth. One cannot just calculate it. If one forcefully does so, then a calamity would befall upon them. Our Heart Ghost tribe once had an ancestor who wanted to obtain the method of everlasting life in the prime ominous grave. I heard afterward that this ancestor forcefully calculated to search for this mythical method and was struck by lightning, dying on the spot. Moreover, at that time, the rest of our tribe also suffered the heaven's wrath and were struck by lightning for a whole day, resulting in heavy losses. That means, the prime ominous grave really has a method for everlasting life? Lan Yunju couldn't help but emotionally inquire. I'm not sure, but the forcefulness of our ancestor brought a calamity upon us. Logically speaking, this method should truly exist. If not, then there might be something else that the heavens doesn't want others to know. The Taoist shook his head. He would always speak with a serious demeanor when it came to this topic. The method for everlasting life. I know about this. Li Qiye said with a smile. Lan Yunju and the Taoist were frightened. Lan Yunju then asked in shock, is there really a method for everlasting life? Everlasting life was something that cultivators had always chased after. There was a rumor stating that even immortal emperors would not have an eternal life, however, their final destinations were also unknown. Some said that they all died while others said that they had traveled to the legendary 10th world. If there was truly such a method, then I would risk my life to seize it. Li Qiye shook his head and continued, there are ways to achieve everlasting life, and the grave does indeed have things that would allow for people to live for a very long time. However, the price that must be paid is beyond your imaginations. What is it? The Taoist curiously asked. Everlasting life was tempting to everyone, countless old undyings sealed themselves for this very reason. However, using blood-era stones for sealing purposes would not grant them eternal life, it was simply a form of escaping from the withering of time. After one leaves the stone, they still wouldn't be able to escape death. Li Qiye only smiled mysteriously and didn't answer the Taoist. The Taoist only sighed since he knew that he shouldn't pry further. What is the difference between a secret realm and a grave realm? Lan Yunju couldn't help but ask while staring at the crystal-clear lake. It's very simple, one would obtain a creation just by entering a secret realm. You would only have to risk yourself once since there is only one chance with the corpse blood clouds. Li Qiye answered. Taoist heaven calculating couldn't help but wonder, risking one's life by jumping down in exchange for a creation, is this worth it? This is nearly suicidal. There's practically no chance for survival. Picking the right spot to jump was quite an impossible task. Only the heavens knew where these secret realms were amongst the vast emptiness. Picking the right spot was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. As long as you are lucky, it is worth it. Li Qiye added with a smile, the origin of the prime ominous grave is beyond your imagination, each secret realm has a defining treasure. If you can get such a treasure and are content with it, then you can leave without going to a grave realm. The defining treasures of the secret realms are extremely amazing. Every secret realm has its own defining treasure. Lan Yunju asked with surprise, then how many secret realms are there? If there are a lot of them, then wouldn't these treasures be too common and worthless? You are overthinking it. Li Qiye laughed and stated, if there are countless secret realms, then there would be no need to pick. Just close your eyes and jump down, since even a fool would be able to reach a secret realm. It is really difficult to find the exact amount of secret realms in the grave. In my opinion, there is only one. Oh God, there is only one. Taoist Heaven Calculating was scared out of his mind. He almost fell to the ground due to his weakened legs. With a blanched expression, he said, "Boss, did you just guess? The probability of surviving is probably lower than fishing a needle out of the sea. How does one know whether the endpoint of a cloud is bad or good?" Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ask. However, Li Qiye, with his eyes closed, had already focused his thoughts and didn't answer her question. The three of them rode the clouds for a very long time. All of a sudden, Li Qiye spoke with a deep intonation, "Get ready to jump down." What? Li Qiye's words caused the other two to exclaim in fear. Chapter 506, Secret Realm. Elves thinking about having to choose a direction in this vast, endless void left Taoist Heaven Calculating with feeble knees. He was very scared, especially since there was only one secret realm. Earlier, if they were just a bit unlucky and picked the wrong time to jump, it would all be over. At this point, he couldn't help but become drenched in cold sweat. What, you don't trust me? Li Qiye coldly glared at the Taoist and asked, "Besides, I wasn't afraid to die, so what are you afraid of? Is your life more valuable than mine?" It's a bad habit of mine. The Taoist wryly laughed, "The more one understands the workings of clairvoyance, the more they will be afraid of death. Ever since I was young, I would calculate every time I went outside to see if there was any danger or not. But this little one knows that Sir is my auspicious spirit, and I'm sure that by following Sir, the star of luck will shine upon me." Li Qiye laughed while enjoying the Taoist's ass-kissing. "Enough with your haughty laughter." Li Qiye's enjoyment caused Lan Yunzhu to angrily glare at him and say, "Within that endless void, how did you know that the secret realm was right here?" The truth was that, when Li Qiye revealed that there might only be one secret realm in the entire prime ominous grave, she was also scared out of her wits. Recalling that one wrong jump might have killed them left her shivering in fear. She also didn't notice anything special about the spot that Li Qiye chose. Even if she was asked to do it again, she wouldn't be able to find the exact same spot. There were no discernible characteristics in that vast and empty space. While Lan Yunzhu stated her question, Li Qiye was looking at the large lake ahead in a daze. He ceased his thoughts and smiled mysteriously before answering, "That is a secret only meant for me to know." Of course, he couldn't tell her that he had been here before and how someone else had told him about the secret realms. After conducting many experiments, Li Qiye finally stumbled upon the method to find this secret realm. Fortunately for him, he was immortal, thus having ample time. Like what the ancestral flow master had said before, the dark crow was immortal, thus Li Qiye had the guts to experiment. Nevertheless, it still came at a cost, along with a kind of pain that not just anyone could tolerate. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Okay, the creations are right in front of you guys. Take your pick." Having said that, he walked closer to the large lake. Lan Yunzhu and Taoist Heaven Calculating also quickly chased after him. They went by the disorderly rock formation and inadvertently stepped on some round rocks. The moment they did so, two round rocks suddenly pushed them away and abruptly stood up. "Yah! Who is so blind as to actually step on me?" Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist became aghast when the two round rocks suddenly stood up and spoke. At this time, they stared at the two rocks while being dumbfounded. No, they were not rocks but clearly two people, two dwarves. These dwarves were short and stout, yet they had long and sharp ears. Their green skin and pointy noses resulted in a very funny and weird appearance. Cultivators usually saw many strange things, but to suddenly witness such a spectacle would frighten even the more courageous adventurers. The Taoist stared at the two dwarves in disbelief and exclaimed, "Oh man, what the hell is this thing? What the hell are you? We are the Secret Realms elves, understand, little brat. Lan Yunju and the Taoist were stunned. The Secret Realms elves, this sounded very pleasant, but it was completely different from the elves in their imaginations. No one would ever believe a dwarf calling themselves an elf. Don't mind them, they are new and didn't know that you guys were sleeping. Li Qiye said with a wide smile. Humph. No deals, no picking, don't bother us. The two Secret Realms elves were dissatisfied and loudly snorted. Then, they quickly rolled up their bodies back on the ground. They looked just like pudgy rocks once again. At this moment, Lan Yunju and the Taoist finally understood that what was ahead of them were not rocks, all of them were elves. Okay, go now and watch your steps. Don't stomp on the Secret Realms elves. Disturbing someone's sleep is very rude. Li Qiye cheerfully said. You did it on purpose, right? You didn't warn us beforehand so that we would stomp on these Secret Realms elves. Lan Yunju quipped at him. Well. I simply forgot to mention it. Li Qiye chuckled and leisurely replied. In response, Lan Yunju only glared at him in a lively manner with a hint of playful flirtation. She was a beauty no less than the divine Spark Phoenix Maiden. She and the Taoist then carefully made their way through the sleeping elves and followed Li Qiye to the large lake. Li Qiye sat down by the lake and stared at the surface in quiet contemplation as if he was recalling something. He had come here in the past. After many experiments, he finally found this secret realm. He also brought someone else here, but unfortunately, they didn't obtain the greatest creation. It was a time worth remembering, a time filled with laughter. Although Li Qiye was only a dark crow at that time, he liked to stand here to quietly listen to this happy laughter. Lan Yunju noticed him sitting in a trance, so she sat down by his side and asked, "What's wrong?" She felt that he had something on his mind. In her memories, Li Qiye had always been nonchalant as if nothing seemed to be able to shake his Tao heart. But this time, he had turned sentimental. This word didn't seem to be a suitable description for a ferocious and overbearing person like him. If it wasn't happening before her eyes, she would think that it was an illusion since she didn't expect this out of him. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze, then looked over at Lan Yunju and asked, "Is the exquisite jewel from the Thousand Carp River still there?" "The exquisite jewel?" Lan Yunju answered, "That is our emperor's weapon, so of course it is still there. The jewel is an unbeatable foreign Tao mysterious treasure left behind by our patriarch. It was personally refined by the patriarch as well." However, this was not why she found it strange, it was more about Li Qiye's sudden attention to it. The patriarch didn't only leave behind one immortal emperor life treasure, so she felt that something was amiss when Li Qiye specifically brought up the jewel. "Why are you bringing it up?" Lan Yunju looked at him and asked, "Is there something strange about it?" Intuition told her that Li Qiye knew more about the river sect than they themselves did. For example, the Yin Yang Pond and the Golden Divine Willow. "Just curious." Li Qiye answered with a smile, "I've long heard about the fascinating exquisite jewel of your Thousand Carp River, so I couldn't help but ask. Everyone is inquisitive by nature to an extent." "Stop." Lan Yunju snappily glanced at him and said, "Uncle, don't act as if I don't know what you are like. Don't always lie without batting an eye, it is extremely obvious." "Then I'm very happy." Li Qiye replied, "This shows that US husband and wife have a mental connection. You are like a worm in my stomach." "You are the worm." "So gross." The angry Lan Yunju tried to kick him while gritting her teeth. Her expression showed that she wanted to beat him up. On the side, Taoist Heaven calculating just acted as if he didn't see anything. With the two flirting like this, as an outsider, the Taoist knew how to act, it was as if he was invisible. "Okay, since we are here, let us not waste any more time. You two can pick your own creations. Remember, there is only one chance. What you get is up to your own fortune. The creation is in this lake." Taoist Heaven calculating asked and stared at the large lake. Coming from the Heart Ghost tribe, he was a very skilled diviner. Li Qiye noticed the Taoist's interest in the lake and said, "Of course. There is a great creation in the lake. It is one that encompasses the entire secret realm. Do you want this one? I wonder if I am fated to obtain it." The Taoist indeed was very interested. He understood that when Li Qiye said that it was a great creation, it must be indescribably heaven-defying and unparalleled. He already knew that following Li Qiye into the prime ominous grave was a great fortune, so if he could obtain this creation, then his trip would be over. He understood the heaven's will and didn't want to be too greedy. Li Qiye said, "Very well. If you have the ability, then I shall give you this great creation. Go first. If you can get it, then it belongs to you." "Thank you, sir." The Taoist was happy to hear this and quickly bowed towards Li Qiye. After hearing this, he knew that Li Qiye had a method of obtaining this creation, but Li Qiye was giving him a chance. "This is how handsome I am." Chapter 507, Legendary Grand Creation. The Taoist took a deep breath and put on a solemn expression. He lit up some incense and fixed his clothes, then he slowly took out a turtle shell before finally sitting down with crossed legs. Seeing the Taoist's appearance, Lan Yunju laughed and asked, "You want to take the great creation, not someone's fortune. What are you taking out the turtle shell for?" The embarrassed Taoist smiled and answered, "Items created by the heavens are one of a kind and not just anyone can enjoy them. Even seizing it might not be a good thing, so I will calculate my own fate to see if I can bear such a supreme treasure or not." "There is such a belief?" Lan Yunju asked with skepticism. Then she smiled and said, "Then since our thousand-carp river has immortal emperor life treasures and true treasures, doesn't that mean we will also be punished by the heavens?" The Taoist shook his head in response, "Fairy Lan, our Heart Ghost tribe is different from the thousand-carp river. Our divining tribe obeys the heavens while your thousand-carp river goes against the heavens. If we calculate anything too amazing, we'll suffer a heavenly punishment. According to our calculations, your immortal emperor Qian Li continuously went against the heavens until they reached the level of immortal emperor. This means that, to a certain extent, the will of the heavens allowed the emperor to carry the heavens' will. The emperor then created a supreme emperor's foundation for the thousand-carp river to protect it for millions of years. When it came to fortune-telling, the Taoist blabbered on incessantly. Against the heavens? In accordance with the will of the heavens? While she listened, Lan Yunju became very interested. Generally, cultivators didn't care for divination and only considered fortune-tellers to be street charlatans. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head to add, "This matter is very mysterious, but you can put it like this, your thousand-carp river is an emperor's lineage with sufficient strength. You guys have emperor's laws, so the sect has become quite mighty. Even those who want emperor's weapons would not dare to maneuver against you. But now let's talk about a smaller sect. For example, a smaller sect or a vagrant cultivator possessing several emperor's weapons or a mythical scripture, would they be able to protect them? Once found out, they would be annihilated within several days." Li Qiye's simple explanation made the Taoist speechless. He eventually added, "Sir's argument is indeed an alternative explanation, there is some truth to it." "Very well. In your divination teachings, there is this saying, only the courageous will prosper. It doesn't matter if you will be able to bear it or not, take the chance to grab it first then decide later. Which invincible existence didn't face hardships? Those who reached the apex all went through countless life and death trials and through baptisms of blood." Li Qiye shook his head and continued with a grin, "Like you said before, you would calculate for yourself before leaving home. In a generation such as this, you might as well never leave the house since it is safest to stay there like a turtle in its shell." "Well," the Taoist scratched his head and pondered for a while before replying, "Sir makes a lot of sense. My habit of calculating can't be fixed." At this point, he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, how does one take the great creation from this place? You must have a certain something or win the acceptance of this secret realm. There is another simple and direct method, just jump straight in. If you are lucky like a heaven's son, then maybe the secret realm will accept you and you will obtain the great creation after diving in. Li Qie smiled, then he added, but think about it carefully. If you directly jump in, the probability of dying in there is a lot higher than coming out alive. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but startlingly exclaim, didn't you say that there was no danger in a secret realm? Why would he die by jumping in? What is the point of even talking about the creation then? Where can you acquire a defining treasure so easily? Of course, obtaining a creation would be difficult as well. Li Qie shook his head with a smile. Okay, let me calculate to see what item would be accepted by the secret realm. The Taoist took a deep breath and decided. In the end, he couldn't change his occupational habit. Kra, 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 with a serious expression, the Taoist meticulously shook his turtle shell, creating crisp sounds. Ding 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 ding. Finally, he threw the turtle shell to the ground to see how he could procure this great creation. Crack. However, the turtle shell immediately shattered the moment it touched the ground. With a blanched expression, the Taoist took several steps back while shivering as if he had just taken a hammer to the chest. Seeing this sudden development shook Lan Yunzhu with a jolt as she asked, what happened? It is incalculable. Li Qie shook his head and answered. The heaven's punishment. The Taoist no longer dared to divine any further. As a Heart Ghost member, he understood the significance of the heaven's punishment. He struggled to heave in a deep breath to calm down before bowing towards Li Qie. I'm grateful for Sir's chance, but unfortunately, I cannot own this creation. Maybe it will bring about a calamity to my entire tribe. Is the heaven's punishment that terrible? Lan Yunzhu saw the fear in him and emotionally asked. That was only a warning from the heavens. If I force myself to divine it, then maybe I will share the same fate as my ancestor. And it wouldn't just be my death, maybe my entire tribe would face the heavenly lightning as well. These creations are extremely heaven-defying and I don't think I should own such items. Even obtaining one by chance would not necessarily be a blessing. What about me? You think I can take it? Or rather, do I have the fortune and ability to enjoy the defining treasure? Lan Yunzhu asked Li Qie. Li Qie answered with a smile, you. With regards to the 1,000 carp river's power as well as divination, you should have sufficient fortune to bear it. However, do you know how to acquire it? Here, he pointed at the Taoist and said, if he risks his life to calculate as a heartless mirror master, then maybe he will find out some clues, but you. You don't know anything. That is why I gave him a chance. Others won't be able to know, only heartless mirror masters of the Heart Ghost tribe have the chance to figure it out. Heartless mirror master. Lan Yunzhu looked at the Taoist and startlingly uttered, legend has it that these masters are born with natural calculating divine pupils in your Heart Ghost tribe. Indeed, Fairy Lan, I am naturally born without a heart mirror, so I am pitted by the heavens. The Taoist didn't dare to boast and only answered truthfully, however, being born with divine pupils for seeing is not necessarily a good thing. Everyone knew that Heart Ghost members were born with a heart mirror, but Taoist heaven calculating was born without one. Most members without a heart mirror would not be able to become a diviner. However, there was a certain chance of them having divine pupils. These people were called Heartless Mirror Masters and were destined to be great diviners since the moment of their birth. And so, only a Heartless Mirror Master like him has a certain chance of divining the secret. You, on the other hand, cannot unless you have something else to assist you. Li Qie said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lan Yunzhu immediately looked at Li Qie and revealed a sparkling smile, a smile that encompassed charm and beauty, a smile that was crying for sympathy. She then said, then tell me about this creation, or just help me get it. Sorry, but you have to obtain this creation by yourself. Li Qie shook his head and added, me bringing you here is already a creation in and of itself. Lan Yunju angrily elbowed him and glared as she said, "Stingy, never mind then." Li Qiye then shifted his attention to the Taoist and said, "You still have a chance. If you can figure out the ultimate meaning, then you can still grab it without having to do anything. Granting you the power of the divine pupils could only be seen as the heaven's loving heartless mirror masters. Thank you for your kindness." The Taoist was reasonable and said, "Obtaining this supreme treasure is useless if I won't be alive to enjoy it. This little one does not have the fortune to enjoy such a precious treasure." "Humph. Fine, then just forget about this defining treasure." Lan Yunju coquettishly said, "You can grab this thing yourself, I will go get a different creation." "Quick, tell me how to get a different one." Li Qiye chuckled and pointed at the sleeping elves by the lake, saying, "Go wake them up. You guys can pick an elf and trade something with them. Whatever you get will depend on your own fortune." Lan Yunju and the Taoist stared at the sleeping elves by the lake. They were like round rocks without any movement at all. "What should we trade?" Lan Yunju asked. Li Qiye answered, "It's very simple, they like golden things the most. Take out something with a sparkling golden color, but of course, gold is best. They like gold a lot." Lan Yunju and the Taoist suddenly became silent. In the eyes of mortals, gold was indeed very precious, but it was trash in the eyes of cultivators, for they had no need for mortal items. Some vagrant cultivators, especially weaker ones who often mingled with the mundane world, would have a lot of gold in their pockets. Sadly, Lan Yunju came from an emperor's lineage, so she had no need for such things. Chapter 508, Exchange. It seems that I have a little bit. The Taoist searched his pockets to see if he could find any gold. He was more fortunate than Lan Yunju, since he regularly calculated others' fortune, he coincidentally had some gold. After spending half a day looking, he finally had a few bits of gold. He then excitedly asked Li Qiye, "Young noble, will each elf have different treasures?" "Yes. Each elf has their own special treasure. You are free to do as you please." Li Qiye smiled and added, "If you want, you can try to divine it as well to see which elf is right for you." "That won't be necessary, I'll just test my luck." The Taoist simply closed his eyes and picked a random rock. He wanted to test his luck for a change. "What do you want?" The awakened elf was very annoyed. Any sleeper being woken would be unhappy. The elf then glared at the Taoist and angrily exclaimed, "Brat, if you are not here to trade, then I'll beat you into a pig's head." The Taoist opened his palm to show off the bits of gold and quickly said, "I want to trade for a creation." The elf's green eyes immediately opened up wide after seeing the sparkling gold bits in the Taoist's hand. His sleepiness immediately disappeared. Li Qiye was right, these elves really liked gold. "I want all of it." The elf quickly gathered all the gold bits into his own pocket, then he took a look at Taoist heaven calculating, "Oh, a ghost, and a lying swindler ghost at that." The Taoist became speechless when the Heart Ghost tribe were dubbed lying swindlers by the elf. He let out a wry smile and tried to explain, "I am part of the Heart Ghost tribe, we specialize in divining for others." "I know." The elf said with a clearly disinterested appearance, "There is nothing redeeming about these ghosts." The Taoist was completely dumbfounded once again. What could he say to counter these words? Li Qiye and Lan Yunju both exploded in laughter, the Taoist became quite embarrassed. "Take it. Because of the gold, I'll give you the divine board of River Luo." "Humph, if you didn't give me gold, I would never have decided to give you such a nice item like this." The elf threw a treasure towards the Taoist, then coiled up and went back to sleep. The Taoist looked at the divine board in his hands. His eyes brightened and he emotionally exclaimed, This is a great treasure for divining. It's even better than the turtle shell left behind by my ancestors." "Of course. Li Qiye smiled and said, inside the prime ominous grave, the fortunes in this secret realm are amazing. As long as you have the luck to enter, you will have a great harvest. Thank you for your help. The Taoist bowed again towards Li Qiye. If Li Qiye didn't bring him along, then he wouldn't have been able to enter this secret realm. Now it's your turn to test your luck. Li Qiye smiled at Lan Yunju and continued, if you are lucky, maybe you will be able to trade for something great. Lan Yunju looked at the group of elves but couldn't make a decision right away. After looking at them for a while, she then looked over at Li Qiye with puppy dog eyes. Don't look at me, I will not give you a treasure. Li Qiye denied as he shook his head. Lan Yunju cheerfully smiled and said, Uncle, your eyes are as bright as torches and are sharp enough to see through all things, will you choose an elf for me? She acted a bit coquettishly like a pampered child and continued on, I know that uncle is a person who knows all things under the heavens and above the earth. My admiration for you spans as long as the endless rivers. Okay, stop flattering me, it's so fake. Li Qiye angrily said, I will pick an elf for you. Lan Yunju then threw a gentle and lovable smile at him and said, I knew that uncle was a nice person. Don't keep on using the beauty trap or I'll really have you tonight. Li Qiye's direct words left Lan Yunju flustered. She quickly elbowed his chest and angrily shouted, Go die, pervert. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. After looking for a while, he pointed to a sleeping elf, that one, maybe you will have an unexpected harvest. Lan Yunju happily ran over and woke up the sleeping elf. What do you have to trade with me? The elf got up and asked. Lan Yunju immediately took out some shining golden items and placed them in front of the elf. Who said only the secret realm's elves liked bright things? Women also loved them. The items she took out were not treasures, they were just some of her jewelry. Even the most simple and elegant girl would carry some golden jewelry around, and female cultivators were no exceptions. The drowsiness immediately went away as the elf stared at Lan Yunju's items. This elf looked at one thing and touched another, all of them were definitely to his liking. Li Qiye looked at the elf touching the items and smiled to say, girls always have things that these elves like the most, they'll always have 8 to 10 pieces of golden jewelry. I want all of them. The elf shouted. This came as no surprise since Lan Yunju's jewelry were all very finely crafted. Who wouldn't like them? Lan Yunju then excitedly responded, then what treasure will you take out to trade with me? The reverse time shuttle is something I really like, it's extremely precious. The elf took out a round container and replied. It was something that she traded for with Li Qiye's guidance, so she liked it a lot. Okay, uncle, we both got treasures so it is your turn. We can leave once you obtain a treasure too. Lan Yunju urged Li Qiye. Li Qiye sat by the lake and took out a treasure box, inside was a burning turtle. This was the turtle taken from Night Sea, a young night turtle. After Li Qiye's training, this turtle became very obedient unlike its previous rebellious self. What kind of divine turtle is this? Lan Yunju noticed the flames on top of the divine universal chains and asked. Even the most unaware individual would know that this turtle was extraordinary. A young night turtle from Night Sea. Li Qiye's forehead loosened up as a brilliance suddenly flashed. A universal law chain locked the turtle once again. There are turtles in Night Sea? The Taoist asked in astonishment, I've never heard of anyone fishing anything out of Night Sea besides night fish. Lan Yunju was also surprised. Up till this point, the people of the sacred nether world knew that Night Sea only had night fish. For millions of years, there had never been any tales indicating otherwise. Now, a turtle suddenly showed up from Night Sea. Anyone would know that this turtle must be extremely heaven-defying. Li Qiye looked at the turtle in his palm and said, We'll make a deal. You go get something for me, and I'll give you a creation as well as find someone to take you back to Night Sea. In the future, when you become accomplished with the Tao, the ancestral flow will take care of you inside Necropolis. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you, but I have to let you know that I will be making a turtle hot pot tonight. Don't even dream about escaping, it is useless with my divine chain around you. You call this a deal? You are clearly threatening it. Lan Yunzhu threw a frustrated glance at Li Qiye and said. Li Qiye's eyes squinted as he smiled and said, "You are right, I am threatening it and I'm not joking around." When Li Qiye narrowed his eyes, not to mention Lan Yunzhu who knew him too well, even the turtle in his hand shuddered. It felt that if it couldn't escape, then its fate would be even worse than becoming turtle stew. If you agree to the deal, then nod your head and I'll grant you a creation. Li Qiye smiled and said. At this point, his demeanor appeared to be very harmless, but Lan Yunzhu and the Taoist both shivered. They felt that Li Qiye's current appearance was the most frightening. Chapter 509, Obtaining the treasure. Night Sea was known to only have young nightfish, so the existence of this turtle was already amazing in itself. This turtle definitely had to be a creature with intelligence. After hearing Li Qiye, it immediately nodded. That's good, I like sensible people. Li Qiye said as he smiled. Li Qiye then solemnly took out a bottle and carefully poured a drop of myriad star water. The small bottle of myriad star water had been used several times already, so now Li Qiye treasured every single drop. You are too wasteful. You are feeding a turtle myriad star water. Lan Yunzhu's heart was bleeding. This was not her first time seeing Li Qiye's wasteful extravagance. Back at the Thousand Islands, he had done something similar, but now, it was ridiculous to the point where he actually fed a turtle this valuable water. She painfully said, "Do you not feel any remorse for doing so? Do you know how valuable this water is? This is something even immortal emperors desire, yet you are giving it to a turtle. You have gone too far." What? This is the legendary myriad star water only meant for immortal emperors? The Taoist stammered after hearing this. He couldn't help but stare in a daze with his tongue tied. He had only heard of this supreme celestial item while other people actually questioned its existence. One drop of myriad star water was even more valuable than a drop of emperor's blood. And now, Li Qiye had actually fed this turtle an item more valuable than emperor's blood. If this sort news were to be spread, countless people would be frightened to death. Some would definitely question the legitimacy of such a statement. This is way too luxurious, way too prodigal. After a long time, the Taoist finally managed to utter one sentence. He wouldn't have believed such a thing if he didn't see it with his own eyes. He had seen extravagant spending before. Some who hailed from emperors' lineages would use virtuous paragon refined jades as their pocket change. However, those people were nothing compared to Li Qiye. Using myriad star water to feed a turtle, who could be more wasteful than him? Being wasteful to such an extent was beyond literary description. A drop of myriad star water could reverse life and death in a last-minute situation. Such a precious item was a priceless treasure. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, "The turtle requires myriad star water to stimulate its potential. Otherwise, it can't go into that place." The turtle knew that this drop of water was good stuff, so it stuck out its tongue and sucked in the water without wasting any. Buzz! The moment it swallowed the liquid, the flames erupting on its body became even stronger. The universal divine chains intertwined with the fire as if they were about to become an immortal chapter. In the blink of an eye, these chains covered the entire turtle as if it was a turtle shell. Is it worth it? A drop of star water is even more precious than emperor's blood. After seeing the turtle taking in the water, Lan Yunzhu asked. Completely worth it. Li Qiye nodded his head instantly and replied, "If I can obtain this creation, then it would absolutely be worth it." If? Only if? Lan Yunzhu glared at him and said, Do you know what the word "if" means? It wasn't as if Lan Yunzhu had never seen treasures before. On the contrary, since she came from the Thousand Carp River and was its descendant, she had seen many unparalleled items. However, one drop of star water was not something just anyone could get. One could negotiate with emperors' lineages for emperor's blood, but the star water couldn't be bought even with money. Using the star water to make a gamble was too grand. The Taoist shuddered, witnessing such decisiveness was quite rare. Li Qiye smiled and responded, "It shouldn't be a problem unless something unexpected happens." Lan Yunzhu angrily glared at him and said, "You should have just given it to me instead of wasting it like this." Li Qiye retorted by pointing at his lips and teased, "If you kiss me, then I can think about giving you a drop of star water." Her face was immediately flushed red as she angrily cursed, "Go to hell. Shameless." Li Qiye only laughed in response. Then, with a buzzing sound, 10 palaces appeared and slowly opened. A tree branch appeared from within one of the palaces. 10 palaces. The Taoist absent-mindedly murmured after seeing the 10 palaces above Li Qiye's head. The news of Li Qiye having 9 stars and 10 palaces had already been spread everywhere, but seeing it was completely different from just hearing about it. Witnessing it with his own eyes left the Taoist shaken. At this point, the withered stump that resembled a hand flew out of one of Li Qiye's fate palaces and fell onto the turtle's back. Its branches then seemingly turned into tentacles and latched onto the turtle's body. The turtle had a shell made out of divine chains and a withered trunk that looked like a hand, so its appearance became quite strange. The Taoist and Lan Yunzhu didn't understand the logic behind this combination. "Why did you put the branch on the turtle's back?" she then curiously asked. She had seen this withered trunk before, back when Li Qiye obtained it on the islands. At that time, he used a precious young leaf and grinded it into a liquid in order to obtain this tree trunk. Seeing the dried trunk with little shoots full of life, Li Qiye smiled and replied, "The turtle is the guide. No one can enter this secret realm's lake. Only death awaits those who fall in, but an existence like this young night turtle is able to survive. Of course, the turtle itself can't take the item, so it requires the tree trunk to be accepted by the secret realm." The Taoist, who was skilled in calculating, recognized that this tree trunk was extraordinary, so he curiously asked, "What kind of divine tree is this dried tree? For it to be accepted by this secret realm, this tree trunk must have a heaven-frightening origin. At the very least, it is a divine tree that you cannot calculate or else you will suffer the heaven's punishment." Li Qiye said with a grin. Li Qiye then let go of the turtle and patted its back, "Go, help me get that thing and you will be free." The turtle then crawled into the lake and instantly disappeared below the surface. Li Qiye sat by the lake and calmly watched the water. Although he had a relaxed demeanor, his intense gaze towards the lake showed that he was very serious. Lan Yunzhu sat next to him and looked at the lake as well. She didn't dare to speak, it was as if she thought that speaking would disturb the existence in the lake. Previously, the Taoist had read Li Qiye's palm and was scared out of his wits. Now, Li Qiye's seriousness made him wonder what the defining treasure of this place could be. What item could make him so solemn? Time passed by, but the lake was still very calm. It was as if nothing had happened, as if the turtle had dived down and escaped. After a long period of time, Lan Yunzhu became worried and quietly asked, "Could it be that the turtle has run away?" "I'm not worried about it escaping." Li Qiye shook his head and continued, "Even if it was 10 times more courageous, it still wouldn't dare to flee from me." His eyes were still fixated on the water. "What is the defining treasure of this place?" she inquired once more. Lan Yunzhu believed that Li Qiye's horizons were wide, an ordinary treasure wouldn't be able to tempt him. Something capable of such a deed must be unique in this world. Li Qiye hesitated for a bit before eventually answering, "I don't know." After pausing, he added, "I hope that it is what I think it is, I really hope so." Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but become surprised at this answer. His hesitation spoke plenty since it was quite rare to see such an expression on his face. He was not the indecisive type, but now, he was not certain and was lacking confidence. This was something Lan Yunju had never seen before. Even when he said he wanted to destroy the myriad bones throne, he was still full of absolute confidence. However, this time was different. What was it that made him so unsure? Boom! The entire secret realm shook as if something was affecting it. This caused the lake to ripple with waves while water shot up high and splashed everywhere. Success! Li Qiye became ecstatic. He stood up to gaze at the rippling water. Lan Yunju and the Taoist became nervous as well. They stared at the surface, waiting for the turtle to appear. After a good while, the surface calmed down as the waves receded, then the turtle finally emerged and swam to the shore. It was apparent that the turtle was greatly fatigued, even a single step took all of its strength. The turtle shell created by universal laws had been completely shattered and cracks were visible on its body. Although it had swallowed a drop of star water, its wounds still didn't quickly heal. Just a damn cool turtle. Chapter 510, Realms Defining Treasure. It was clearly wounded as the flames on its body had been extinguished. If it didn't drink a drop of star water beforehand, it would have died in the lake even if it had 10 lives. Lan Yunju and the Taoist were quite shocked. It wasn't because that the turtle was wounded, but because of the hand-like tree trunk. At this time, the withered trunk exuded boundless immortal lights with waves of immortal laws descending upon it. Each immortal law derived the most profound grand Tao in this world. It was as if they could collapse the heavens and cause chaos to the yin and yang. It was as if these immortal laws came from the body of a supreme immortal. Even geniuses like Lan Yunju couldn't handle looking at these lights. Her legs even became weak. These laws instilled awe and fear to those in its presence. When these laws approached, Lan Yunju and the Taoist could feel that the laws were suppressing their own grand Tao while their grand Tao was screaming and struggling under the might of this new law. Lan Yunju cultivated a heaven's will secret law, but it could not oppose this immortal law. How frightening was it for even a secret law to fail to oppose it? Inside these endless immortal lights was an indiscernible something. The lights were simply too bright, so Lan Yunju had to activate her heavenly gaze, powered by her secret law, just to see the thing inside. It was a book, a very old book. It seemed to have been created in a natural process, so it was more of an item crafted by the heaven and earth than a book. This book harmonized with the world as if it was one with everything. Lan Yunju couldn't imagine the power this book would exude once the pages were flipped. Once the pages of this book were turned, maybe the heaven and earth would shake, or maybe myriad worlds would lose their music. The sky could cry tears of blood while the earth could tremble. Li Qiye looked at this book and emotionally murmured, "Yes. So it was true. Just like what I theorized, it really does exist." In the past, Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, became friends with the ancestral Flow Master and experienced many things together. The Master said that the Prime Ominous Grave's secret realm hid a book, so Li Qiye had always been searching for it. A unique book, a book coveted by immortal emperors, a book so precious that they would pay any price to obtain it. Later on, he didn't only come to the Prime Ominous Grave once or twice. Sometimes, he wouldn't get any treasures. If that was the case, he would only research the stopping points of the corpse blood clouds. In the end, hard work paid off and Li Qiye found this secret realm. Another time, Li Qiye brought immortal Emperor Qianli here, but unfortunately, they weren't able to obtain the book. This book had always lingered in his mind, so he began to study even more and read countless ancient books and tablets. Finally, he had stumbled upon a method. In this generation, he found the dried trunk, so he finally had the chance to try out his theory. He wasn't very certain because the book's existence itself was merely speculation. The ancestral Flow Master wasn't sure either. Moreover, there were most likely several secret realms in the Prime Ominous Grave and not just this one. In summary, Li Qiye didn't have much confidence, but this book was worth the gamble. And it was not in vain. Just like he had speculated, this secret realm indeed had this book. The legends were real, and the secrets in this book must be real as well. The turtle climbed onto the shore where Li Qiye quickly grabbed the book. The always nonchalant Li Qiye was unable to contain his emotions as he caressed the book and exclaimed, "It really is this book. The heavens didn't let me down." The Taoist asked while being visibly moved, "What kind of precious book is this?" He didn't know what it was outside of the fact that it must be very amazing and terrifying at the same time. Li Qiye took a deep breath and put the book away as one of his fate palaces sucked in the dried trunk. Seeing the cracked body of the turtle, Li Qiye took out the bottle and fed it another drop of myriad star water. After taking in this drop, the turtle became lively again. The water's medicinal effect started to close its wounds. Lan Yunju glared at him once more and exclaimed, "You are too lavish. One drop alone is enough to scare others to death, but another drop. Do you want everyone in this world to drop dead from horror?" Lan Yunju couldn't be blamed for this overreaction. If others witnessed such a thing, they would pray that they could turn into a turtle to enjoy the myriad star water. On the other hand, the Taoist could only wryly smile. No cultivators in this world were comparable to this turtle, they never had the chance to taste one drop, let alone two. This is for its contribution. It's very worthy. Li Qiye smiled and said as he tapped the bottle of water, "You are now free. When the time is right, I will tell someone to drop you off at night sea." It was as if the turtle understood Li Qiye's words since it happily rubbed against him. Li Qiye's brows relaxed as he withdrew the universal divine chains that were latched on the turtle's body. A while after he obtained the book, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared. From the lake rose a Tao platform where a portal slowly opened. It was time for them to leave. Li Qiye looked at the opening portal and told the other two, "Come, it is time for us to enter the 5 grave realms." Lan Yunju and Taoist Heaven calculating decisively followed Li Qiye into the portal. It suddenly turned dark as they were teleported out of the secret realm to another location. Lan Yunju opened her eyes and saw a majestic scenery with mountain ranges. The taller mountains were mainly formed from numerous smaller stones and boulders, but a few were also single unified rock formations. Because of this, the shapes of these mountains were quite strange. Some appeared to be eggs while others looked like pillars. 2 or 3 of them placed next to each other formed a giant gate. Standing here gave the illusion that there was nothing other than rocks, as if this was a world of stone. The fluctuation of minerals here is quite strong. Lan Yunju felt a strange aura and startlingly exclaimed, "Could this place be specialized in giving birth to treasure metals and divine stones?" "You are correct." Li Qiye smiled in response, "There are 5 grave realms in the prime ominous grave, and each of them is different. Later on, some people divided the 5 into 5 great realms, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You are standing in the place others refer to as the metal realm. 5 elemental realms, the Taoist thought to himself. This was different from his imagination. You can also put it this way, each of the 5 realms has their own special characteristic. For example, this metal realm specializes in giving birth to treasure metals and divine stones. If one wants to find Grand Tao treasure metals or destiny true stones, then this is the right place to be. There are minerals and ores in this realm. Li Qiye paused for a moment before continuing, if you want to find spirit medicines and grasses, or even the legendary king medicines, then you should go to the wood realm because it has them in great quantities, it has the best ingredients in this world. Is this place not the prime ominous grave? The puzzled Lan Yunju asked, there is no grave here, so why is it called the prime ominous grave? You want to see graves? Li Qiye smirked and said, then go to the earth realm. The graves that you want to see will be at that location, and all of them are beyond your imagination. One has to prepare well before going, and this realm would be best saved for last. Why is that? The Taoist curiously asked. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and explained, the earth realm is also called the prime grave, or the center realm. Although the 5 realms are not directly adjacent to each other, the other 4 circle the earth realm. The prime grave is the most dangerous out of all of them, so if you want to test your fortune in that place, you have to be mentally prepared to die. If you can make it out alive, then you will surely obtain a great creation. Of course, the majority of people die inside. 1 out of 10 coming out alive is putting it nicely, it's more like 1 out of 10,000. Lan Yunju inquired, why is it so dangerous? Are there ghosts there? Haha, ghosts? Li Qiye smiled and answered, if they were ghosts like the members of the ghost race, then it would not be scary at all. Once you enter the prime grave, you will find out just what the scariest ghosts in this world are. There really are ghosts? The Taoist asked again. Although people called the ghost immortal race ghosts, these ghost immortals had never accepted this title. The truth was that they weren't ghosts, they were existences with flesh and blood. Some other existences were also called ghosts, such as the sentiments, but they were also not real ghosts. They were only lingering sentiments, different from the ghosts the mortal world thought of. Chapter 5:11, Mysteries of the Destiny Stones. In fact, these so-called real ghosts had never been seen before. Cultivators didn't believe in ghosts, just like how they did not believe in true immortals. Well, Li Qiye squinted his eyes then chuckled, that is hard to say, but if you want to find out, then go to a grave in the earth realm. If you have the chance to crawl inside, maybe you will actually meet a real ghost. Ah, forget it. The Taoist jumped and felt a chill crawl down his spine as if he was being stared at by a ghost. Li Qiye chuckled then looked towards the far horizon. Every time he came to this place, he would always want to go to a certain location. He knew that there was something even he could never obtain, but he could still give it another shot. While Li Qiye stared at the far horizon, the Taoist took out another turtle shell and shook it. What are you trying to calculate? Li Qiye looked at this Taoist that was stricken with his occupational habit and asked, are you trying to calculate the prime grave? The Taoist wryly smiled and responded, I don't dare to calculate the prime grave because the heavenly lightning will strike me dead. But even if I can't do so, I can still calculate my own luck. Not about the future and not about the heavens will, only my own fortune to see which great realm is right for me. Li Qiye and Lan Yunju didn't know what to say. The Taoist was indeed a natural seer, he wanted to divine every single thing, this habit ought to be fixed. There is no need to calculate. Li Qiye shook his head and continued, go to the fire realm if you want a suitable realm, that place is right for the heart ghost tribe. Follow your heart and you will surely benefit greatly. After hearing this, the Taoist stopped shaking his turtle shell and quickly asked, really? Go and see for yourself. Of course, you can also calculate to see, but I trust that I am not wrong. Li Qiye answered with a smile. This little one definitely believes in Sir and will follow your suggestion. The Taoist quickly put away his shell and asked, how does one reach the fire realm? Li Qiye pointed towards a direction and said, go straight ahead from here and you will find a Tao platform. Go through the portal and it will teleport you to the fire realm. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. The Taoist bowed and quickly showed his gratitude, this little one will not bother you any longer. I shall go ahead to find the fire realm. Go, your harvest will not be small. Li Qiye smiled in response. The Taoist bid farewell to the other two and went towards the direction Li Qiye pointed to. The Taoist was already satisfied from entering the secret realm with Li Qiye, so now he wanted to see if he could find his own fortune by himself. Lan Yunju and Li Qiye watched as the Taoist departed. Afterward, Lan Yunju asked, where do we go now? Will we meet up with Master's group? Li Qiye smirked and looked at Lan Yunju to say, would you like a Destiny True Stone? Destiny True Stone. Lan Yunju shook her head and replied, I already have my own True Fate treasure. It was created from quite an exceptional Destiny True Stone. The stone mentioned by Lan Yunju was quite amazing. In the end, the river sect was an emperor's lineage and she was its descendant, so the stone she owned would naturally not be mediocre. Li Qie added with a smile, but this place has even better destiny true stones, ones that are more suitable for you. Of course, this is only if you are meant to have one. Lan Yunzhu smiled and gave him a look. Uncle, don't try to trick me. My true fate treasure was created from an 8 heavenly accumulations destiny true stone, it's only a bit worse than one with 9 heavenly accumulations. Even the true fate treasure of the throne of bones descendant is just barely better than mine, his imperial spear has 9 accumulations. Among these destiny stones, having 9 accumulations would be the upper limit, so destiny stones with 9 accumulations were the best. It was no wonder why Lan Yunzhu said that her own stone wasn't bad, this was already being very humble. 8 accumulation destiny stones were worthy of being called priceless treasures, while 9 accumulation stones were items that could only be obtained with great luck. Li Qie shook his head and said, "Girl, more often than not, the strength of a true fate treasure is not due to the amount of heavenly accumulations. Moreover, the quality of these stones is not dependent on the amount either. Since time immemorial, not all true fate weapons of immortal emperors were crafted from 9 accumulation destiny stones. In addition, most invincible existences did not search for only 9 accumulation destiny stones because refining them did not always yield the strongest true fate weapon." Lan Yunzhu gave him a coy look and said, "Uncle, I know. My master already taught me this basic common sense when I started cultivating. There is only the most suitable destiny stone and not the strongest destiny stone. The quantity of the heavenly accumulations in these stones is only something the world uses for ordering, it's not to distinguish their strengths. I don't need uncle to explain this to me." Lan Yunzhu gave him a stern look and continued on, "For example, Immortal Emperor Buzhan. His Immortal Emperor true treasure was only crafted from a single heavenly accumulation destiny stone, but it was still unbeatable in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hence the previous phrase, there is only the most suitable destiny stone, and not the strongest destiny stone. In fact, the stories of Immortal Emperor Buzhan circulated for generations. His weapon that was made from a single accumulation destiny stone became a miracle even amongst the weapons of immortal emperors. You are correct, finding the most suitable stone is the most crucial aspect for cultivators." Li Qie smiled and continued, "But keep in mind that there are also other details to these destiny stones. This is why these stones were classified by a grand system all this time. For example, if we have 2 stones where both of them only have 1 heavenly accumulation, if one of them contains inflammation fire while the other contains the Tao of a vermilion bird, which one do you think is stronger? Both of them belong to the fire element. Of course I know this. If the cultivator trains with a heavenly fire fate law, then the stone with the inflammation fire will be stronger, but if they train with a fiery bird fate law, then it would be the stone with the vermilion bird." Lan Yunzhu snickered and said, "Uncle, don't test me, this is only common knowledge." Li Qie smiled and continued his questioning, "Very good, now let's have 2 destiny stones with 2 heavenly accumulations. One of them has the inflammation fire and mysterious ice while the other has the Tao of a vermilion bird and fiery vulture. Which one do you think is stronger?" Lan Yunzhu contemplated before answering. "If we were using the same fate laws described earlier, then the second destiny stone is stronger. The first destiny stone is affected by the conflict between fire and ice, so even the cultivator cultivating the heavenly fire fate law would be weakened by this. The second one has both the Tao of the vermilion bird and fiery vulture, these are both fiery birds, so it will make the fiery bird fate law even stronger." Li Qie chuckled and said, "Worthy of being the 1,000 Carp River's descendant, you're not too stupid." Lan Yunzhu responded by stomping on Li Qie's foot and glaring at him, "Uncle, what are you trying to say? If you keep on teasing me, you better watch out." Lan Yunzhu gritted her teeth while taking on a fierce pose. Li Qie was still smiling as he continued on, "Then I'll test you again. We'll use the same 2 cultivators again, one with the heavenly fire fate law while the other with the fiery bird fate law. Then we'll give them the choice of 2 new destiny stones. These 2 have 3 heavenly accumulations. One of them has inflammation fire, mysterious ice, and pure yang. The other has the Tao of a vermilion bird, the Tao of a fiery vulture, and samadhi flames. Which do you think is the suitable stone for them? Lan Yunju pondered for a moment before answering. In theory, both cultivators are fire cultivators. Although the samadhi flame is not of the fiery bird's branch, it clearly augments the other 2 Tao. The first destiny stone might have the pure yang flame, which is also of the fiery branch, but the mysterious ice Tao conflicts with the pure yang flame and inflammation fire. Even if the pure yang flame and the inflammation fire support each other, causing them to become several times stronger, the conflict with the mysterious ice will result in their power getting weakened. Thus, logically speaking, the second destiny stone is stronger. Lan Yunju was the descendant of the river sect, so she had vast knowledge in this regard, thus her answer was very reasonable. You'd be wrong. Li Qiye shook his head and said, when one cultivates a good heavenly fire fate law and refines the stone into one's own true fate treasure, then the 3 heavenly accumulations in this stone will change. The pure yang Tao will become an incubator to refine the mysterious ice Tao. Then, the mysterious ice and inflammation fire Tao will combine together with yin and yang, giving birth to a new supreme yin-yang Tao. With this true treasure, this fiery flame cultivator's initial heavenly fire fate law would become the most tyrannical fate law in this world. Really? Lan Yunju skeptically asked. Of course, it is true. This theory is called the heavenly accumulation fusion. When a destiny stone is refined into a new true fate treasure, if you can combine several accumulations together to form an entirely new accumulation, its power would be even stronger and more formidable. Indubitably, this fusion has very stringent requirements. It is very rare to see a destiny stone with fusible accumulations. This type of destiny stone is much rarer than a 9 heavenly accumulations destiny stone. Chapter 512, Adventures in the Metal Realm, Heavenly Accumulation Fusion. Lan Yunju pondered for a good while before replying, I think I have heard of it before. Oh, right. Master had mentioned it in the past. This fusion is only possible in theory, and even till now, cultivators do not accept such a way of thinking. They think that this type of fusion is merely theoretical speculation. Then you are mistaken. Li Qiye shook his head and said, discussions of this fusion have existed since a very ancient time, and it is not just a theory. Later on, during the desolate expansion era, the person to carry it out was Immortal Emperor Qianlong of the Soaring Immortal sect. The world knows that the Emperor's true treasure was created from a 3 heavenly accumulations destiny stone, but very few people are aware that this true treasure has all 3 Tao fused together. Someone actually managed to carry out this type of fusion. Lan Yunju quietly murmured. Li Qiye nodded and added, it wasn't only Immortal Emperor Qianlong, some other invincible existences had done it during the Emperor's era as well. Future generations were unaware of it, but the few who were privy to this secret considered these fusions to be the most supreme of destiny stones. 3 Tao are existences, 6 Tao are grand forms, and 9 Tao are deities. Lan Yunju murmured on, supreme fusions. These destiny stones were birthed by the heaven and earth, so each of these heavenly accumulations took on the form of a circle and were grand Tao that followed a very particular and finely crafted system. 3 accumulations were called existence Tao, such as the sword tiger, mulberry tree, and fiery vulture. Stones with 4 to 6 Tao were called grand images because they would give birth to an even stronger Tao. For example, if a 6 accumulation stone contained the 3 Tao listed above, then the 6th Tao might be of powerful forms such as the sun and moon or the yin and yang. As for the 9 accumulations destiny stones, stones that had 7 or more accumulations would have a possibility of containing 1 Tao of the deities. A 9 accumulation stone would definitely contain at least 1. Due to this particular system, the majority of cultivators believed that a grand form Dao was stronger than an existence Dao, while a deity Dao was naturally stronger than a grand form Dao. It made sense for these cultivators to have this belief. For example, the Dao of the true dragon, its power was certainly stronger than the Dao of the great river. For tens of millions of years, because of this system, many cultivators truly believed that more accumulations was better. The sect master took a look at the treasure stone and joyously exclaimed, "This is indeed the myriad water source stone that the sect needs." Good job. Shaolyozi, you have done a great job. I'll keep it in mind for now and will reward you after we return. The disciple who made this great contribution was very happy. Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu then crossed over another dangerous mountain ridge. Many cultivators here found many great things, and the joyous atmosphere affected plenty of cultivators in this realm. The prime ominous grave was one of the 12 burial grounds. This place was not peaceful or safe at all. The metal realm was one of the 5 grave realms, so it absolutely would not stay peaceful as a paradise for treasure seekers. It was also filled with dangers. Once they passed the previously stated ridge, they found a ghost tribe decimating a huge mountain. The members of this tribe had to dig down for 1,000 feet before finding the things that they wanted. After seeing the treasure, the ghost tribe master grabbed this divine metal and roared, "Look, this is the heaven-devouring furious dragon divine metal in the legends." The entire tribe drowned in happiness. However, during their celebration, insects started to gather in the sky and formed a huge hole. Buzz! Not good, metal-eating insects. Run! Seeing the emergence of these insects that covered the sky, everyone lost their minds and tried to flee. Ah! Terrifying screams sounded out continuously. Although these experts ran for their lives, the speed of these insects was too fast and they caught the cultivators in an instant. All the experts in the tribe who participated in the excavation were devoured by the insects. After the insects flew away, only skeletons remained. The insects ate the experts and then carried this divine metal back to their hole before disappearing inside. Seeing several hundred experts turn into skeletons in an instant made all the spectators shudder in fear. No one dared to approach this area anymore, let alone attempt to grab that piece of draconic divine metal. What are metal-eating insects? Lan Yunzhu looked at the group of insects that were seemingly made from steel and asked Li Qiye. Li Qiye answered, "An extremely dangerous type of insect. They will eat just about anything, and they like divine metals the most. Their bodies are also extremely tough. It is rare to see them outside, but they are actually everywhere in the metal realm. Anyone who wants to dig out precious metals should be ready to meet metal-eating insects. They like to hide below these treasures. The bigger they are, the stronger they will be." Some stories even mentioned an insect ancestor swallowing an invincible existence. Not just anyone in the cultivation world could be called an invincible existence. For example, even paragons capable of starting their own countries or experts who were bestowed divine titles couldn't be called invincible. Thus, one could only imagine how powerful these invincible existences must be. And yet, the metal-eating insects could still devour them. How terrifying was this? However, the dangers of the metal realm went far beyond just these metal-eating insects. There were a few other dangers that simply couldn't be described with words. Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu then passed by a plain and saw a great character of the heavenly sovereign realm rush out from a bottomless stone cave while screaming, "Run, run away." His entire body was stained with blood. The experts behind him were bloodied and battered as well. Chapter 513, Divine Dragon Mountain. That's the sect master of the Origin sect. Lan Yunzhu noticed this heavenly sovereign escaping from the cave and startlingly exclaimed, "Ah!" The group almost made it outside, but a tentacle suddenly whipped out with lightning speed and dragged all the experts behind the heavenly sovereign back inside. The heavenly sovereign couldn't escape either, another tentacle dragged him back in as well. Right after, the unwilling screams of the sovereign emanated from the cave. no. This scene caused the cultivators on the plain to stop what they were doing. They no longer dared to go closer to this cave. This time, the Origin sect is finished. More than 1,000 experts were annihilated altogether. A completely pale cultivator explained since he witnessed everything. I heard that they found a stone scripture inside that cave, so their entire sect rushed in. Who would have thought that all of them would die? Just what kind of monstrosity is inside? Even a heavenly sovereign was helpless against it. A quivering cultivator ran far away from the cave. What is inside? Lan Yunju spectated from afar and asked in shock. A tentacle that overpowered even a sovereign, just how terrifying was this? Li Qiye shook his head and said, "You can meet just about any monster in the prime ominous grave. This place is treacherous, and when met by a supreme monstrosity, even a virtuous paragon would be doomed. The grave is horrifying to this extent." Her heart thumped after hearing his reply. After seeing the elves in the secret realm, Lan Yunju felt that the prime ominous grave was not that dangerous. Now, after seeing this scene, she finally realized that they were in the prime ominous grave, known for its grim dangers. Just how dangerous was this place? It was evident just by looking at the metal realm. Here, there weren't only ferocious metal-eating insects, there were also some unnamed creatures. A sect found an old cave and noticed the treasure inside. Suddenly, a mist flew out and, after being enshrouded by it, all the experts suddenly became crazy. Another expert forcefully pushed over a boulder as big as a peak in an attempt to find an ore vein underneath. However, before he could find anything, green water rushed out and melted all of his flesh, leaving behind mere bones. There was also a powerful ghost tribe who took note of a divine stone deep in a ravine, but they were chased out by a legion of skeletons. These ghosts were running and fighting at the same time. In the end, they suffered heavy losses, only 10 managed to escape with their lives. In fact, such events happened every minute in the metal realm and the grave as a whole. Nevertheless, this still didn't extinguish the cultivators' greed for treasures. The most tempting place in the metal realm was the divine Dragon Mountain. Although the name suggested otherwise, there was not even a snake here, let alone a dragon. It carried this name because the mountain had the appearance of a dragon soaring into the sky. It was both tall and long like a giant dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. The reason why people rushed here in droves was because this was the place that specialized in giving birth to Destiny True Stones. Even this was not enough to describe it. To be more exact, this place was covered with Destiny Stones. Here, just by crouching down, one could pick up a Destiny Stone that ranged from 1 accumulation to 9 accumulations. The existence Destiny Stones were even more numerous. It was as if the mountain was paved with these stones. There was also a 3 accumulation stone with burning fire, multicolored soft essences were being melted inside. Then, there were the 8 accumulations Destiny Stones that combined itself with the Grand Tao while emitting golden and brilliant auspicious images. Meanwhile, the 9 accumulations Destiny Stones resembled bones of beasts and had divine runes from a mythical beast, a gluttonous dragon. This treasure trove of Destiny Stones sent all spectators into a daze. No one could refrain from palpitating while looking at so many Destiny Stones. Each of them exuded a different colored light, giving the mountain an appearance of a multicolored dragon soaring up high into the sky. How is this possible? Lan Yunju asked in disbelief. This many Destiny Stones would drive the entire world crazy. Remember, Destiny Stones were very rare, especially those with 4 accumulations or more. Grand Form and Deity Destiny Stones that couldn't be bought with wealth were even more rare. Normally, even if someone found a vein with Destiny Stones inside, at most there would only be a few dozen stones, and this would have already been considered a miraculous amount. Now, the number of stones in front of them were too numerous to count, so how could people not be driven crazy? Li Qiye pointed at the Dragon Mountain and said, "The majority of stones from this hillside and beyond are stones with 4 or more accumulations. If you want to find Grand Form and Deity Stones, then your best bet is to go to the middle of the ridge. What about stones of the supreme level that you mentioned before? Lan Yunzhu looked at Li Qie and asked, Uncle, since there are so many destiny stones here, do you want to try to find a few Dao fusion destiny stones? That would depend on luck. Li Qie answered with a smile, if you want to find some, then I'll go with you. Any stones with 4 accumulations or less can be taken as you please, but if you actually find a Dao fusion stone with 4 or more, then it would all be for naught if it doesn't accept you. I know, Uncle. Lan Yunzhu smiled and gave him a charming glance, and so, Uncle, I will hand the responsibility over to you. You have to find a destiny stone that accepts me, one that is the most suitable for me, and it is best if it is also a Dao fusion stone. Anyone could grab existence destiny stones as they pleased if they were fortunate enough to see some. However, as for stones of the grand form and deity level, for accumulations or more. Without the acceptance of these stones, it would be useless even if the person really liked the stone since they couldn't bring them along. Not even by force. Chapter 514, Dragon Mountain's Destiny Stones, all right. Li Qie teased her and said, because you are my fiancé, I will lend you a hand. If I can find a Dao fusion destiny stone that is suitable for you, how will you repay me? With your body? Li Qie then gently touched her chin. Lan Yunzhu gave him a charming glance and coyly smiled to say, Uncle, do you want to be an old ox who eats young grass? My standard is very high, and you might not be the type that I like. Li Qie flicked her forehead in response and said, Girl, keep teasing me and I'll really taste you completely. Li Qie's words made her blush, she could only give him a scornful glare. They then went to the mountain. Below their feet were bright destiny stones of different shapes and colors. The two began to look at each of these stones. Some of them had the shape of burning metal while others looked like multifaceted jewels. One that was more exceptional took on the appearance of a piece of soaring immortal sacred gold. Although they were called destiny true stones, they were not pieces of rock. There were indeed some that looked like stones, but the majority of them were sacred metals. Stepping on so many destiny stones caused the hearts of many people to beat faster, they were full of desires. Li Qie and Lan Yunzhu weren't the only ones at the Divine Dragon Mountain at the moment, many cultivators gathered here. Some were alone while others were in groups of 3 or 5. There were even entire sects who came together just to test their luck. Li Qie and Lan Yunzhu's arrival caused many people to turn their gaze towards them, fierce Li Qie and Fairy Lan of the Thousand Carp River. There was no need to elaborate on Li Qie since his notoriety has recently been on the rise. With his demonstration of one battling tens of thousands, any ghost, including the big shots, would be wary when they saw Li Qie. It was the same for Lan Yunzhu. She was a famous beauty in the southern distant cloud and even the entire sacred nether world. She was the descendant of the river sect with dual saint talents, causing her fame to spread far and wide. Some people considered Lan Yunzhu and the Phoenix Maiden to be the two heavens' proud daughters of the sacred nether world. Lan Yunzhu had many admirers in these parts, so it was particularly intriguing when she came here with Li Qie. Could it be that fierce Li Qie and Fairy Lan are both here to test their luck? Someone commented after seeing the two of them. A ghost cultivator who didn't like Li Qie sneered, "Pa, a human like that Li fellow would, of course, come here to test his luck. People like him always want easy fortune." A human cultivator didn't like these words and retorted, "Your Dizwa is also the same. Just earlier, he also came here to test his luck." The ghost cultivator only scowled since he had no comeback. Lan Yunzhu stepped on a bunch of destiny stones. Although only stones with 4 accumulations or less were here at the lower part of the ridge, it was a shame to not bring them back. Moreover, it was easy to do so since one didn't need their acceptance. Lan Yunzhu felt that it was a waste to ignore them, so she crouched down and picked up a few to bring back. Even if she didn't use them, she could give them to the ordinary disciples back at the river sect. However, Li Qiye stopped her from doing so. He shook his head and said, "We don't need to waste time on these types of destiny stones. Also, this place is the prime ominous grave, things here cannot be taken away so easily, especially at the Divine Dragon Mountain. These existence destiny stones have metal-eating insects guarding them. They are currently hiding below these stones, so if you take them, these insects will fly out." Lan Yunzhu shuddered after seeing so many stones down on the ground and took a deep breath to ask, "Then all of these stones have metal-eating insects watching them?" At this time, she realized that they were not only standing on top of destiny stones, but also a monstrous insect nest. Maybe this entire mountain was their lair. Her scalp tingled at the thought of standing above so many insects. Li Qiye saw through her expression and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, if you don't take away destiny stones with 4 accumulations or less, then the insects will not take the initiative to attack you." Having heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief since she had seen firsthand these terrifying insects. A few were manageable, but a swarm of them meant big trouble. The majority of visitors didn't come to this mountain for existence destiny stones. After all, they were still relatively easy to find outside. People didn't want to waste this once-in-lifetime opportunity for ordinary destiny stones. Cultivators didn't stop at the base of the mountain and instead traveled to the middle ridges, aiming for stones with 4 or more accumulations. Some were even here for the 9 accumulation stones. A sect master led a group of disciples forward and ran all the way to the top. The sect master told his disciples, "Time is precious. First look for good destiny stones to see if any deity destiny stone will recognize you." On their way up, a disciple noticed all these existence destiny stones paving the way and felt that it was too much of a waste, so he couldn't stop himself. However, the sect master noticed this right away and scolded him, "Little demon, come. Don't waste time here and put your own life in danger. Existence destiny stones will have metal-eating insects guarding them. It is not worth your life." Under the sect master's leadership, they all made it to the ridge safely. The disciples then began to look for grand form and deity-level stones that were suitable and would accept them. Of course, there were also those who were tired of living. An old heavenly sovereign came to the Divine Dragon Mountain and his eyes immediately lit up. He then said with a sly smile, "I intend to create a sect, so this many stones is just right for me." He then swung his sleeve to pick up dozens of destiny stones, but at the same time, buzz! A bunch of metal-eating insects flew out from the ground. This old sovereign snorted with extreme confidence as he spewed out a bunch of extreme young fire from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, these surging refined flames incinerated many insects. He then boldly proclaimed, "Insignificant insects." With that, he suddenly took out a bottle and opened it to suck up all the destiny stones. Buzz! However, this time, a metal-eating insect bigger than a thumb flew out. Knowledgeable cultivators that were nearby became alarmed the moment they saw this insect. "Oh God, it is a metal-eating insect king." This old man confidently sneered, "This little insect dares to act so cockily." He wanted to spew out more extreme young fire, but an abrupt scream came out instead, "Ah!" The insect king ignored the extreme young fire and penetrated the old man's body in an instant. Crack crack. This old man was devoured by the insect without a bone remaining. This scene shocked everyone. A heavenly sovereign had no power to fight back against a metal-eating insect king. How frightening was this? It wasn't until the insect king crawled back into the ground that the aghast cultivators approached the area. "Ha ha ha, this is the result of arrogance." One cultivator quipped, 2 days ago, an amazing heavenly king dug out a divine stone and met an insect king. This insect king ate him completely, yet a heavenly sovereign still dares to oppose one. Another pale cultivator recalled, "These insects are too ferocious. I heard that 4 heavenly kings from the Nether Crossing Swamp combined their strength yesterday to open a sealed cave, and they also met an insect king. The 4 of them ignored the treasures and fled instantly. After seeing the fate of this heavenly sovereign, the rest of the cultivators didn't dare to touch any of the existence destiny stones anymore. Losing one's life for these destiny stones was not worth it. However, such a scene was only the prelude. People calmed down and once again rushed to the mountain to find their own destiny stones. At this time, someone found success. A young cultivator excitedly exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I got a 6 accumulations destiny stone." He then placed his hand on the stone. It was as if the stone had its own life, it jumped up several times and the cultivator immediately took it away. Another young cultivator got pretty lucky and was accepted by 3 destiny stones, all of which were jumping alongside him. He was quite hesitant since he didn't know which one to pick. His master happily stroked his beard after seeing his disciple being accepted by 3 stones and said, "Wuxia's talents are really good for you to be accepted by 3 stones at once. One of them is even a 6 accumulation stone." "All right." Li Qiye teased her and said, "Because you are my fiancé, I will lend you a hand. If I can find a Dao Fusion Destiny Stone that is suitable for you, how will you repay me?" "With your body." Li Qiye then gently touched her chin. Lan Yunzhu gave him a charming glance and coyly smiled to say, "Uncle, do you want to be an old ox who eats young grass? My standard is very high, and you might not be the type that I like." Li Qiye flicked her forehead in response and said, "Girl, keep teasing me and I'll really taste you completely." Li Qiye's words left her blushing, she could only give him a scornful glare. They then went to the mountain. Below their feet were bright destiny stones of different shapes and colors. The two began to look at each of these stones. Chapter 5:15, Searching for Destiny Stones. Another senior happily added, "Indeed. Wuxia will surely reach the heavenly sovereign realm 10 years from now. Destiny stones with 4 or more accumulations would pick their masters." The choosing process had no rigid conditions or special standards. Normally, cultivators with greater talents would be accepted by more stones, but this was only what usually happened and not an absolute rule. These stones had their own consciousness, especially those with 4 or more accumulations. They knew which masters would allow them to shine. Seeing his disciple's hesitation on choosing a stone, the master advised him, "Wuxia, pick the spring one. Although this stone only has 5 accumulations, with the spring inside, it fits very well with your fate law." Any wise cultivator, especially a master, would not advise their disciples to pick the stones with the most heavenly accumulations over a more suitable one. The latter was the only way for a cultivator to actually unleash their full potential. After hearing his master's words, the young cultivator picked the one with the spring accumulation. After he chose this stone, although the other 2 stones also accepted him, they no longer jumped and went back to their original spot. Cultivators could only have one true fate treasure, so they could only pick one destiny stone. Even if they were chosen by several stones, they could only pick one and couldn't bring the others with them. For those who already had a true fate weapon, if they did not give up their previous true fate weapon, then the newly chosen destiny stone would fly away, it would not stay with its master. Of course, this situation was only for grand form and deity level stones, existence stones didn't have this restriction. The treasury of great powers only had existence level stones. If cultivators wanted a better one, they would have to go out and look on their own. Thus, the mountain became very busy. Even those who already had a true fate weapon came to find a better or more suitable stone. Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu, on the other hand, stayed at the bottom section of the mountain. Usually, people would rush towards the upper ridges, but Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu decided to stay at the base. Here, they were picking from a group of stones, garnering askance gazes. The general consensus was that the stones at the lower areas were not worth the time, all of them contained less than 4 accumulations. Moreover, they were also guarded by insects. "Ha ha ha, is this Li fella afraid of being humiliated? He doesn't dare to go to the ridges out of fear that no stones would accept his crappy innate talents." People would laugh at him, so he is staying at the base. A young ghost cultivator who was hostile to Li Qiye couldn't help but sarcastically utter. "Oh. So you are a genius then?" A human expert struck back instantly. "Does a genius like you have any great battle records?" Although young noble Li, our human race's pride, doesn't have any heaven-defying innate talents, he can slay ghost geniuses like dogs. Tens of thousands of ghosts were annihilated by the young noble's bare hands. "You!" The ghost cultivator angrily glared at this human expert. However, the human expert came from a great power, thus he fiercely gazed right back at the ghost without apprehension. "Sup? Not convinced? Then go have a shot at young noble Li. Just like you said, our young noble Li's innate talents aren't that great, so a ghost genius like you should be able to beat him within 3 to 5 moves, right? Please go and challenge our young noble." The human expert sneered. Even though he was reddened with rage, the young cultivator gave up in the end. Although ghost cultivators hated Li Qiye and humans were only ants in his eyes, he didn't have the courage to challenge Li Qiye. Li Qiye could slay even heavenly sovereigns, let alone someone like him. Although other people didn't sneer at Li Qiye like this ghost cultivator, the majority wondered why he was staying down at the base for so long. What are they trying to do? Smart cultivators, even those from the ghost race, didn't dare to hold Li Qiye in disdain. Moreover, a genius like Lan Yunzhu was also with him. Both of them were no fools. Maybe they are just trying to find a suitable stone rather than one with a large amount of accumulations. Remember that back in the ancient Ming era, immortal Emperor Bu Zhan's marching battle spear was refined from a 1 accumulation destiny stone. Just think about some more. That year, the emperor had a battle for every single step he took and still proudly smiled over the 9 heavens. With his spear, he killed till myriad worlds lost their colors. Countless immortal emperor true treasures and invincible weapons were overshadowed in the presence of his spear. That makes sense, and this applies to the truly devilish geniuses. Not all cultivators agreed with the theory that was just stated. An older cultivator stroked his chin and commented, "Personally, I think the more accumulations, the better. I crave for a 9 accumulation stone. Just think about it, the power of a deity destiny stone. It would be as if the gods themselves descended." Another great character did not support this view and countered, "Not necessarily. Even if you have a 9 accumulation stone with 1 deity Dao, do you think you have the ability to control this deity Dao? You do not cultivate Emperor's laws, so you will have difficulty in trying to control this deity accumulation. In other words, a deity accumulation, in your hands, is no different than trash. No way. Without trying, how would you know that I can't control a deity accumulation?" The old cultivator was not convinced. In just a moment, these two cultivators quarreled. In fact, the theories about destiny true stones had always been debated. There were both proponents and opponents to the idea of there being only the most suitable stone, no strongest one. Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu searched at the base of the mountain for a very long time. He couldn't find a suitable one for Lan Yunzhu, but he made several stones jump for him. Li Qiye noticed a destiny stone that looked just like a piece of jade. He crouched down and picked it up. "This one isn't bad." Buzz. The moment he picked it up, a metal-eating insect crawled out of the ground and flew towards Li Qiye at an extreme speed. However, Li Qiye was even faster. Before the insect could strike him, it had already been pinched between his 2 fingers. Crack. The insect was crushed. "What physique do you cultivate?" Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but ask after seeing how Li Qiye easily disposed the insect. Others might not know, but Lan Yunzhu was certain that Li Qiye cultivated an immortal physique. However, his physique gave her a very strange feeling and she couldn't tell which one it was. Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't expect for Li Qiye to cultivate 2 immortal physiques. This matter was absolutely impossible. Well, you will find out later. Li Qiye cheerfully replied and put away the chosen destiny stone. Lan Yunju noticed that he picked some very unique stones as if he knew what he wanted to do. Do you feel like these stones can reach Dao fusion? Not necessarily for me. Li Qiye shook his head in response. I might not be suitable for Dao fusion, but the chance is great with the right person. Maybe then, I can create a miracle. Lan Yunju didn't say anything. Dao fusion accumulation was merely a theory in the eyes of many people. The majority of cultivators had never even heard of it before. After almost scouring the entire base of the mountain, the two were still unable to find a suitable stone for Lan Yunju. Since it has come to this, we'll go up the mountain and look there. Li Qiye lifted his head to look at the mountain and narrowed his eyes to say, use the cyclical river of fate for your Dao foundation. As far as I know, there is a destiny stone very suitable for your circumstances. It definitely exists, but I'm not sure if it is still there or not. After hearing this, Lan Yunju angrily glared at him and said, What? You knew that there was a suitable stone for me on the mountain yet you didn't say it and instead made me foolishly look with you here. Li Qiye looked at her fierce appearance and responded with a grin, Girl, pay attention to your demeanor. You are a fairy of the river sect, someone famous for your beauty in your elegant, virtuous, and transcendent manners. Don't you feel like your reputation will be ruined with such a scary appearance? You, Lan Yunju almost vomited blood from his teasing. She gritted her teeth to say, Damn you, one day I'll properly take care of you. Li Qiye didn't care for her threat and leisurely said, I am only doing this for your sake and maybe to save you some face. It is best to find a suitable stone down here because if we go up there and that stone doesn't accept you, it would be very embarrassing. Everyone knows that you are a genius, a fairy, so if you get rejected by a stone, wouldn't that ruin your reputation completely? Another senior happily added, Indeed. Hu Zi will surely reach the heavenly sovereign realm 10 years from now. Destiny stones with 4 or more accumulations would pick their masters. The choosing process had no rigid conditions or special standards. Normally, cultivators with greater talents would be accepted by more stones, but this was only what usually happened and not an absolute rule. These stones had their own consciousness, especially those with 4 or more accumulations. They knew which masters would allow them to shine. Chapter 5:16. The stone at the peak. Lan Yunju's cheeks reddened from anger as she glared at Li Qiye and said, Uncle, you look down on me too much. In the past, back at the sacred lake, I was accepted by 3 destiny stones at the same time, and all of them had 8 accumulations. I am still very confident even if it is a 9 accumulations destiny stone. Li Qiye laughed and said, Like I said before, having more accumulations doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. Although a few stones might not have 8 or 9 accumulations, they are still very arrogant. A few special stones would not accept anyone no matter how great their talents are. Humph. How about we make a bet then? Lan Yunju snappily gave him a stern look and continued, Now, tell me where that stone is so I can take a look at just how amazing it is. Of course. Li Qiye smirked and said, But what do you want to bet? Don't cry when you lose. Lan Yunju suddenly withdrew her angry glare as a playful glimmer appeared in her round eyes. She was all smiles as she said, Uncle, how about we make it a big one? When we go up the mountain later, how about we bet on who will be accepted by more destiny stones? The person who is accepted by more stones will be the winner. What do you think, Uncle? Li Qiye looked at her and grinned as he replied, Do you really want to bet? He then thought of something very interesting and asked, Do you think you will win? While puffing her cheeks, Lan Yunju smiled and said, Of course. Don't tell me Uncle is too scared. Even a little girl like me dares to bet. If you lose, then just give me 1 drop of myriad star water. Li Qiye chuckled in response and replied, Ah, so this little girl wants my myriad star water. However, if you lose, what will you hand over to me? Lan Yunju arched out her plump breasts and said, Uncle, I can handle losing. Treasures, immortal items, pills. Just say the words. If I have it, then I absolutely won't cheat you. Li Qiye rubbed his chin, then stared at her from top to bottom and smirked in an obscene manner as he said, treasures do not appeal to me. How about this? If you lose, then will you undress tonight for my viewing pleasure? Undress my ass, you perverted scoundrel. The flushed Lan Yunju screamed, then tried to kick Li Qiye. Li Qiye couldn't keep himself from laughing. Then, he leisurely asked with a smirk, so do you dare or not? Lan Yunju's angry and blushing maiden face, combined with her gentle eyes full of watery sparkles, were movingly beautiful. However, before the two of them could decide, one person descended to the divine dragon mountain from the sky. New arrivals and cultivators that were already here all became shocked and they saw this person, the simple mountain immortal kingdom's descendant. Xian Fan. Lan Yunju also exclaimed. It was Xian Fan who flew down from the sky. He was still shrouded by his 5 elements immortal armor, so no one could see his face or figure. From beginning to end, no one knew whether the person inside was male or female. The only thing that they could tell was that it was indeed a human named Xian Fan, the descendant of the immortal kingdom. Even the most arrogant ghosts couldn't help but become anxious when they saw his arrival, an existence that can fight against Sir Dizwa. Both geniuses and older characters didn't dare to view him with disdain. A person gazed at the immortal armor and stated with fear, it is a shame that the grave opened so early. Dizwa and Xian Fan couldn't decide the victor since both of them had to run here. In the past, the younger generation didn't dare to challenge the prestige of the 3 heroes. Later on, Li Qiye swept through the ghost race and massacred thousands to announce his presence in the sacred netherworld. People then knew that a ferocious monster had come from the human race, one that could challenge the authority of the ghosts. Now, there was also Xian Fan, someone who had been completely unknown. Xian Fan was different from Li Qiye. Others speculated that Li Qiye could challenge Dizwa, but Xian Fan actually fought against Dizwa. It was an extremely flashy battle and the victor couldn't be decided before both of them quickly headed for the prime ominous grave. Our human race's Saint Duo is no weaker than the ghost race's 3 heroes. We will not be weaker than the ghosts this generation. The future immortal emperor has yet to be decided. An excited human cultivator exclaimed while looking at Xian Fan, the ghosts have the 3 heroes while we have our Saint Duo. Recently, busybodies had nicknamed Li Qiye and Xian Fan as the human race's Saint Duo. This title sounded very unpleasant to the ghosts, but the ghosts had been keeping quiet recently. Among the ghosts, Dizwa's prestige reached far and wide and never allowed for others to provoke him. Both the older and younger generations of the ghosts greatly valued Dizwa. Who would have thought that Xian Fan could fight evenly with Dizwa? Although this fight abruptly ended, people had to accept that Xian Fan had the ability to oppose Dizwa. Before this, the ghost race, especially the young ones, looked down on humans. But now, there appeared fierce Li Qiye and then the mysterious Xian Fan. The young ghosts could no longer maintain their arrogance. Quite formidable. Lan Yunju looked at Xian Fan's state and whispered, even Dizwa wouldn't have any advantages against him. Lan Yunju didn't watch the battle between the two, but she could deduce the result of the fight after seeing Xian Fan's current appearance. It's nothing surprising. Li Qiye looked at the armor and said, obtaining this armor proved his extraordinary worth. This thing is very careful when it chooses its master because it is quite proud. This situation was completely within Li Qiye's expectations. There was no need to see Xian Fan's cultivation level or which emperor's law he cultivated. Just the armor adorned on Xian Fan's body told Li Qiye many things. The armor was a symbol of power. If one was not strong enough, they wouldn't be able to own this armor. Xian Fan reached the Dragon Mountain and immediately ran to the peak instead of stopping by the base. A cultivator murmured at this sight, could it be that he is also here for that stone? Possibly. The ghosts paused their business and gazed at Xian Fan. Xian Fan arrived at the top in one breath. He really is here for that stone. An aware old cultivator murmured while looking at the mountain, does he actually want to try it too? Another sect master added, it makes sense. Luanhui and Dizhua came along with the imperial descendants. Those who are qualified all want to give it a shot. What is at the top of the mountain? Lan Yunzhu didn't know anything, so she asked Li Qiye after seeing Xian Fan ascend to the top. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and looked at Xian Fan before replying, a destiny stone. A unique stone of this world, a stone that no one has ever obtained since time immemorial. At this moment, all eyes were on the peak. A ghost cultivator asked, Tian Luanhui failed, and the same goes for Sir Dizhua. Will Xian Fan be able to do it? I don't know, but it won't be a surprise if he fails as well. A tribe master from the northern misty field said, according to the records of the Nether Crossing Swamp, after ascending the throne, immortal Emperor Mingdu had also come here. Legend says that he wanted the stone to accept him as its master. Unfortunately, the emperor failed and that stone didn't leave with him. What? Even an immortal emperor couldn't get its acceptance. But he was an immortal emperor. Many people were shocked after hearing this. It would be understandable if it was a young emperor before his ascendancy. In the end, no one knew who would actually become the next immortal emperor until they reached the end of the road. But at that time, immortal Emperor Mingdu was already an invincible emperor, an existence that roamed free in the 9 heavens. However, that stone still didn't pick him, and this news came as a surprise to many people. What kind of stone is this? It didn't even accept an immortal emperor. Lan Yunzhu was also shaken after hearing this. There was nothing in this world that was stronger than an immortal emperor, yet this stone still didn't pick him. This was simply astonishing. It is indeed a very proud stone. Li Qiye murmured as he looked at the peak. Whether one was a human or a ghost, all eyes were on Xian Fan. The ghosts didn't want Xian Fan to succeed at all because Dizhua and Tian Luanhui, the two with the highest talents among the ghosts, both failed. If Xian Fan could do it, then it would harm the pride of the ghost race. In fact, since people knew that there was a stone that didn't even accept an immortal emperor, many geniuses all came to test their luck to see if they could get chosen by this rock. In the span of a few short days, countless people had come. Dizhua, Tian Luanhui, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, the Ghost Insect Evil Child, and other imperial descendants had all attempted to obtain this stone. Other prodigies and nameless juniors came as well. However, no one was successful in gaining the stone's acceptance. Lan Yunzhu's cheeks reddened due to anger as she glared at Li Qiye and said, "Uncle, you look down on me too much. In the past, back at the sacred lake, I was accepted by 3 destiny stones at the same time, and all of them had 8 accumulations. I am still very confident even if it is a 9 accumulations destiny stone." Li Qiye laughed and said, "Like I said before, more accumulations doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. Although a few stones might not have 8 or 9 accumulations, they are still very arrogant. A few special stones would not accept anyone no matter how great their talents are." "Humph. How about we make a bet then?" Lan Yunzhu snappily gave him a stern look and continued, "Now, tell me where that stone is so I can take a look at just how amazing it is." Chapter 5:17 Arrogant Stone. Xian Fan reached the top and found that there was a stone the size of a water basin. It was gray without any sheen and completely inconspicuous like a random pebble on the street. If this stone was located at a different location, no one would give it a second glance. Due to its ordinary appearance, nobody would think that this stone was very precious. Is this stone really as magical and amazing as what the legends say? It wasn't just a couple people who had this thought, since many felt that it was quite out of place in relation to its myths. "Yes, it is," an older person said, "not to mention anything else, so many have failed already, not just the group of Sir Dizhua and Tian Luanhui. 2 days prior, an ancestor of the Alira's ancient kingdom came and wanted to forcefully take it away, but he couldn't move it at all. Having heard this, the group gasped and asked for confirmation. Even an Alira's ancestor couldn't move it. The ancient kingdom had 2 emperors, so its ancestor must be very brilliant as well. An ordinary ancestor from a regular great power couldn't compare with him. However, even an amazing person such as this couldn't move this stone one bit. This was a very horrifying thought. The ancestor was for sure a virtuous paragon, but he still failed to move this ordinary stone. Is that stone really so heaven-defying? Lan Yunju had dual saint's talents and was very sensitive, but she still couldn't feel any special aura emanating from the stone. Li Qiye looked at the stone and replied with a smile, if you can obtain it, any price would still be worth it. This unique stone is different from all the other stones. Even the prosperous eras of the past would find it difficult to give birth to a stone like this. Immortal Emperor Mingdu tried to forcefully take it away, but he was not successful either. Even the emperor failed after using force. Lan Yunju's heart sank. She asked once more, the tales indicate that emperors are the only existences that can forcefully take destiny stones away, is this not true? No, this is correct. Li Qiye nodded his head and said, however, this is not an easy thing to do. If an emperor does so too often, they would suffer a backlash. This stone over there may be unique, but if an emperor risks their life, maybe they would be able to take it away. However, the price is too high. At this time, Xian Fan was sitting at the top with one hand placed on the stone. His blood energy circled around his hand in the shape of a dragon and phoenix. Although this energy was not very dense, the roars caused people to palpitate. It felt like a divine wave smashing them into the air. Xian Fan's blood energy was indeed too powerful. These waves of energy caused others to lose their colors. No wonder why Xian Fan could fight evenly against Dizhua. This blood energy from his palm eventually descended on the stone, aiming to harmonize with it. However, this stone spared him no face and shot this blood energy right back at him. Nevertheless, Xian Fan was a brilliant talent and he did not give up very easily. His energy surged as a true dragon shot out from his palm while an immortal phoenix circled his wrist. The aura of the phoenix and dragon were extremely domineering. If this aura erupted, then even the sky would collapse and the stars would fall. Such a mighty and aggressive gesture caused others on the mountain to change their expressions. Xian Fan's power was enough to reign over the younger generation. Thunderous rumbles resounded as the entire mountain shook. The blood energy that danced on his hand was extremely aggressive, it smashed into the stone like a flood. Xian Fan wanted to harmonize his energy with the stone. Another loud bang came out as if the world was blown apart. Although Xian Fan's blood energy was overbearingly mighty, the backlash from the stone was even more heaven-defying. Xian Fan was forced to take several thumping steps back. Because of the armor he adorned, one couldn't see Xian Fan's expression. However, everyone could imagine his shocked expression. It was probably just like the rest of the spectators, amazing, that stone is really amazing. A heaven's proud child like Xian Fan would probably be happily accepted by a 9 accumulations destiny stone, but that rock denied him. A ghost cultivator nodded his head and commented, Sir Dizhua's true fate weapon was refined from a 9 accumulations destiny stone. I heard that he was chosen by 2 9 accumulation stones, then he picked one afterward. Sir Dizhua really wanted this stone, but unfortunately, he was rejected as well. What a shame. The human cultivators were quite disappointed at Xian Fan's failure. Meanwhile, the ghost cultivators heaved a sigh of relief because both Dizhua and Tian Luanhui had failed before this. If Xian Fan had been successful, then it would be the same as slapping the face of the entire ghost race. This would have meant that the most powerful genius of the ghost race was not equal to that of the human race. Xian Fan couldn't help but become dejected after failing to gain the stone's recognition. He didn't linger for long and he didn't care to look at the other 9 accumulation stones before leaving either. Uncle, it is our turn. Lan Yunju smiled and said to Li Qie. Oh. You also want that stone. But I feel like you don't have a chance, and this is not just me looking down on you. That stone is very arrogant. Li Qie smilingly responded. Lan Yunju let out a light and charming smile and said, Uncle, never mind that stone. Although I am conceited, I do not think that I am better than an immortal emperor. I'm more interested in that other stone you talked about earlier. Lan Yunju then tilted her head in a playful manner and looked at Li Qie to say, Uncle, do you dare to bet on you getting the approval of that stone as well? You are a person full of confidence, right? Let us see if you are better than Dizhua, Tian Luanhui, and Xian Fan by getting that stone's approval. Li Qie's interest was piqued as he narrowed his eyes to say, if that stone accepts me as its master, what will you do? Uncle is boasting again. Lan Yunju showed off another graceful posture and smilingly responded, rather, you should phrase it as what you will do when you lose. If I lose, then I will give you an amazing item worthy of someone like you. Li Qie grinned and continued, however, if you lose, then undress tonight so I can have a look. Lan Yunju chuckled and said while being slightly flustered, perverted uncle, wait until you win, then we can talk. Lan Yunju turned around and went towards the top. After taking several steps, she wanted confirmation so she turned back to ask, do you dare to take this bet, uncle? Sure, you think I'm afraid of you? Li Qie chased after her and the two walked shoulder to shoulder up the mountain. This attracted the gazes of many others. Li Qie and Lan Yunju had been staying at the base for a very long time, so this sudden climb garnered quite a bit of attention. One person speculated, could it be that Li Qie and Fairy Lan also want to give the stone at the top a try? This was reasonable because anyone who came here would want to give it a shot. Lan Yunju had even more reasons to do so. She was the river sex descendant and someone with dual saint talents. Her talents had been discussed and praised by others for a very long time. Recently, Li Qie had also become famous for his ferocity and how he was quickly catching up to Dizhua and Tian Luanhui. He was a gifted genius, so it was not strange for him to want to give it a try. A ghost cultivator sneered and said, humph. That Li guy has no chance of success. How could he be better than the likes of Sir Dizhua? And even if he is Sir's equal, Li Qie absolutely will not be able to surpass him. Sir Dizhua and Tian Luanhui had both failed, and even your human race's Xian Fan failed as well. That Li guy certainly can't do it. This was not the ghost race being conceited. It was just that their most wonderful geniuses had tried and failed, and the same goes for Xian Fan. They didn't believe that Li Qie could do it and felt that no matter how powerful he was, at best, it would be on par with Dizhua. This was already a high evaluation for him. Meanwhile, the human cultivators hoped that Li Qie would be successful. Alas, they didn't have too much hope. Outside of Chanyang, all the best geniuses in the sacred nether world had tried to gain the approval of this stone. None of them had succeeded, and the human cultivators didn't feel like Li Qie could surpass all of them either. From the halfway point of the ridge and up, all the destiny stones were above the existence level. There were even 9 accumulation stones when Li Qie and Lan Yunju got there. Standing at the juncture, Lan Yunju said with a wide smile to Li Qie, Uncle, ready? Let us see which one of us is more popular. Xian Fan reached the top and found that there was a stone the size of a water basin. It was gray without any sheen and completely inconspicuous like a random pebble on the street. If this stone was located in a different location, no one would give it a second glance. Nobody would think that this stone was very precious due to its ordinary appearance. Is this stone really that magical and amazing like what the legends say? Chapter 518, All the Destiny Stones competing for a master. Li Qie looked at Lan Yunju, who was overflowing with excitement, and said with a smile while waving his hand, ladies first. If I go first, you won't be convinced and will say that I am a bully. What an ego! Lan Yunju gave him an angry look. She then walked up towards the middle of the mountain and channeled the blood energy within her body. In an instant, this energy showed itself like flowing water. What is Fairy Lan trying to do? A curious spectator asked after seeing her flowing blood energy. They're trying to sense the destiny stones. A cultivator from the previous generation explained, the two of them are competing to see who would get accepted by more stones. Ha ha ha, I bet for Fairy Lan's victory. Her dual saint talents are famous. Another cultivator said right away. Another one added, I also bet on Fairy Lan. There's nothing more to say about her talents. Although she rarely takes action, in my eyes, she is a genius that can reach the top. Girls, especially kingdom-toppling beauties like Lan Yunju, were always welcomed, this goes without saying. Although it was just a friendly competition, the young cultivators was more biased towards Fairy Lan. With her blood energy being emitted, Lan Yunju began to walk up the mountain. It didn't take long for a series of thumps to appear. Several dozen 5 accumulation stones began to jump. Thump, she moved on and another dozen 6 accumulation stones jumped up as well. However, she didn't halt her steps. Even a few 7 accumulation stones showed her their adoration by jumping. 86 5 accumulation stones, 18 6 accumulation stones, 9 7 accumulation stones. As she moved up, a fun-loving person began to count. Continuing upward, thumping sounds rang out non-stop. Some 8 accumulation stones jumped a little as well. Although it was not too clear, this still showed that they had accepted Lan Yunju. 5 8 accumulations destiny stones. A person shockingly said after counting, worthy of having dual saint talents. She is not necessarily any weaker than the 3 heroes. It is too bad that she's battled far less than them. An admiring genius said, amazing. She was accepted by 5 8 accumulation stones. At this point, Lan Yunju turned around and charmingly smiled, Uncle, do I need to go further? I want to challenge some 9 accumulation stones for their acceptance. It is not too late for you to accept defeat, I won't let you lose too badly. The provocative look from a beauty was truly alluring. Li Qiye laughed while looking at her sweet and playful side. He then shook his head and replied, Girl, I'm not trying to pop your bubble, but your level is truly far below my own. Li Qiye then began his ascent and was met with a lot of enthusiastic gazes. Li Qiye is going. Get ready and look to see if he will be accepted by more stones, or will Fairy Lan become the victor. A person prepared to count to see how many stones Li Qiye would get. A ghost member remained unconvinced and said, Humph. In my opinion, Li Qiye won't, however, his words were cut short. Thump thump thump. The sound of stones jumping sounded out alongside an unbelievable scene, causing everyone to become dumbfounded. Even those who had weathered countless storms and seen numerous miracles couldn't believe their own eyes. Thump thump thump. Stones started to crash into each other. When Li Qiye walked by, all the stones jumped up. What was even more unbelievable was that they didn't only jump, they also started to roll after Li Qiye. Clank clank clank. The higher up he went, the more stones followed right after him. They scrambled after him as if they were afraid that they would lose sight of him and competed with each other to be the closest to him. This scene stunned everyone on the mountain as their eyes opened wide and their jaws dropped to the ground. Lan Yunju had mentally prepared herself beforehand, but she still couldn't prevent her mouth from opening. She couldn't believe this frightening sight. This is preposterous, a ghost king murmured in a daze. Even a ghost king like him couldn't regain his composure. A person murmured in a foolish state, I've heard that destiny stones have the ability to run around, but who has ever seen them do so? This was common knowledge, but not many had actually seen it with their own eyes until this day. And it wasn't just one stone, it was a whole bunch. Countless destiny stones on the mountain were moving, causing all the spectators to stand there while looking silly. A cultivator thought that he was in a dream and told his friend who was standing by his side, "Hey, pinch me to see if this is reality." Shortly after, a scream resounded as he almost lost a piece of flesh from the harsh pinch. Now, he was certain that it wasn't a dream. Thump thump thump. Li Qiye was now next to Lan Yunju along with a group of destiny stones right behind him. No matter where he went, all the destiny stones followed right behind him. This can't be real. Lan Yunju stuttered as Li Qiye approached. She then uttered, "Are you kidding me?" Li Qiye smiled at her and leisurely spoke, "Who do you think won this bet?" Lan Yunju became dejected and softly sighed, "You. Even my destiny stones are following you." She had no choice but to be convinced. "Then let us go to see if that arrogant stone will accept me or not." Li Qiye smilingly responded before continuing his trek. Thump thump thump, Li Qiye continued to go up the mountain. Not only did 8 accumulation stones chase after him, but even 9 accumulation stones followed him, prompting a scream. Even 9 accumulation stones are following Li Qiye. Is there no justice in this world? All the stones are accepting him and only him. How will we nobodies live from now on? At this time, countless people shared the same sentiment and helplessness. They couldn't stop these destiny stones from choosing Li Qiye. He is almost at the peak, he wants to give that stone a try. A cultivator shouted while watching Li Qiye's climb. "Oh God, so amazing. Maybe he is about to take that stone away." All the cultivators were aghast while the ghost cultivators were even more nervous. At this moment, even the human cultivators couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Li Qiye. A bunch of destiny stones following him was really unfair. They were waiting for him to become frustrated in front of that stone. Li Qiye was too devilish, and this spectacular scene overshadowed even Dizhua and Tian Luanhui. At this time, even his stern supporters, the human cultivators, were secretly jealous of him. He had now reached the peak. All the stones that were jumping right after him fell to the ground and didn't dare to continue further. It seemed as if all of them were afraid of the peak, the territory of that stone. Even 9 accumulation stones were no exceptions. However, they didn't want to leave since they all wanted to be picked by Li Qiye. Many of them chose to lay there, waiting. If Li Qiye didn't get chosen by that stone, then maybe they had a chance of being selected by him. It is so exasperating to compare oneself to him. Lan Yunju wryly smiled, "I suppose everyone has their own fate. Others wish to be chosen by destiny stones while destiny stones wish to be chosen by Li Qiye. Fuck. A human royal lord from the previous generation cursed, this brat is too heaven-defying. If I ever have a daughter, I would marry her to him right away." A cultivator next to the royal lord quipped, "Brother, you can also see how devilish he is. Even if you have a daughter, you can only wait for him to choose instead of your daughter choosing him. I'm still okay with waiting for him to pick my daughter." The royal lord couldn't help but murmur. When Li Qiye was next to the stone, everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths and quietly watch the scene. The entire mountain became silent as no one dared to make a sound, lest they miss out on this shocking event. Li Qiye looked at Lan Yunju, who was overflowing with excitement, and said with a smile while waving his hand, "Ladies first. If I go first, you won't be convinced and will say that I am a bully. What an ego." Lan Yunju gave him an angry look. She then walked up towards the middle of the mountain and channeled the blood energy within her body. In an instant, this energy showed itself like flowing water. "What is Fairy Lan trying to do?" a curious spectator asked after seeing her flowing blood energy. "They're trying to sense the destiny stones." A cultivator from the previous generation explained, "The two of them are competing to see who would be accepted by more stones." Chapter 519, Don't do it, he absolutely can't do it. Please don't succeed. The ghost cultivators were secretly cursing Li Qiye since, at this moment, everyone was hoping for a miracle to occur. Before, it would be a miracle if the stone accepted a master, but now was a different story. It would be a miracle for the stone to not accept Li Qie. This was a stone that didn't care for an immortal emperor and had been tested by countless people in future generations. It would be a miracle of an entire generation if this stone accepted a master. However, Li Qie had reversed this today. It seemed very natural for the stone to accept him as its master. Li Qie went next to the stone and slowly sat down. Everyone had bated breaths as their emotions danced at each of Li Qie's actions. He simply sat down without any flowing blood energy and doing any impressive actions, he only gently stroked the stone. "Old friend, it has been a while." Li Qie smiled and said. His stroke caused the stone to slightly shake, along with the hearts of everyone else. "Please don't accept him," someone murmured. No one knew who said this out loud, but this was the general consensus in everyone's minds. Luckily, the stone only slightly shook once, then it didn't move again. People heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. It felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off their backs. However, they still didn't dare to make a sound while intensely watching the peak because they knew that it was not over. Li Qie smiled and said after seeing the stationary stone, "Such an arrogant stone, I wonder how long you intend to stay here." To everyone's pleasure, the stone remained quiet. One of the spectators excitedly uttered, "This is a miracle, the heavens have eyes." Many people nodded in agreement. The stone not accepting Li Qie caused everyone to become relaxed and excited. However, Li Qie was still very calm. He had a smile on his face with his hands against the ground while gazing at the sky. His demeanor was as if he was speaking with an old friend. "Do you remember when immortal Emperor Qianli came? You didn't accept him. I had always thought that maybe it wasn't the right time back then, not to mention immortal Emperor Mingdu before him. But today, I have personally come so the past doesn't matter anymore, right?" The stone was still immobile like before. The people on the mountain were still nervously waiting. They didn't know what Li Qie was saying to the stone, but they were waiting for a miracle to happen, for the stone to not accept Li Qie as its master. "I know you are very arrogant," Li Qie said with a grin, "but I've seen even grander displays of arrogance, you know. For me, nothing is impossible as long as I truly set my mind on it." The stone was still silent, but Li Qie was not in a rush. He continued on with a cheerful demeanor, "There are too many unbelievable things in this world, such as slaying gods and ending immortals. How do you feel about these matters? Or maybe you feel like massacring gods is nothing. Then how about killing an immortal emperor?" Standing by the side, Lan Yunzhu was very puzzled as to why he was telling this stone these things. Killing gods was already a terrifying thing, but killing an immortal emperor? Frankly, this was impossible. Or maybe you think that killing immortals and gods is nothing. Li Qie smiled and added, "If I want to crush a rock, no matter what kind of rock it is, as long as I am determined, then I think I can find a few methods. Just as you think killing immortals and gods is nothing, with a determined will, crushing a rock is nothing to me as well. If I can't have it, then even the most precious and priceless item would not be worth a coin in my eyes. Since I can't have it, why hesitate in crushing it? What do you think about this?" This time, the stone finally reacted by slightly fluttering. The distant cultivators from the ghost race felt their hearts beat faster after they saw the rock shake. Many prayed for a miracle, "Please don't accept a master." At this time, Li Qie cheerfully continued, "Although I am fierce, I am not vicious." He then proceeded in a calm manner, "I adore talents and treasures, so I won't crush you today. The heaven and earth took countless generations just to give birth to a stone like you, this indeed was not easy. If I crushed you, it would be quite wasteful." Li Qie then patted his hands after standing up and said, "If you want to continue staying at this damned place for this generation, then I trust that you will be missing out on the most brilliant and colorful era since the start of time. There has never been such an era before, and you would also miss out on the most supreme master across the eons. But if you're content and would rather stay here, then I don't mind. There are a myriad of weapons in this world, and if I so desire, then even the best weapons will eventually come into my hands. I don't need you." With that, Li Qiye turned around to leave. All the ghost cultivators could finally breathe again. They were all jubilated, and the same applied to the human cultivators. At this minute, they felt as if this was the happiest moment of their lives. "Ha ha ha, Li Qiye is only a so-so," a ghost cultivator happily sneered. However, before he could finish, his mouth was opened wide again. It was big enough to fit a goose egg. Thump. Right when Li Qiye turned around, the stone suddenly jumped up into his palm. "No!" Someone miserably bellowed. This howl was sadder than the cry of someone who had just been cut by a knife. "Fuck, is there no justice in this world?" An emotional genius pointed up towards the sky and cursed, "Heavens, do you not have eyes? Are you just bullying weak people like us? It would still be fine if you gave him all the destiny stones in this world, but just not this most arrogant one. How will we little cultivators live from now on? A miracle didn't happen. Damn! This world is not fair!" A ghost cultivator exclaimed. The ghost cultivators were the ones who suffered the biggest blow right now. Li Qiye had upstaged Dizhua and Tian Lunhui, the two biggest pride of the ghost race. In just an instant, Li Qiye's brilliance had contributed to the momentum of the human race. On the other hand, the humans had mixed feelings, they didn't know whether to be happy or sad. In summary, a myriad of emotions ran rampant in their minds. A human sect master Riley said, "The appearance of a heaven's proud son like him is indeed a source of pride for us humans. However, such a devilish monster like him will sweep through this generation and rend the path of all the other geniuses. From now on, anyone who wants to reach the peak must surpass this devil first." In this short period of time, everyone had different feelings. The human cultivators couldn't help themselves from becoming jealous of Li Qiye. He was the favored son of the heavens, so unfair. This is the right choice. Li Qiye rubbed the rock and said with a smile. He then put it away while others gazed at him with crazed and reddened eyes. However, it was meaningless to be jealous of Li Qiye since one couldn't steal away a destiny stone. Even if it was successfully robbed, the stone would not accept them as its master and would just escape. Thump, thump, thump. All of the destiny stones right below the peak also jumped as if it was the happiest moment of their lives. The cultivators became quite lost when they saw such a scene. What is going on? One at a time, no rush, no rush. Li Qiye smiled and said, then he spread his palm. He took in the majority of the 8 and 9 accumulation stones as well a portion of 5, 6, and 7 accumulation stones. He threw back a few 8 and 9 accumulation stones. Some of the 5, 6, and 7 accumulation stones were unwilling and looked as if they were staring at him in anticipation. Go back and grow with time. All of you will have a chance, and your future will not just end here. Li Qiye said as he waved his hand. Finally, these unwilling stones bounced back to their original places. In just a moment, the divine dragon mountain became vacant. The 8 and 9 accumulation stones had almost all been taken by Li Qiye, so not too many remained. This scene broke everyone's common sense as their eyes almost fell to the ground. Even Lan Yunzhu couldn't help herself from becoming astonished. Li Qiye causing all the stones to compete for him was already shocking enough, but she became speechless after he obtained that other stone as well. A devilish genius was indeed different, they were way beyond one's imagination. And it wasn't just this, he even took away many stones, this also broke the common convention. Everyone knew that cultivators could only pick one destiny stone. Even if they were accepted by many, after picking one, the other stones would not follow them. Chapter 520, Flirtatious Banter. However, Li Qiye now took a bunch of destiny stones at once, this miracle completely broke the common sense of the cultivation world. Such a thing simply couldn't happen. How could this be? At this point, someone let out a shrill scream since they were unable to cope with such a ridiculous scene. Only destiny stones chose their masters, cultivators didn't choose destiny stones. But now, Li Qiye picked them as if he was selecting cabbages in front of a street vendor. In the end, the majority of the destiny stones had been purchased by him like cabbages. A cultivator's heart couldn't handle such a stimulating scene, so he screamed in the face of this impossible scene where someone was taking a group of high-level destiny stones away. "Oh mother, what is happening? Has the heavens gone crazy? How could the heavens allow someone to take away so many stones? Oh heavens, do you not have eyes?" At this moment, this cultivator was not the only one who suffered from an irregular heartbeat. This was definitely not a dream, it was real. Even Lan Yunju, who knew Li Qiye well, found it hard to believe. How is this possible? Breaking common sense was not enough to describe this event, it was too bizarre. If it wasn't daytime right now, she would have thought that a ghost was playing with everyone. "It is because I am too handsome," Li Qiye replied with a smirk. He didn't tell her the truth that was only known by him. "Handsome my butt." Lan Yunju angrily glared at him and retorted. From now on, she would no longer become shocked no matter what other strange events happened around Li Qiye. After all, what could be stranger than what happened today? Li Qiye selected a stone from a batch of stones and threw it at Lan Yunju as he smiled. "You are quite lucky, the stone I talked about earlier is still here. You can have it." She became speechless when she caught the destiny stone that shone with a divine light. This was such a good stone, yet Li Qiye was giving it away as if it was just a cabbage. What silenced her even further was that this destiny stone didn't like her and ran back towards Li Qiye instead. "Little guy. In the end, this lady still has dual saint talents. I'm a heaven's proud daughter, yet you dare to look down on me like this? Watch it or I'll skin you." At this point, Lan Yunju no longer cared about her ladylike image since she was quite hurt. These destiny stones all grabbed onto Li Qiye as if he was a handsome man adored by flowers. Li Qiye cheerfully smiled while he patted this stone and said, "This little girl isn't bad. She has dual saint talents and a heavens will secret law for her foundation. Don't worry, I'll protect this girl later on so you won't lose out." In the end, the unwilling destiny stone fell into Lan Yunju's hand. She didn't know what to say, this brat was too mysterious and downright scary. "Why are you welcomed by so many destiny stones like this?" Lan Yunju curiously asked because she was lost. This matter was completely irrational. Li Qiye answered with a smirk, "Because I am handsome and loved by all." The phrase, "flowers bloom on sight" was created to describe me. Bleh. Lan Yunju seemed as if she wanted to vomit and snappily retorted, "If you are handsome, then every single man in this world is extremely dashing. Do you really want to hear the real reason? It's very simple, it is because I am the ruler of this world and the only one to sweep through the endless eras." Li Qiye laughed before responding. "Uncle, your face is thicker than a temple block." Lan Yunju gave him a look and continued, "I can believe you becoming the ruler in the future, but to say you are the only one who has swept through all eras? Come on now, this is clearly boasting. How old are you? You're still just a brat." Li Qiye couldn't help but smile before speaking, "Fine, the real reason is that I will build a stone sect. In the future, these destiny stones will be my generals. Under my protection, they will rampage in this world and bask in the worldly essence to become eternally supreme. Bah, who would believe you?" She glared at him again and fiercely said while swinging her fist, "Uncle, if you want me to believe you, then at least try to say something more serious, or else I'll really take care of you." Her appearance made him grin. He then gestured with his hand and slowly said, "Be more serious." "Very well, we will talk more seriously. Girl, don't forget about our bet." Remember that you have to undress completely for my viewing pleasure tonight, to let me see if your figure is top-notch or not. Damned pervert. Lan Yunju was both embarrassed and angry as she let out a cry, "In your dreams." With that, she turned away and ran. Meanwhile, Li Chia leisurely caught up to her and quipped, "Girl, one must keep their words. A gentleman's words are as heavy as mountains." The flustered Lan Yunju kept on running and exclaimed, "Bah, I'm not a gentleman, I'm just a little girl." Li Chia followed after her with a smile. At the Divine Dragon Mountain, everyone quietly watched Li Chia leave as if he was a super freak. A long time after he left, someone tragically screamed, "Damn, my destiny stones. I still want a 9 accumulations destiny stone." Looking at the bare hills left many older cultivators lamenting for the younger people who came here to test their luck. Being in the same generation as that devilish Li Chia was really saddening. The news of Li Chia picking destiny stones spread like a storm across the prime ominous grave. All 5 grave realms heard of this, and countless cultivators and lineages were shocked. Even great characters were startled. An ancestor of a great power couldn't believe it. Impossible. A disciple reported to his ancestor and swore, "Ancestor, this disciple saw with my own eyes, and my master was there too. This kid is too scary. How could this be possible? It breaks all common sense." After the news was confirmed, countless great powers were stuck in a daze. Then, this heaven-defying news entered the ears of the other geniuses. Both the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child were dejected. They secretly screamed in their minds and thought that, unless they eliminated Li Chia, there would be no day when they could rise. Inside the wood realm, Dizwa immediately stood up after hearing this. His blood energy erupted and rose to a terrorizing level, causing the sky to darken and the moon to shake. "Very good, I need a supreme and untouchable genius like this to be the stone to pave my path towards becoming an immortal emperor," he declared as his tiger-like eyes swept through the plains in an overly domineering manner. He continued on with a deep tone, "I initially wanted to slay Tian Luanhui as my paving stone, but now, I have an even better prey." As one of the top geniuses of the ghost race, Tian Luanhui revealed a dark smile while being shrouded in his mysterious aura. With an ominous glare, he smiled and said, "When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman will catch both." He then closed his eyes with a detached attitude as if nothing mattered to him. Maybe it wasn't that it didn't matter, maybe it was because everything was within his grasp. Another top existence among the young geniuses, Xian Fan of the human race, was very shaken after hearing this news. That guy was successful. The 5 elements immortal armor accepted me, but that stone didn't. And yet, that guy actually did it. Too scary. After a long daze, he then reflected, "Amazing, there is always a higher mountain. It seems that this path towards becoming an immortal emperor won't be so boring after all." This shocking news stunned countless races while the glory of numerous geniuses dimmed. As the news spread even further, many people beat their chests and stomped the ground in anger. How could people not go insane when Li Chia alone carried out a whole bunch of 8 and 9 accumulation stones? Many young cultivators still hadn't refined a true fate weapon for themselves, and other cultivators wanted a better destiny stone. Cultivators must take the opportunity when they were still young to change destiny stones since they wouldn't be able to do so at an older age. This was because, once they become old, it would take too much life essence to refine a new true fate treasure. Many young cultivators dreamed about going to the Divine Dragon Mountain to find a 9 accumulations destiny stone, but now, Li Chia shattered their dreams by taking away a whole bunch. Ultimately, the ones who were the most depressed were the ghost race. Recently, they had been severely suppressed. The 3 heroes of the sacred netherworld were their pride and future aspirations. And now, Li Chia crawling out of nowhere alone was not enough, even Xian Fan showed up. Li Chia was even more dazzling than Dizwa and Tian Luanhui, so the entire younger generation of the ghosts had been put to shame. If this continued, then the younger ghost generation would be oppressed by humans, so it was understandable that the ghost race became exasperated. Chapter 521, Diamond Carp. While the news of Li Qie bringing away a bunch of destiny stones spread everywhere, Li Qie and Lan Yunzhu had already left the metal realm. Although there were a lot of treasures, Li Qie didn't want to spend more time here. Lan Yunzhu went to look for some news and quickly came back. "I've found some new information. The lost mythical island you're interested in is indeed at the Earth realm." Li Qie remained completely calm after hearing this, since it was exactly as he predicted. Before, he was sure that the thing he wanted was inside the grave. Now that the lost mythical island was confirmed to be here, he was left completely at ease. "How is the island right now?" he asked with a smile. Lan Yunzhu replied, "I heard that it is no different from when it was outside at sea. It is still covered in mist. The mist has apparently become thinner, but one still can't see the entire island." "I see." Li Qie knew that sooner or later, the island would reveal its true colors. Its appearance at the prime ominous grave was for a reason. "Do we go to the island now?" Lan Yunzhu inquired. In fact, she was already curious when they were together back at the Thousand Islands. She even suspected that the sudden appearance of the lost island had something to do with Li Qie. "No, it will take some time. We can only wait until the mist dissipates. If it is here, then it can't run away. Plus, I have the prime ominous key, so time is on our side." Li Qie cheerfully replied. Lan Yunzhu curiously asked, "What is on the lost mythical island?" "I heard people say that songs from immortal phoenixes and flying golden dragons could be heard. Could there be mythical beasts on the island, or maybe weapons left behind by these creatures? I'm not certain whether there are divine beasts or not." Li Qie smiled and narrowed his eyes, "But one thing is certain, there is something very heaven-defying on the island. However, it is hard to tell whether this something is good or bad. It depends on the person, really." "Just what is it?" Lan Yunzhu continued. She could see that Li Qie was very interested in the thing on the island, and she knew that there weren't too many things that warranted his attention. Li Qie looked at the far horizon with a serious look, "An existence." He became quiet for a while and then continued on, "An existence that destroyed gods. Even immortal emperors were extremely wary of it. Destroying gods and feared by immortal emperors." Lan Yunzhu lost her colors and exclaimed, "Is there really such an existence in this world? Just what kind of existence could this be?" Immortal emperors shouldered the heaven's will, and they could be called the true heavenly princes and princesses of this world due to the recognition from the heavens itself. Just what kind of existence could cause invincible existences like immortal emperors to feel dread? This is just my personal conjecture. Li Qie said with a smile, "It's just a guess. If I'm not mistaken, then that thing is real and it has been sealed for a very long time. However, it is almost time for it to appear under the sun once more. There is another piece of news." Lan Yunzhu softly sighed and reported, "Rumor has it that the people from the ancestral city are here. Right now, there aren't too many of them, only a few came to check the situation. The Yin-Yang Master and several ancestral city ancestors personally came. Someone saw them going to the lost mythical island to take a look." Li Qie was not surprised at all and coldly grinned, "Ha ha ha, this is nothing surprising. They have heard of a few things and would absolutely not let go of this chance to participate in these muddled waters." Lan Yunzhu shared the same opinion. If the lost mythical island housed the existence Li Qie was talking about, then the ancestral city would not let it go. "Where do we go now? The fire realm or the wood realm? Or should we go straight to the earth realm?" Lan Yunzhu regained her thoughts and asked. "Where did Sect Master Baogui's group go?" Li Qie asked. "While I was asking for information, I heard that Master's group was at the water realm. Since we are not in the same realm, it is hard to contact Master." Lan Yunju replied. Li Qiye stroked his chin and said, "The water realm." "Very well, we will go take a look at the water realm. From my knowledge, it is not a bad place." Lan Yunju agreed since she also wanted to see if the Thousand Carp River had any luck. She followed him to a Dao platform in the metal realm, then directly ported to the water realm. With its blue sky and sea that spanned endlessly, this was a realm worth yearning for. One's soul would become relaxed while standing in the water realm. The gentle misty breeze could wash away the fatigue of life. Lan Yunju couldn't help but exclaim while standing above the water, "I didn't expect the water realm to be one huge ocean. This is a sea reservoir, below are many secrets that can never be excavated completely." Li Qiye cheerfully commented. The elders of the river sect were at the water realm, so Lan Yunju quickly communicated with them before running over to them. When they met, the elders were all standing on top of a huge carp. They didn't move separately and instead continued to stay together. The huge carp swam quickly on the ocean as if the elders were chasing after something, prompting Lan Yunju's question, "Master, what are you doing?" "Chasing after a big fish," Taoist Bao Gui answered. A few high elders were gazing at the sea's surface while their heavenly gazes swept across everything in this realm. "A big fish?" Lan Yunju curiously inquired, "What kind of huge fish? A treasure fish?" Crash! A huge splashing sound came out as a monstrous animal leaped out from the ocean, causing waves to tower up high. A gigantic fish leaped out from the surface. Although the carp that the elders were riding was already very big, it was still smaller than this gigantic fish. This leaping fish's entire body was pitch black and its scales resembled black iron. When it jumped, the sunlight reflected off its body formed a faint halo. The curves of this fish appeared especially perfect under this sunlight. When it jumped, it gave off the illusion that it was a true dragon leaping out of the water with an indescribable momentum, shocking all spectators. "So pretty." Lan Yunju had to praise this gigantic fish. "Stay close and don't lose it. We have been chasing after it for 9 days now," Taoist Bao Gui commanded. Crash! The sound of splashing water continued non-stop. The gigantic fish sometimes jumped up and sometimes dived down while creating a big pillar of water. This majestic and beautiful scene dazzled one's eyes. Its speed was very fast, but the river sect's carp followed it without failure. "The big fish is here again. Everyone, quickly give chase." This fish that swam in the water had already alarmed many cultivators in this realm, so they started to follow it. Prior to this, it was not only the Thousand Carp River that chased this fish, many other cultivators also followed, albeit with a slower speed. Lan Yunju looked at its perfect curves and praised, "What kind of fish is this? Is it a kunpeng?" "No, it is a diamond carp." Li Qiye looked at this jumping fish and spoke with admiration, "Very beautiful, a timeless beauty. Young noble recognizes this fish?" Taoist Bao Gui was filled with interest and said, "I had to read a secret scroll from the patriarch before finding out the name of this fish. It is nothing much, I've only heard of it. This fish is unique in this world, I think one wouldn't be able to find another outside of the prime ominous grave." Li Qiye did not only know of the diamond carp, he had even chased after it before. It could be said that this fish carried a heaven-shaking secret. It is indeed the one and only diamond carp. Taoist Bao Gui continued, "Just like you said, rumor has it that there is only one in this place. Why is Master chasing after this diamond carp?" Lan Yunju asked, "Do we want to catch it?" However, she could see that they had no intention of catching it at this moment. "No, we are trying to find its nest." Taoist Bao Gui explained, "The secret book of the patriarch contains a passage about the amazing nest of the diamond carp, about how it contains a very rare creation of the heaven and earth. This is why we are chasing after it, we want to find its nest." "Do you know where its nest is?" Lan Yunju looked at Li Qiye and asked. Nowadays, Lan Yunju would first ask Li Qie about anything. He even knew about the secrets of the grave, so she felt that there was nothing he didn't know. I don't know. Li Qie shook his head and said, just like what your patriarch's record stated, we can only chase forever until we find the nest because this nest is always moving. The only thing we can do is wait till the carp goes back to its nest. It's quite impressive that young noble knows so many things. Daoist Bao Gui couldn't help but praise, the patriarch's record does indeed say that. We have to give chase until it goes back to its nest. Couldn't find the perfect carp to match the next chapter, but I thought this picture was cool to show carps and dragons. Chapter 522, Wood Realm, but are you guys prepared? When the diamond carp goes back to its nest, you guys have to seal it. If not, then that carp will disappear after entering, and it will be very hard to find it again. Li Qie smilingly asked. Young noble can rest assured. The Taoist instantly replied, we have brought along a treasure of the patriarch. As long as we find its nest, we will seal it right away. Even if it tries to port away, we will still be able to find it immediately. Li Qie only smiled in response while looking at the diamond carp that swam in front of them. The high waves set off by the jumping fish combined with the reflected sunlight from its curves created quite a pretty spectacle. The elders were determined to not give up until they found its nest. After looking for a while, Li Qie told Lan Yunju, we'll go now. Lan Yunju asked in surprise, go? Where? Are we not chasing the fish to its nest? Li Qie shook his head and said, the fish will not return to its nest until it is tired, and there is still a very long time before it fatigues. We'll go take a look somewhere else. Go. Taoist Bao Gui nodded and said, leave this place to us. You guys can go test your fortune somewhere else. Lan Yunju felt that they couldn't really help even if they stayed here, so she said goodbye to the Taoists group and followed Li Qie. Where are we going now? She asked, to the Earth Realm. I've heard that something really incredible has been dug out over there. No. Li Qie shook his head and replied, you can indeed dig out amazing things at the Earth Realm, but you need to stay alive to use it later on. Oh. Our egotistic uncle is suddenly so timid. Isn't uncle unafraid of the heaven and earth? Lan Yunju gave him a look then blinked her eyes before revealing a charming smile, if I remember correctly, uncle is always full of confidence, so why are you so afraid of death now? Li Qie flicked her forehead and said, don't tease me, girl. The Earth Realm is not enough to take my life. However, in order to take out the good stuff from there, one would need to go into the graves. This is a very time-consuming and complicated process. Moreover, I don't need those items. The things that I need are at many different places. For example, we are about to go to a very nice location. Where? Lan Yunju quickly asked. Li Qie gazed at the distance and answered, the Wood Realm. He then smiled and continued, don't you want to find a king medicine root or some kind of treasure tree? Lan Yunju's eyes lit up as she asked, is there a chance to stumble upon a divine tree like the golden divine willow? You can really dream. Li Qie chuckled and replied, a divine tree like the golden divine willow is unique. Obtaining such a tree is easier said than done. Your river sect's divine willow required countless amounts of effort and time to move it from its original location back to the sect. In addition to requiring a lot of effort to relocate such a tree, more often than not, something like the golden divine willow can only be met by chance. If you are lucky, you might be able to meet a similar divine tree. Li Qie smiled while shaking his head after getting to this point. Lan Yunju looked at him and curiously asked, Uncle, why do you know the matters of our river sect so well? Even though she was its descendant, she didn't know about this stuff. In fact, her master didn't know about this either, yet Li Qie could recall these things as if he saw them with his own eyes. He then teasingly responded, don't forget that I am your guardian. Your patriarch has appointed me as the guardian, so I'm naturally different from others. I have read a lot of books and there is nothing I don't know or can't do. Lan Yunju glared at him in response, "Bah, uncle, please stop. Who doesn't know that you were lucky, super lucky to become our guardian?" Although she said this, she clearly knew in her mind that the patriarch chose him to be their guardian for a reason, even though she didn't know the exact details. The Wood Realm was one of the 5 grave realms of the Prime Ominous Grave. Inside were old sky-towering trees that were full of vitality. It could be said that among the 5, the Wood Realm was the one with the most abundant life essence. There were also rolling mountains surrounded by rivers and loud waterfalls everywhere. Life was in abundance here. Once one stepped inside, one would actually think that they were in a dense, old forest back in the sacred nether world. Beasts and birds were running around among these tall trees. There was nothing that couldn't be found here, including trees and grasses that knew how to run. To be more exact, they were king medicines and treasure trees that knew how to move around. This was the best location for those who wanted to find some pills and immortal grasses. Anyone who came here would become very excited because this realm resembled a large garden full of herbs both good and bad. There were even king medicines. Each time the grave opened, many alchemists and cultivators loved to come to the Wood Realm. The dangers here were also more moderate compared to the other realms, but this was not to say that this place isn't a paradise for finding treasures. It was more suited for weaker cultivators, especially the vagabonds and those who hailed from minor sections. In the metal realm, one wouldn't know what they would dig out from under the sand. It could be a treasure, or it could be a nest of metal-eating insects, or it might be a different kind of dangerous sinister existence. In the water realm, one wouldn't know what was under the water and what kinds of danger was below. Maybe as they were treading on the water, a water demon would come out and taste their flesh. The Wood Realm was different. If one had no ambition and only wanted to make a little money by lingering in the outer boundary to pick some grasses, then it was absolutely safe. Since this place specialized in producing medicines and grasses, even the entrance had a lot of them. Although they were ordinary, their freshness made up for this. Low risk and decent rewards meant that this was the haven for many weaker cultivators. Said cultivators often chose this place as their stopping point. Lan Yunju followed Li Qiye to this place where the medicinal fragrance blew into her face, causing her to take a deep breath. She then whispered, "Silver maple grass, pure dan fruit, 100-coiled grass. This place is indeed nice for growing medicine." Li Qiye then stared at her in surprise. Feeling his gaze, Lan Yunju gave him a look and said, "What? Is it that strange? Although I am not an alchemist, it is normal for me to know a few spirit medicines. Our river sect is an emperor's lineage, so we have a huge alchemy garden." Li Qiye only smiled and didn't say anything else. Lan Yunju couldn't contain her excitement and said, "This place has so many medicines, we should pick some and bring them back." Li Qiye slightly lifted his chin and said, "I'm sorry, but there is no silver maple grass or pure dan fruit left for you." Lan Yunju then shifted her gaze up ahead and noticed the barren hills. Outside of ordinary vegetation, the rest had already been plucked clean by people, there was no sign of spirit medicines. This place is indeed a medicine garden, though. Lan Yunju emotionally said after seeing a scene like this. Although the mountains had been harvested completely, by looking at the holes, one could see the signs of spirit medicines everywhere. The two of them went deeper into the Wood Realm. They went past 2 mountains to see a group of cultivators happily harvesting some grasses. A cultivator who climbed to the peak and then dug 1,000 feet down managed to find a medicine root. Another hung by the cliff with a bated breath, waiting for a spirit flower to bloom. A different person went deep into a cave and then baited out the snakes to dig out golden string grass. However, the majority of them were just picking spirit grasses normally on the mountain. The cultivation of these cultivators was quite shallow, and a few of them were only beginners. The spirit medicines harvested by them could be found in stores. However, despite these medicines being common, this was still a great harvest to these cultivators. How did they manage to come in? Lan Yunju puzzlingly asked after seeing these weak cultivators inside the grave. You have never been in a minor sect, right? Li Qiye shook his head and said, you have been in an emperor's lineage since a young age, so you don't know that it is not easy to live as a vagabond or a cultivator from a minor sect. These spirit medicines are already very good for them. They risked their lives to enter the prime ominous grave, and although they couldn't make it alone, a group of them going together makes it possible. Among them, there will be 1 or 2 people who are quite formidable, so a group of them working together can ride the corpse blood clouds. Of course, many probably died during the process, but nevertheless, to these weak cultivators, entering the prime ominous grave is a once-in-lifetime opportunity. If they are lucky, maybe they will be able to change their sect's fate. Thus, despite knowing how arduous it would be and how only 1 out of 10 would survive, they still risked it all and came. But are you guys prepared? When the diamond carp goes back to its nest, you guys have to seal it. If not, then that carp will disappear after entering, and it will be very hard to find it again. Li Qiye smilingly asked. Young noble can rest assured. The Taoist instantly replied, we have brought along a treasure of the patriarch. As long as we find its nest, we will seal it right away. Even if it tries to port away, we will still be able to find it immediately. Li Qiye only smiled in response while looking at the diamond carp that swam in front of them. The high waves set off by the jumping fish combined with the reflected sunlight from its curves created quite a pretty spectacle. Chapter 523, Dangers in the Wood Realm. Lan Yunju became quiet after hearing this. It was just like what Li Qiye had said, she had never been in a minor sect. She entered the river sect at a young age under Venerable Yang's lead, and her master was the sect master. A genius like her didn't know the struggles of a weak sect. Although this place was full of spirit medicines, Li Qiye didn't slow down his pace. He brought Lan Yunju deeper into the realm. And he was not the only one who didn't stop. Any cultivator that was a bit stronger or was from a bigger sect wouldn't pause. Although this place had a lot of medicines, they were very ordinary. Anyone with a bit of strength would not waste their time here. This was especially true for the great powers who came here for the king medicines and sacred trees. How could they allow time to be wasted on these ordinary grasses? As Li Qiye went further inside, the grasses became rarer and more precious. At a certain depth, the truly rare spirit medicines began to appear. That is a crimson blood fruit. Lan Yunju happily uttered after seeing a red fruit growing on a lush and verdant tree by a creek. She wanted to go closer, but this creek suddenly turned into a whirlpool. Splash! White skeletons emerged from this whirlpool, warning Lan Yunju to not come any closer. Li Qiye pulled her away and said, don't waste time here, there are too many spirit medicines of this level. Lan Yunju wryly laughed and wondered, are there a lot of these here? In the outside world, the crimson blood fruit was very rare. Even the river sect's treasury only had a few of them. However, it was just like what Li Qiye had said. After they crossed several mountains, they saw crimson blood fruits everywhere in the creeks. Lan Yunju, who was following right behind him, was dazzled after seeing how many spirit medicines there were in this part of the woods: white phoenix tree, raging flame vine, 5 transformations dragon rouge, 800,000-year-old pure dan grass. The spirit medicines here were all extraordinary and precious. However, wanting to pick these medicines was not easy. They either had insect kings and cruel beasts protecting them, or they would be growing in deadly locations. Why don't we pick some of them? She was very tempted when she saw so many spirit medicines. She had absolute confidence that she would be able to easily pick a bunch of them. Wait a bit longer, then you will truly see what is called an alchemy garden. Li Qiye replied and smiled, there are even more precious things, so why waste time here? Sure enough, as they continued forward, they saw even more spirit medicines that couldn't be described with just the word precious. These were all priceless medicines. That is a 1 million-year-old scarlet soaring dragon tree. Lan Yunju looked at a treasure tree and exclaimed in shock. The entire tree was scarlet and it emitted waves of fluttering lights. She was someone who knew her stuff, so she spoke, if one trains here, they will be reinforced by a dragon essence. However, as she came closer, she heard the sounds of bones clanking together as many skeletons crawled up from below the tree. Looking at the color of these bones, one wouldn't be able to tell how long ago they had died. Don't compete with the dead. Even after death, they will forever want to seize this treasure tree. Li Qiye cheerfully said before dragging her away. The value of these herbs only rose as they went deeper inside. Many experts and great powers present wanted these medicines. Where are you running to? On top of a mountain, a formidable heavenly king with surging blood energy and an emperor's aura was chasing a king medicine root. That heavenly king comes from the Zhan clan. Legend states that after producing an immortal emperor, the clan then lived in seclusion for a very long time. Lan Yunju couldn't help but say after seeing this chase. This heavenly king had clearly brought an emperor's weapon. Although many lusted after this king medicine root, after seeing this heavenly king take action, all the other heavenly sovereigns could only watch on the sidelines no matter how heaven-defying they might be. A heavenly king was terrifying enough, not to mention the fact that he brought along an emperor's weapon. Nobody wanted to offend such an expert. The king medicine being chased after by the heavenly king was a 3 million-year-old violet blood king ginseng. This ginseng root ran for its life at a scary speed while the heavenly king panted as he gave chase. This king ginseng knew that the enemy had an emperor's weapon, a weapon that it couldn't mess with, so it fled at an extreme speed deeper into the wood realm. Buzz! On a different hill, a demonic sacred tree exuded a terrifying divine radiance. Under the demonic sacred tree were several hundred experts that all came from the same sect. They gathered together and tried their best to uproot this sacred tree. Clank! Countless divine lights from this tree combined together to form a monstrous sword formation to cut into the experts of this sect. Seeing that this sacred tree knew how to form a sword array, the sect master exclaimed in horror, "Retreat!" But it was all too late as a rain of blood poured down from the sky. Terrible screams resounded as these several hundred experts were minced by this powerful sword formation. So strong! Lan Yunju became shocked after witnessing the strength of the sacred tree's sword array. She had a keen eyesight capable of seeing through this heaven-defying sword array. Don't be fooled by the wood realm's appearance. Li Qiye smiled and explained, outsiders say that this place is safe, and indeed it is safer than the other places, but the king medicines and sacred trees in this realm should not be easily provoked. Although there are no poisonous creatures or insect kings guarding them, they are plenty powerful by themselves. Lan Yunju also recognized this. The king medicines and sacred trees in the wood realm were different from the divine stones and treasure metals back in the metal realm. The metals and stones didn't have the power to fight back, but these medicine existences were different. They were very powerful, even more so than a heavenly king. At this place, there are king medicines and sacred trees even more powerful than virtuous paragons. One requires luck to be able to see them. Li Qiye reminded Lan Yunju. As they trod deeper inside, even more king medicines and sacred trees showed up as well as holy springs and wells. Later on, there were trees who knew how to fly and walking grasses as well as herbs that knew how to transform. The more she saw, the more speechless Lan Yunju became. Eventually, the two arrived under a cliff with an old well next to it. Li Qiye looked at it and found that there was a moon floating inside. Is this the legendary immortal moon well? Lan Yunju only watched from the distance because there was a person sitting cross-legged above the well, an old man. This old man wore armor with a sword box on his thighs. Although the box was closed, the terrifying sword energy shooting out of it made it clear just how horrifying the sword inside must be. Lan Yunju looked at the old man and felt a chill before asking, "Is he dead?" "Yes." He is this generation's wellkeeper. Li Qie happily explained, it is not difficult to obtain this well, one just has to defeat him. But sometimes, after defeating its keeper, they would no longer be able to leave because they would turn into a corpse and become the next generation's keeper. Seeing this scene made Lan Yunju shudder. A virtuous paragon had inexplicably died here to become its keeper. This place was too bizarre. As they continued to explore deeper and deeper, the thick forests and mountains became more dangerous. The sacred medicines now had fierce beasts and insects guarding them, and even the mountain paths became more arduous. The insects and beasts wouldn't attack someone for no reason, but the dangerous high peaks and hills were unpredictable. One wouldn't be able to discern safe spots from dangerous spots. Ah! Screams sounded out. Lan Yunju noticed a large clan with more than 1,000 experts falling into a deep ravine. However, what took their lives was not the fall but a group of black clouds that descended from the sky like a bunch of devils returning to their ravine nest. In just a moment, more screams resounded from within the ravine. After the black clouds disappeared, Lan Yunju only saw skeletal remains. More than 1,000 experts had all become mere bones. The White River tribe is a great clan from the ghost race. They have more than 10 heavenly sovereigns. She exclaimed after seeing this scene. More than 1,000 experts and 10 heavenly sovereigns had turned into skeletons in just a minute without being able to put up a fight. This matter was way too creepy. However, thanks to Li Qie, he brought her along and dodged all the dangers as if there was a god protecting them. It was as if Li Qie knew this place very well, he knew all of its dangerous locations along with the methods to evade them. Lan Yunju followed him and noticed that, at times, he would take the longer path instead of a straight incline towards the deeper parts of the wood realm. Because of his meticulous path, they managed to cleverly avoid many dangers. Lan Yunju couldn't help but ask with doubt after seeing this, have you been to the prime ominous grave before? He seemed to have come here before, and his familiarity with the place indicated it hadn't just been once. Li Qie smirked and remarked, did your patriarch not leave behind a map? For example, the dangerous spots inside the wood realm? Lan Yunju became quiet after hearing this. It was just like what Li Qie had said, she had never been in a minor sect. She entered the river sect at a young age under Venerable Yang's lead, and her master was the sect master. A genius like her didn't know the struggles of a weak sect. Although this place was full of spirit medicines, Li Qie didn't slow down his pace. He brought Lan Yunju deeper into the realm. And he was not the only one who didn't stop, any cultivator that was a bit stronger or was from a bigger sect wouldn't pause. Although this place had a lot of medicines, they were very ordinary. Anyone with a bit of strength would not waste their time here. Chapter 524, Lost Alchemy Garden of the Immortals. No. Lan Yunju glanced at him and said, is there such a thing? I'm afraid it doesn't exist in this world. Even if our patriarch had come to the prime ominous grave, it most likely would have only been once. The patriarch wouldn't have been able to find out the safe and dangerous spots. I'm sorry to say that I came across an old map that had the safe and dangerous spots marked on it. Li Qie smiled and added, I'll also tell you an exclusive secret. What is it? Lan Yunju couldn't help but ask. Li Qie smirked and said, gather a lot of antiques, such as old books or maps. Then, your harvest will be completely unexpected. All of my knowledge came from these items. Bah! Lan Yunju looked at him with one eye and said, Uncle, I'm not stupid. It is fine if you don't want to say it, but don't try to trick me. The prime ominous grave is one of the 12 burial grounds, so how could the secrets of this place be contained in old books and maps? If that was the case, then there wouldn't be any secrets about the 12 burial grounds. Li Qie only laughed and didn't deny this notion while Lan Yunju angrily glared at him. He took her to a grassy field. It was not large, only around 10 acres. There was absolutely nothing here, let alone king medicines and sacred trees. Not even the most ordinary spirit medicines could be found. In the middle of the field was an old stone tablet that had nothing special about its appearance. "Uncle, you took me all this way just for this stone tablet?" Lan Yunju looked at him and said, "Don't tell me that there is no secret about this tablet. I won't accept such an answer." Li Qiye took her across numerous streams and hills while ignoring many king medicines and sacred trees. This was definitely not because he had too much time on his hands. Li Qiye replied with a smile, "You are right, this place is the secret." Li Qiye took out the prime ominous key. The key was like the unveiling of a decree as Dao runes began to move with ancient words emerging on its surface. Thunk, thunk, thunk. These old characters carved themselves into the ancient tablet, causing it to become shiny. Lan Yunju had seen this before back when Li Qiye opened the grave, so after seeing these ancient characters on the tablet, she held her breath in anticipation. Clang! The old tablet shifted itself, revealing a door where it used to be. Li Qiye reached out with his hand and said with a smile, "Please enter. You can now see what true king medicines are." Lan Yunju didn't know what was beyond the door. She took a deep breath and was ready to accept a pleasant surprise. She entered first while Li Qiye followed right behind her. After they entered, the tablet shifted back to its initial position, and the door disappeared as well. No one else knew that there had been a door here. After going inside, Lan Yunju's jaw dropped as she became astonished at the scene before her eyes. It was too shocking. This place seemed to be a world of its own with plenty of waterfalls and hills. The gentle breeze gave the sensation that it was a paradise. However, this was not the important part. The crux of the matter was that the vegetation here were not ordinary grasses or trees, they were all incredible king medicines and sacred trees. Immortal phoenix grass, galaxy tree, spatial flower, bewildering bamboo, all of these items were written down in the records, but very few people had seen them since the start of time. These immortal grasses and sacred trees were beyond the scope of alchemy. Using these things to refine pills would be wasting the heavens' creations. The immortal phoenix grass was like a phoenix gently flying on a branch as it emitted the cries of a phoenix. Lan Yunju looked at it and murmured, "Legend has it that this grass only shows up where an immortal phoenix made its nest." The galaxy tree gently swayed with the wind and had the appearance of stars descending to this world. The body of the tree was not large, but stars kept descending from it as if it was the sky itself. As for the spatial flower, one of its tiny buds began to bloom. The moment it finished blooming, it was as if 10,000 years had passed, the endless time was flowing inside its petals. Lan Yunju wanted to watch the flower bloom, but Li Qiye quickly stopped her, "Don't watch when it is blooming or else you will grow old along with it. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to stop its withering properties." The sacred trees and other immortal grasses here were not simply ingredients, they were extremely terrifying existences. They had the power to cause even virtuous paragons to feel dread. Although all of these kinds of vegetation were before her, even a genius like Lan Yunju wouldn't find picking any of them an easy task. Despite the fact that they had no insect kings or other poisonous creatures protecting them, they themselves had horrifying power no weaker than a virtuous paragon. "Where is this place?" Lan Yunju asked with an emotional tone. Seeing any one of these great treasures outside would already be more difficult than reaching the heavens, but from where Lan Yunju was standing, immortal grasses and sacred trees could be seen as far as her eyes could see. This shocking matter definitely couldn't occur in the outside world. Li Qiye smiled and replied, "It is anyone's guess as to where this place really is, but you can call it the Lost Alchemy Garden of the Immortals." "The Lost Alchemy Garden of the Immortals," Lan Yunju repeated. This was the only appropriate name for it. How could any other place have so many rare and precious herbs located in one place? This could only happen in the lands of the legendary immortals. This garden before her was probably the alchemy garden of the immortals that fell to the mortal world. Lan Yunju calmed down, then looked at Li Qiye to say, the king medicines growing outside were not the most precious things in the wood realm. Correct. Li Qiye cheerfully smiled, there is no better place in the wood realm than the lost alchemy garden of the immortals. Lan Yunju suddenly recalled something, then she looked at Li Qiye and asked, there are 5 great realms in the prime ominous grave. The wood realm is not the only one with a secret grave. This lost alchemy garden is equivalent to the heavenly cemetery of the earth realm. They are both secret graves, right? Li Qiye smiled and said, you are not stupid. To be more precise, all 5 realms have their own secret grave. Lan Yunju then murmured in response, legends state that immortal Emperor Du once entered the heavenly cemetery and obtained the method for eternal life. This was how future generations got to know about the heavenly cemetery. Li Qiye shook his head and said, the truth is not like that. The key point is that the future generations didn't know about the cemetery because of immortal Emperor Du. You will understand later. Lan Yunju then asked, the heavenly cemetery is at the earth realm, then we have the alchemy garden at the wood realm. What about the metal realm and the water realm? If all 5 realms have them, then so should these too. Li Qiye gestured with his hand and said, this I do not know. It is not like I know everything. If you keep asking me, then who do I have to ask for an answer? Is that so? Lan Yunju skeptically looked at Li Qiye because she was sure that it was not so simple. In her opinion, Li Qiye definitely knew a thing or two. She then had to say, I got it now. Each secret grave of these realms has to be opened with the prime ominous key. The world does not know that the key doesn't just simply open the grave. Li Qiye flicked her forehead and said, smart. You are right, only with the prime ominous key would one be able to enter these secret graves. If you have the key, then how come you didn't go to the other ones? Like the ones back in the water and metal realms? Lan Yunju inquired. People would go absolutely crazy if they knew this secret. These secret graves were unbelievable. This lost alchemy garden was a prime example. Anyone who entered would surely come out as a rich man. Li Qiye shook his head with a smile and replied, I don't know where the other secret graves are located. Lan Yunju fiercely glared at him and retorted, do you think I'm stupid? You even know about the secret realm, so how do you not know about the secret graves? These secret graves are surely easier to find than the secret realm. Okay. Little girl, you really are not stupid at all. Li Qiye smiled, then continued, there are a lot of rules for these secret graves, and it is not as simple as just going and taking the treasures. The secret graves in the metal and water realms do not necessarily have the things I need. My first rule for this trip is to find the things that I need, the other stuff will be for when I have enough time. Of course, unless a secret among secrets of the graves appears, I wouldn't be able to go to all the secret graves. What is a secret among secrets of the graves? Lan Yunju curiously asked. She had never heard of this before, but since it came out from Li Qiye's mouth, it would surely not be simple. Lost Alchemy Garden of the Gods. Chapter 525, Ultimate Alchemy Location. Li Qiye nonchalantly responded, you don't need to know this. However, if the secret among secrets appears, then I'll take you to experience it. Having heard that, Lan Yunju didn't ask anything more. She only knew that this secret must be really amazing. Let us go. Li Qiye brought her into the garden. They didn't get too far before a soulgrass jumped out. This soulgrass was like a little coiling dragon. If it wasn't for the dragon's tail being linked to the mud, making it seem like a type of grass, then people would actually think that it was a dragon. Lan Yunju knew her stuff, so she exclaimed, a silkworm dragon soulgrass. This is already an 8 transformation soulgrass, it's only one step away from becoming a dragon grass. Soulgrass was the essential primary leading ingredient for refining fate pills. Without soul grass, one wouldn't be able to refine fate pills at all. There were many types of soul grass, but the silkworm dragon soul grass was one of the best. It had a very potent medicinal effect, so it was sought after far more than the others. Soul grass could have 9 transformations, and the 9th transformation would be the limit. It was the same for the silkworm dragon soul grass that had 9 different stages. In the 3 initial stages, it would take on the form of an insect flower. The middle 3 stages were ones where it would be in the form of a soul grass. The last 3 stages was when it would take on the shape of a dragon grass. Legend states that after reaching the 9th transformation, it would completely metamorphose into a real little dragon. Li Qiye reached down and plucked the soul grass. It was unwilling, but Li Qiye's hand covered everything so it had no chance to escape. Outside of the grave, this soul grass was considered priceless as it only grew in the most dangerous of locations and was protected by poisonous creatures. However, in this lost garden, this type of soul grass was only a common spirit medicine. Li Qiye put it away and told Lan Yunzhu, "Remember, there are 3 rules in this lost garden. First, one can only pick ordinary spirit medicines." "What does ordinary spirit medicines entail?" Lan Yunzhu asked. Li Qiye replied with a smile, "Ordinary means little king medicines, basically ones that are 3 million years old or younger, or ones that have 9 or fewer transformations." Could there be a soul grass with 10 transformations? Lan Yunzhu found the answer puzzling. This was impossible since the world knew that 9 transformations was the limit for soul grass. To this, Li Qiye only smiled and continued on. Second, emperor medicines, immortal medicines, and true immortal medicines as well as divine trees that are at least 5 million years old can only be plucked if they are willing. If they agree to go with you, then you can take them. However, if you forcefully do so, then prepare to face the punishment. How are the emperor medicines, immortal medicines, and true immortal medicines classified? Lan Yunzhu asked in confusion. Li Qiye shook his head and grinned. The truth is that there is no real standard. Some people consider king medicines with 3 million years of age as emperor medicines, but this is the classification used by the weaker alchemists. Once an alchemist reaches a certain level, they will be able to interact with king medicines that belong in the legends, so the majority of these alchemists consider the ones that are at least 5 million years old as emperor medicine. As for rarer spirit medicines, such as the immortal phoenix grass, they call them immortal medicines. What about true immortal medicines then? Lan Yunzhu asked, how could medicine be fake and real? Li Qiye responded, true immortal medicines are divided into several levels. A spirit medicine like the immortal phoenix grass is indeed very rare, but it is not a real immortal grass. Real immortal grasses come from a very ancient era and were cultivated by immortals. Some people even say that true immortal medicines hide the true secret to immortality. Do they really exist in this world? Lan Yunzhu asked, a true immortal medicine capable of granting eternal life. Li Qiye didn't answer her question since he was digging up a 2-million-year-old silver maple grass. It was a type of supporting ingredient for longevity medicines. A 2-million-year-old spirit medicine like this was very rare and absolutely priceless. The third rule is that one cannot be too greedy. At this place, you can pick any ordinary spirit medicines without any danger. However, if you are too greedy and pluck too many, then the alchemy garden will sanction you. If there are 3, then take 2 and leave 1 behind. You should consider this as the maximum. This is already pushing it to the limit. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but smile at this point. In this place, little king medicines and king medicines were only called ordinary spirit medicines. These were priceless items that could start countless conflicts. However, she then remembered that Li Qiye was cautious about this threat from the garden, so she curiously asked, what will happen if you are sanctioned by the garden? Very simple. Li Qiye answered with a grin, if you are not an immortal emperor, then don't even think about leaving alive. Lan Yunzhu immediately lost her colors. Immortal grasses were already so heaven-defying that even heavenly kings wouldn't mess with them. And yet, being sanctioned by the alchemy garden was even worse, according to Wuxia. One that wasn't at the emperor level wouldn't be able to dream about these immortal grasses unless they were willing to go with you. Don't stand there in a daze. First come first serve, I'm not going to give you any. Wuxia casually dug up another 9 transformations jade blood bamboo. Lan Yunju regained her wits and yelled, "Uncle, you are bullying this girl. You already started digging before me without saying anything." She let go of all her feminine manners and screamed while rushing to dig out medicines with Wuxia. Wuxia only smiled and let her have a king medicine root. She had quite a great harvest while digging with Wuxia. The more she dug, the more speechless she became. Here, king medicines were not any different from radishes, one could easily pluck them since they were everywhere. She was not an alchemist, so her digging skills were much worse than Wuxia's. If it wasn't for him taking it easy on purpose, she wouldn't be able to win anything in front of him. Although the amount she gathered was far less than that of Wuxia, she was already very satisfied. Think about it, a heavenly king from the Zhan clan chased with an emperor's weapon while panting and sweating for 10,000 miles just for one king medicine. In the end, no one even knew if he caught it or not. However, Wuxia and Lan Yunju were digging up king medicines as if they were radishes in such a simple manner. This was such a joyous occasion. After digging and moving for a long time, Wuxia finally looked ahead and said with a smile, "We are finally here." Lan Yunju was taken aback. She now understood that digging up king medicines wasn't Wuxia's goal, it was just a convenient venture. If this wasn't his goal, then what was attracting his attention? She stood up after digging out another king medicine, but she was startled after she saw the scene before her. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Before them was a medicine field with a blue radiance like a jade with blue smoke. However, a more careful look would show that it was not smoke and instead was an extremely refined and precious worldly energy. Immortal medicines and divine trees were growing in this medicine field. Each of them spewed out mists while absorbing worldly energy just like a real living being. The two of them were about to step inside, but they had to stop due to a dragon's roar as a dragon landed in front of them. It was not huge, but it emitted a draconic aura and roared before Wuxia as if it was warning them not to step into this place. Hold on, hold on. Despite being roared at by the dragon, Wuxia leisurely smiled and said, "This is not how you treat a guest. This is not a place for you to visit. It's not a place meant for little existences like you." A voice appeared from an old tree. This tree had the face of an old man. Any coward would have a heart attack after seeing this existence. "Of course I have my reasons for coming here," Wuxia replied in a laid-back manner. "What are these things?" Lan Yunju whispered and asked Wuxia after seeing how this dragon seemed as if it was about to attack them. Wuxia smiled and gently touched the dragon flying before him and replied, "This is a 10 transformation silkworm dragon soulgrass. That tree over there is an 8 million-year-old soldier tree. That over there is a reincarnation heavenly soul vine." Wuxia continued to call out the names of these immortal vegetation that sucked in the mists with a leisurely expression. A few needed no introduction from Wuxia since Lan Yunju could tell what they were with a more careful glance. "Is that a 7 million-year-old violet blood king ginseng?" "No, my name is Ginseng Ancestor." The ginseng that was emitting a violet light faintly spoke. A ginseng that knew how to talk was quite scary. Lan Yunju couldn't help but take a calming breath. An ancestor ginseng such as this was the finest ingredient to prolong one's lifespan. Even an immortal emperor would need this. If an immortal emperor came here, he would forcefully take it away even if he had to suffer the sanctioning of the garden. "This is our territory." The soldier tree warned Wuxia and Lan Yunju, "Leave now. We don't care what you do in the other parts of the garden, but you can't enter here. Whether I can come or not, you guys do not have the final say." Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said, the truth is that you guys are not the real masters of this place, correct? I am a peace-loving person and I don't want to fight. I do have this thing, so maybe I can borrow a medicine field. Chapter 526, Cultivating in the Alchemy Garden. After saying this, Li Qie took out the prime ominous key and slowly unfurled it. At this time, the key was just like the royal decree of an emperor. Both the soldier tree and the silkworm dragon soulgrass and even the ginseng ancestor became silent. They all looked at the key in Li Qie's hand. Eventually, the soldier tree scowled and didn't give his opinion. Without a doubt, these trees allowed for Li Qie to use the medicine field in front of them. Li Qie then smiled and said, "My thanks. I will only cultivate here, so you guys don't need to worry about me. Do as you please." With that, he sat down in a meditative pose and took out his myriad heavenly cauldron. Buzz! After it was taken out, the cauldron turned into a giant frog and spewed out powerful flames like a wolf staring at lambs. It looked at the ginseng ancestor, then at the dragon soulgrass, and it didn't leave out the reincarnation vine. It looked as if it wanted to eat all of these immortal vegetations. The myriad heavenly cauldron. These grasses and trees all exuded sky-pillaring auras. They were ready for battle. They had no love for the myriad heavenly cauldron. The reason was very simple: the cauldron had eaten many immortal grasses and spirit medicines. There was even a time when it devoured king medicines like veggies. Of course, an existence who had eaten so many spirit medicines like the cauldron would be hated by the group. Li Qie stopped the cauldron from provoking the immortal vegetations and said, "Hey now, stop, we all need to live together peacefully." He added with a smile, "We are only here for cultivation, not to eat immortal medicines." He stroked the cauldron and persuaded, "You have eaten too many spirit medicines, so there is no need for more. The thing you need to do now is to refine all the essence in your body so that they can harmonize to turn your medicinal trove into the best trove possible. Otherwise, it would only be a waste if you eat even more." Since an archaic age, the myriad heavenly cauldron had devoured countless mixes of herbs. Although it had an amazing medicinal trove, the essence of these different herbs couldn't completely fuse together, and its power did not reach the level of an immortal medicine or true immortal medicine. Li Qie continued to stroke and speak to the cauldron. "This medicinal field has been blessed by the heavens, so this is a very rare opportunity. Cultivate here to refine and melt all of the different kinds of essence within you." Eventually, the myriad heavenly cauldron obediently turned into a regular cauldron next to Li Qie and obeyed his command. The group of immortal vegetations angrily scowled, then left the field. To them, the cauldron was an unforgivable enemy. Because of its presence, they didn't want to linger around any longer, so they temporarily gave way for Li Qie. Li Qie then sat down and told Lan Yunju, "You should also sit down and cultivate. This field is unique in this world and it is hard to see it again. Use this chance to strengthen your true fate and Tao foundation, it will definitely be beneficial for you. However, if you don't want to, you can go take a look around." With that, Li Qie closed his eyes and opened his fate palaces. With a deafening blast, all of his palaces opened with his true fate along with a Tao foundation that looked like a galaxy. After a long roar, the foundation then turned into a primordial Kuanpeng that shrouded the sky. Boom! His palaces then turned into a kingdom as the Terra's root instantly dug into the medicinal field. It quickly sucked up the extremely refined worldly essence from the field, so the kingdom inside the Fate Palaces was quickly filled with this new source of energy. Boom! Another explosion occurred. The Kuanping turned back into a galaxy and surrounded the true fate that went on top of the Tao Foundation. At this time, the 10-Palace Kingdom gave all of its energy to the true fate and Tao Foundation. More rumbling blasts resounded. His life will took action, its rolling blood energy flowed into the Tao Foundation like a long river flowing into the sea. The revolving crescent sun law crazily sucked in worldly energy. Like a devil, it crushed Li Qia's blood energy, then the worldly energy, and fused the two of them together before sending the newly formed energy back into his foundation and true fate. In just a minute, Li Qia's true fate emitted a blinding brilliance. Li Qia had been refined by the worldly prime liquid, so his body, Tao foundation, and true fate could be said to be perfect. This time, Li Qia wanted to use this medicinal field to temper them once more. Because he had opened 10 palaces, he needed an even better condition to refine his Tao foundation and true fate. Only this type of training would allow his potential to become limitless and gain the opportunity to open the 11th, 12th, and even the 13th palace from the legends. Rumble. Meanwhile, the cauldron sucked in an endless amount of refined essence while its treasure trove appeared. It was as vast as a sea with dense medicinal essences. Lan Yunzhu was shocked to see such a scene and wondered just how many immortal herbs this cauldron had devoured to have such a treasure medicinal trove. Li Qiya then roared again as his foundation turned into the primordial Kuanping. The creature flew into the sea of medicinal essence and immediately turned into a gigantic incubator, allowing Li Qiya's Tao foundation to wildly refine the myriad heavenly cauldron's medicinal trove. The true fate channeled the worldly energy and blood energy to harmonize the essences. In just a second, newly refined sources of energy filled the cauldron and strengthened it repeatedly. Universal laws smoothly poured down onto Li Qiya's body like a waterfall, tempering both his body and the myriad heavenly cauldron. At this point, the cauldron and himself reached a new level of synchronization as Li Qiya borrowed the cauldron's medicinal trove to strengthen both of them in a complementary manner. Lan Yunzhu also followed suit after seeing Li Qiya meditate. She opened her fate palaces and borrowed the worldly essence in this medicine field to refine her true fate and Tao foundation. A green smoke filled the garden as pure energy drifted everywhere. This place was not a simple medicine field, it was also a supreme land. This was why amazing existences like the silkworm dragon soulgrass and the ginseng ancestor were absorbing energy at this place. The worldly energy continuously moved as Lan Yunzhu's Tao foundation turned into an eternal river with non-stop changes. She had dual saint talents with her saint fate and saint wheel. It could be said that her talents were excellent, so her worldly energy absorption speed was very fast. Her true fate became blindingly radiant with universal chains hovering around it. At this minute it was as if the heavenly Tao had become closer to her. A long time later, she withdrew her law and slowly opened her eyes. She felt her true fate had reached a new level after being refined by the worldly energy. Due to her saint talents, both her true fate and Tao foundation were already extremely perfect, but now, they had reached a new sublime level. As she looked around, she felt an endless power as if this was the right path of the Tao. As this force pervaded the area, it was as if all of the energy in all the 9 worlds was being gathered at this place. She turned around and noticed that this endless power was coming from Li Qiya's body. He was no longer using the pure worldly energy to refine his Tao foundation since the process had already been completed. The tempering of the cauldron was also finished, so he had put it away as well. He then sat in the medicine field with a solemn expression. The palaces floated above his head and turned into both the Tao and a kingdom. 11 Fate Palaces. Lan Yunzhu exclaimed in shock after seeing the palaces above his head. Before this, Li Qiya had 9 stars and 10 palaces, this was already shocking enough. 9 deserves utmost veneration, 10 embodies extreme perfection. A person with 10 palaces was already considered a heaven-defying genius with the fate of becoming a supreme existence. However, Li Qiya had 11 palaces at this moment. During the refinement of his Tao foundation and true fate, he had opened a new palace. 11 palaces. A miracle across the eons. Although 11 was only one more than 10, this was not an insignificant number. Even the most brilliant genius that was meant for greatness would find it nearly impossible to open another after having 10 palaces. This was why 11 palaces was also called a miracle across the eons. Those who had opened 11 palaces could be counted on one's fingers, and some speculated that there were no more than 3 in total. Crack. However, while Lan Yunju was astonished at the sight of 11 palaces, the meridian in Li Qia's forehead suddenly made a sound. It was as if something else was digging inside and was about to burst out. Lan Yunju immediately knew what was going on and uttered in horror, "The opening of the 12th palace." She lost herself in fear. 12 palaces. How terrifying was this? There existed a phrase in the cultivation world: 11 is a miracle across the eons, 12 decides the position of the immortal emperor. In other words, one with 11 palaces would be a timeless miracle, but one with 12 meant that, who could be the immortal emperor during that generation if not they? Since time immemorial, no one had heard of someone successfully opening 12 palaces. Chapter 527, Cultivation. The formation of 12 palaces meant that the person would arrogantly sweep over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Dizhua, who was this? Tian Luanhui, so what? Even if Tian Luanhui was actually a reincarnation of an immortal emperor, he still wouldn't be able to stop Li Qia's ascension to the imperial throne. The absent-minded Lan Yunju could only force a wry laugh. A genius like her was nothing compared to someone like Li Qia. In someone else's eyes, having dual saint talents was an unreachable apex, a reason for pride, but she had no choice but to be convinced before Li Qia's aptitude. It was no exaggeration that even someone with tri-saint talents would not be comparable to Li Qia. Once Li Qia has 12 palaces, his talents, body, and bones would just be fleeting clouds in the sky, no longer relevant. There was no need to mention other prodigies. The 12 palaces alone would render anyone breathless. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 palaces to form a kingdom, and 12 palaces to form the heavens. Once he has 12 palaces, he will be the heavens itself, which existence was greater than the heavens. Perhaps only the high heavens beyond the 9 firmaments. The Thousand-Carp River had managed to chase the diamond carp all the way to its nest. Its elders were the first to seize the nest, and they obtained many divine items and immortal treasures, including numerous amazing metals and aquas. Such a great harvest further reinforced the sect's strength. By the time many other great powers ran to the water realm after hearing this news, the digging operation at the diamond carp's nest had already come to an end. The river sect obtained the majority of the treasures there. Such a rich harvest left many reddened with greed. A few great powers and experts wanted to sneak an attack for the treasures, but an emperor's lineage could not so easily be provoked. The high elders of the river sect killed 3 heavenly kings and beat all the robbers into submission. Afterward, no one else dared to try again. The Thousand-Carp River's power was not just in name. Many great powers realized that, in order to fight the river sect, at least 2 emperors' lineages must cooperate or else there would be no chance. Multiple great powers working together would still be slaughtered. The luck of the river sect caused many people to drool in both greed and envy. A bunch of cultivators in the water realm were full of regrets, and one of them said, "A's, should have just followed the river sect to the end. I gave up halfway, so I lost this great opportunity." In the beginning, many cultivators chased the diamond carp for a very long time just like the river sect. However, after a while, group after group began to give up because they felt that wasting time chasing the diamond carp was not worth it. Who would expect that the river sect actually reached its nest and obtained such an envious fortune? However, fortunately for the ghost race, the river sect was not the only group with good fortune. Otherwise, they would have been beating their chests in anger. Another piece of news of someone having great luck began to spread. Tian Luanhui, the descendant of the Alira's ancient kingdom, had entered the fire god's palace. The ghost race was the most excited after hearing this. They quickly went around asking for more information. What is the fire god's palace? This was a reason for celebration since Tian Luanhui, one of the 3 heroes, had obtained a great fortune. Before this, the river sect's great harvest had left the ghost race dejected and envious, but now, someone in the ghost race had also obtained a great fortune and gained the ghost race some pride. The fire god's palace. After hearing this, an undying from an emperor's lineage emotionally exclaimed, "Legend states that this is the biggest and most desired fortune in the fire realm." Some say that a grand completion immortal physique from the myriad bones throne wanted to enter this palace when he was here at the fire realm at a young age, but alas, he was unsuccessful. Who would have thought that Tian Luanhui would get such a great opportunity like this? Chapter 528, 12 Fate Palaces. Amazing. Entering the fire god's palace will surely grant him a great fortune. After hearing this, many people became very envious. Although the Alira's ancient kingdom did not necessarily require a heaven-defying treasure, obtaining a great fortune inside the prime ominous grave was a matter of pride. Since the start of time, anyone who obtained great fortunes in this grave would eventually become an invincible existence capable of threatening the 9 worlds. Even if they couldn't become an immortal emperor, they would still become a paragon of a world. While everyone was still extremely jealous of Tian Luanhui's luck, a shocking piece of news also came out from the Earth realm. Dizhua is mounting an offensive on the heavenly cemetery. After hearing this, great characters from all the tribes greatly changed their expressions as they exclaimed, "Attacking the heavenly cemetery. How bold!" Another whispered, "Legend states that the heavenly cemetery is the end point of the prime ominous grave, and very few have been able to enter since time immemorial. Dizhua indeed has the style of a young immortal emperor, now that he wants to attack the cemetery." Even an ancestor from a great power emotionally added, "The myriad bones throne trained such an amazing descendant. This courage and decisiveness when deciding to attack the heavenly cemetery. It wouldn't be strange if he becomes the immortal emperor in the future." Many were saddened after hearing this, especially the younger generation. Dizhua was already famous enough, but today, many became shocked when he chose to attack the heavenly cemetery. Geniuses didn't dare to attack the cemetery, not even imperial descendants like the Titanic Crescent Saint Child or the Ghost Insect Evil Child who had Emperor's weapons. But now, Dizhua was intending to do so, highlighting his domineering temperament. Sir Dizhua will surely become the immortal emperor of this generation. A ghost excitedly uttered. This battle that Dizhua started caused the ghosts to become very lively. Recently, they had been oppressed, especially when Xian Fan fought evenly against Dizhua. Many of them couldn't accept this result. But now, Dizhua's actions meant that he was confident in himself, further rejuvenating the ghosts' hope that the future emperor would come from their race. Outside of the actions taken by the heaven's proud sons like Tian Luanhui and Dizhua, powerful lineages like the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom attracted attention very easily even with the slightest movement. Recently, news about the Immortal Kingdom began to spread. A cultivator in the Wood Realm sent out this message: "The simple precious tree of the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom is going to the deepest parts of the Wood Realm." Many great powers became receptive to this news and, overnight, countless people paid attention to every action of the Immortal Kingdom. An ancestor from a great power tried to analyze the kingdom's goal. What are they trying to find? It seems that they don't care for treasures or divine stones or immortal medicines. However, this doesn't make sense. They even brought along their precious tree, so they had to come to the grave for something. Another sect master who had always paid attention to the Immortal Kingdom murmured, "It seems like they are trying to find a certain something, and now they are off to the Wood Realm. Maybe they are trying to search every corner of the prime ominous grave." In fact, as a lineage with 2 emperors, it would make more sense if they kept to themselves in order to not attract attention. However, the Immortal Kingdom was different, they even brought their simple precious tree. Because of its fanfare, the other emperors' lineages secretly tailed the Immortal Kingdom. All of this could be traced back to Immortal Emperor Du. In a very ancient era, there was a rumor where the grave had the method for everlasting life, but no one had ever seen it before. It was not until Immortal Emperor Du's generation that there was a hint of such a thing. At a young age, he went into the grave, but no one at that time knew if he had obtained the method or not. However, many tales explained that his talents were quite terrible, but he still managed to survive through 5 generations and 5 immortal emperors. Even invincible emperors disappeared, but immortal Emperor Du lived on just fine. What was even more suspicious was that immortal Emperor Du didn't seal himself inside a blood-era stone like the other Undyings. He had always lived normally throughout the generations. After many years and witnessing the change of 5 emperors, he finally embarked on the imperial journey to become an invincible emperor. Because of this, no matter the method, future generations suspected that he had gotten the method for everlasting life during his youth inside the prime ominous grave. Nevertheless, the immortal kingdom had always denied this claim, but they couldn't dispel all suspicions. This time, the immortal kingdom even brought along their precious tree and didn't care for all the treasures inside the 5 grand realms. Things that others lusted for were ignored by the immortal kingdom, making people think that they were searching for something. Their strange behavior resulted in many great powers spying on them. During the spying process, a person had a bold thought: maybe immortal Emperor Du only got half of the method in the past. Maybe the other half is still inside the prime ominous grave. This is why the immortal kingdom carried along the precious tree this time, to find the other half. This speculation was quite outrageous, but many great powers couldn't stop themselves from thinking about this possibility. This was why even more eyes became fixated on the immortal kingdom. If there really was another half of the everlasting life method, then a terrifying war would erupt. Even monstrous existences like the Throne of Bones and the Allira's ancient kingdom would join in. Not to mention weaker cultivators, even immortal emperors would be tempted by true immortality. Li Qie sat for a very long time in the medicine field before slowly opening his eyes and issuing a roar. After this cry, the 11 fate palaces withdrew. At this time, Lan Yunju was next to him. She cheerfully said, "Congratulations, you have finally opened 11 palaces." Li Qie smiled and responded, "It is a thing of the past now. The 12th palace will be the next challenge." This sentence sounded very arrogant. Everyone assumed that having 12 palaces was an impossibility. Anyone who heard of someone talking about opening the 12th palace would laugh their teeth off and think that that person was either insane or incurably full of themselves. However, Lan Yunju knew that this would not be an issue for Li Qie. She trusted that he would be able to open the 12th. Lan Yunju emotionally spoke. Legend states that no more than 3 people had 11 palaces, this miracle across the eons. 11 opened palaces. Any type of genius would be trivial before this. Li Qie shook his head and smiled, "Here is where you are incorrect. The truth is that, since the start of time, there were at least 5 people who had 11 palaces. The most famous are Immortal Emperor Gu Chun and Immortal Emperor Fei." Lan Yunju was not surprised at all to hear these names, the first Immortal Emperor and the legendary Immortal Emperor Fei. Immortal Emperor Gu Chun came from the charming spirit race and was the first existence to be called Immortal Emperor in the 9 worlds. It could be said that Immortal Emperor Gu Chun created a new age during the Desolate Era and was considered the most powerful existence. Meanwhile, Immortal Emperor Fei created a legend, the Soaring Immortal Sect. Since time immemorial, this sect continued to shine its radiance over the 9 worlds. "Okay, uncle, your arrogance can reach even the sky. 11 palaces may be nothing new to you, but wait until you open the 12th. Then, you can enjoy being called number 1 across the ages." Lan Yunju continued with a smile, "If you open the 12th palace, then you will be the first since time immemorial to achieve 12 palaces." She was happy for him and his achievements. "You are mistaken again. The title of being the first across all ages has already been taken by someone." Li Qie shook his head and continued, "Even if I successfully accomplish this, I wouldn't be the first to have 12. Lan Yunju replied in disbelief, "Who was it?" "Impossible. Someone opening the 12th palace in this world is but a legend that had never been proven before. This is because everyone knows that whoever opens the 12th would become an immortal emperor. However, no one has heard of an immortal emperor with 12 fate palaces." Li Qiye slowly uttered a name, Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. Lan Yunzhu had nothing to say after hearing this name. If there was someone in this world to be the first to obtain 12 palaces, then Lan Yunzhu wouldn't be able to think of a second person outside of Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, the first emperor of the human race. This name was like a spell that echoed across eternity, illuminating the 9 worlds. Since time immemorial, only Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng was fitting of the 2 words, Jiao Heng. He was undefeated his whole life and swept through all of his enemies in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was the only emperor who remained unbeaten even till now. Although, after a cultivator becomes an immortal emperor, it would be very difficult for them to lose. Claiming that immortal emperors were invincible was not just mere words, but many immortal emperors did not have smooth sailings at a young age, and there were no emperors who were always victorious during their years of growth. However, throughout the eons, Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng alone remained unbeaten throughout his life. When he was young, the emperor powerfully pushed through all of his foes no matter how powerful they were. No one had ever managed to stop his steps. I've decided to have a little fun with this teaser. There will be mid-chapter text in this teaser, so be aware. There will be a fun guessing game too, but please don't spoil if you have already read the raw. Lan Yunzhu spoke with emotion. Legend states that no more than 3 people had 11 palaces, this miracle across the eons. 11 open palaces. Any type of genius would be trivial before this. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled. This is where you are incorrect. The truth is that there were at least 5 people who had 11 palaces since the start of time. The most famous are Immortal Emperor XX and Immortal Emperor XX. Lan Yunzhu said with a smile, if you open the 12th palace, then you will be the first since time immemorial to achieve 12 palaces. She was happy for him with this achievement. You are mistaken again. The title of being the first across all ages has already been taken by someone. Li Qiye shook his head and continued, even if I successfully do accomplish this, I wouldn't be the first to have 12. Lan Yunzhu replied in disbelief, who is it? Impossible. Someone opening the 12th palace in this world is but a legend that had never been proven before. This is because everyone knows that whoever opens the 12th would become an immortal emperor. However, no one had heard of an immortal emperor with 12 fate palaces. Li Qiye slowly uttered a name, Immortal Emperor Bao. Chapter 529, Secret among grave secrets. For as long as one could remember, no matter who the speakers were, they would immediately control their temperament when the name of Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng came up. There was no other option since Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng was the most dominant and arrogant person from the ancient era till now. Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, Lan Yunzhu could only sigh after hearing this name. She was not surprised at all. To any cultivator, having 12 palaces was a heaven-defying achievement beyond comparison, but it became a matter of course for Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. Having 12 palaces wasn't Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng's most glorious achievement in life, so very few people later on knew that he had 12 palaces. Li Qiye explained with a smile. Lan Yunzhu didn't know what else to say since the words Jiao Heng alone represented all there was to say. She calmed down and suddenly remembered something, then she spoke, while you were cultivating, I took a stroll through the garden. Do you know what I saw? I actually saw a phoenix. A phoenix? What kind of phoenix? Li Qiye's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly answered, at first, I thought I met an immortal phoenix, one of the mythical beasts, but after chasing for a while, I found out that even though this phoenix was about the size of a fist, it was still extremely powerful. I noticed that it entered a location with a violet energy that could make others easily lose their way, so I didn't dare to chase any further and had to come back. That phoenix had 5 divine lights that turned into very long tail feathers, right? Li Qiye inquired further. Yes. The bird's cry could tear apart the 9 heavens. If it wasn't a young phoenix, then it was definitely a very amazing immortal medicine that was turning into one. At this time, Li Qiye's eyes became brighter than even starlight. It was as if his eyes could see through myriad Tao of the heaven and earth. He then asked, "Where did it go? Quick, take me there." From seeing his expression, Lan Yunju understood that this matter was not so trivial, so she quickly led him to the place she stumbled upon before. The two of them ran there and saw many king medicines and 9 transformation soul grasses, but Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye to any of them. He was anxious to go to the place that Lan Yunju discovered. "What is it, really?" Lan Yunju asked while leading the way after seeing his serious demeanor. "I can't say for sure right now, I would have to see it with my own eyes to be certain," Li Qiye replied as he shook his head. In a short period of time, Lan Yunju took Li Qiye to the place where the phoenix disappeared. It was a small valley with broken brick walls, making it seem as if someone had lived here before. Logically speaking, no one should have lived here, but considering how the name of this place was the Lost Alchemy Garden of the Immortals, maybe the person who lived here was an immortal. The little valley was covered by a dense violet energy as if a treasure was about to come out. Despite its humble size, one would be easily lost once entrapped by this violet treasure, they would lose all sense of direction. This place, Li Qiye stood in the same spot and looked around before murmuring while becoming lost in thought. After looking for a bit, he aimed for a direction and ran with Lan Yunju there. Not too long after, they reached a precipice with no other path to go. Next to the precipice was a little hole around the size of a fist. It was pitch black and seemingly bottomless. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes, then shot out 2 rays of light as if he wanted to pierce through it. "How about we use our divine intent to check out this hole first?" Lan Yunju suggested after seeing Li Qiye looking at the small hole. "It is no use, your divine intent won't be able to sweep it completely." Li Qiye shook his head and said. He then pondered for a bit while looking at the small hole. Boom! He opened his palace and a withered trunk that resembled a hand came out. With a whoosh, the dried trunk then took root inside the small hole. Whoosh! A black light suddenly flashed. The dried trunk was taken by Li Qiye from the 1,000 Islands. It was dead before he poured in a liquid, and a seed began to bud shortly after. The trunk looked like a spread palm with the middle hollowed like a tree. A black portal then appeared on the tree as universal laws weaved together to form it. This black portal was shiver-inducing since it looked as if it was connected to hell. Is this what you call the secret among secrets of the graves? Lan Yunju looked at this scene and suddenly remembered something, prompting her inquiry. Lan Yunju was also present when Li Qiye got this tree trunk from the 1,000 Islands. At that time, she felt that he was being quite wasteful for cooking a young leaf of the world tree into a liquid to pour on the tree. However, after entering the prime ominous grave and seeing Li Qiye using this tree trunk to obtain the defining treasure in the secret realm, Lan Yunju realized that he had been planning for a very long time before he entered the prime ominous grave. He was now using it again. She then remembered that Li Qiye said that each grave realm had a secret among secrets. She then speculated that this little hole could be the secret among secrets that Li Qiye was talking about. You are right about that. Li Qiye nodded and revealed, this is indeed a grave secret among secrets. You are very lucky to meet such a big fortune. It is a shame that you couldn't stop the phoenix before it went back, but it is really not your fault. This thing is extremely powerful and stopping it is exceedingly difficult, unless it agrees to give you something or you are powerful enough. That phoenix is the big fortune? Lan Yunju emotionally asked. She didn't think that she would meet one. Yes, for you or any other person. If you could have that phoenix, then it would be quite incredible. Li Qiye nodded and said, but I am not satisfied with this phoenix since I want to enter the secret grave. This is a rare chance, I didn't expect for the entrance to actually appear. Lan Yunju seemed to have guessed a thing or two from Li Qiye's words, so she looked at him and asked, has no one entered the secret grave before? Do only these fortunes come out from inside? Perhaps. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and said, but if there were to be someone who had entered, then it could only be one person. She then curiously asked, who? Where was this grave secret among secrets? Who had been to one before? She also added, was it a mortal emperor Du? She mentioned this emperor for a reason. He was the only person since the start of time to be rumored to have obtained the method for everlasting life. No. Li Qiye denied that claim, a person who had never existed or been heard of before. At least, this is what the future generations believe. Lan Yunju couldn't help but ponder this answer. A person who had never existed or had been heard of before. Then who was it? Lan Yunju looked at the dry trunk taking root in the hole and asked, is this trunk another key? Just like the prime ominous key, is it a key to open the top secret locations of the grave? No. Li Qiye answered, it is not a key, but it is 10,000 times more precious than one. It contains an immemorial secret that no one knows about. Lan Yunju looked at it and, at this time, no longer underestimated it. Perhaps it was not only the key to the secret graves, maybe it also had some other usages. Li Qiye hugged her waist and said in a serious tone, ready? We are about to go in and it might get rocky, be careful. Lan Yunju took a deep breath and nodded her head before speaking, I am ready. She then grabbed his waist as well as Li Qiye shouted, open. The place that the dried trunk connected to suddenly created a vortex, and the black portal's black universal laws were all sucked up. Whoosh! In just a moment, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The black portal then sucked in Li Qiye along with Lan Yunju, who was hugging him tightly. Once sucked in by the black portal, Lan Yunju felt her entire body being torn apart. This portal was different from an ordinary one. Another rumble appeared and she felt as if she was being pushed out. Fortunately, Li Qiye was tightly grabbing her so she didn't fall and roll on the ground. Once she opened her eyes, she noticed that they were standing on a high peak that arched through the high sky with circulating primordial energy. A spectator would have the sensation that this mountain was from a scene at the beginning of the world, that this mountain was there at the world's inception. Looking upward, one would find that there was nothing except another high cliff in the sky. There was a giant wooden nest on top of the peak and primordial energy poured down from it like a sea of clouds. Chapter 530, 5 Immortal Phoenix Ginseng. After looking at the nest, Lan Yunju suddenly realized that the primordial energy that surrounded the mountain did not originate from the peak itself, but rather the wooden nest. We are finally inside. Li Qiye looked at the gigantic nest and slowly spoke, allow me to uncover this mysterious veil. He took a deep breath as the two of them climbed the mountain. It took a while before the two finally made it up to the top. At this second, the two stood by a cliff with primordial air surrounding them. They looked up to see the nest still exuding this energy as dense as a sea of clouds. They found that this wooden nest was gigantic. When standing at the very top and looking down, one would feel that this nest was endless, as if it was its own world and all the mountains and rivers in existence could fit inside. It was built by many extremely tough, blackened, and dried tree branches. Lan Yunju felt as if she had seen this type of wood before. After searching her memories, she realized that she really had seen it before, back at the Thousand Islands. Back then, Li Qiye had taken out this type of wood. Of course, it was the ghost's origin ancestral key that Lan Yunju was thinking about. Lan Yunju struggled to get through the mass of primordial chaos. There, she saw something. Look, what is that over there? In the middle of the nest was a wooden pavilion. Because of the primordial energy, even Lan Yunju with her heavenly gaze couldn't see the pavilion in its entirety. It was huge and held a touch of majesty. Her gaze could faintly see that there was something inside the pavilion. The primordial chaos around the wooden nest was like powerful waves. If one considered the nest as a primal sea, then below it should be the vortex where this energy was pouring out of. One couldn't tell whether this energy was coming from the bottom of the nest or the wooden pavilion, but one thing was certain, the bottom of the nest must have something amazing or a heaven-shocking secret. See that? The phoenix you met earlier is over there. Li Qiye had his eyes fixated on the wooden nest. He then pointed at the outermost corner. Lan Yunzhu quickly turned around and saw a little phoenix right outside of the pavilion. It emitted 5 different divine colors that turned into its long tail feathers. It was picking up and dropping branches to fix what seemed to be its nest. That's the one. Lan Yunzhu exclaimed after seeing the phoenix. She had the luck to meet such a great fortune, but she had given it up so she didn't expect to see it again right now. Lan Yunzhu asked after seeing the phoenix fixing the wooden nest, "Is this its nest?" "No, this isn't, it is only settling in this place right now." However, it was able to become something this amazing because of it being able to stay at this place. Li Qiye looked at the phoenix and added, "Moreover, it isn't a phoenix." "It's not a phoenix?" Lan Yunzhu asked with surprise, "Then is it the transformation of an immortal medicine?" Li Qiye was still gazing at the phoenix as he said, "No, it isn't an immortal medicine either." He shook his head then continued, "It is a true immortal medicine, a real one. Even an immortal emperor might not have the fortune to see one, of course, they crave for it as well." "What? A true immortal medicine?" Lan Yunzhu exclaimed in shock. This name was so awe-inducing even an alchemy emperor would be dumbfounded. Any cultivator or alchemist in this world coveted immortal medicines. To them, they were priceless and unique treasures in this world. Immortal emperors needed immortal medicines as well. However, the immortal medicines referred to by these cultivators and alchemists were not real immortal medicines. To them, rare or 5 million-year-old king medicines would be called immortal medicines. Knowledgeable alchemists knew that these things were real immortal medicines, so they called real ones true immortal medicines to distinguish them from the ones more commonly talked about by the rest of the world. There are actually true immortal medicines in this world? Lan Yunzhu thought to herself. Was the phoenix before her actually one of them? Although ancient sages and remarkable alchemists believed in the existence of true immortal medicines, no one had seen them before. Later on, even alchemists with great achievements began to doubt this notion. They felt like true immortal medicines were only the fantasies of those who walked before them. If they were real, then even immortal emperors would crave for them. They were wonderful panaceas capable of prolonging the life of existences like immortal emperors. Many of the available medicines were useless for emperors, so they needed immortal medicines if they wanted to prolong their lifespan, and true immortal medicines were the best items to do so. Li Qiye nodded while staring at the phoenix ahead, saying, "Yes, one of them is before you. Its name is the 5 Immortal Phoenix Ginseng, a very rare true immortal medicine." 5 Immortal Phoenix Ginseng. Lan Yunzhu looked at it and couldn't see how it resembled a ginseng at all. Li Qiye understood what she was thinking and shook his head to say, "Your current cultivation cannot see its true form. Unless you are able to suppress it, it won't take on its true appearance. Is it possible for me to obtain this fortune? Can we catch it?" Lan Yunzhu asked while looking at the phoenix. She was quite tempted, and this was understandable. A true immortal medicine would cause even an immortal emperor to palpitate, let alone her. "No." Li Qiye said with a smile, "Unless you were fated for it, it won't follow you. If you have a heaven-defying method, then maybe you would be able to take 1 or 2 ginseng roots from its body, but even this is very difficult. I'll give it a shot." As a heaven's proud daughter, Lan Yunzhu, of course, had some arrogance in her. She took a deep breath and channeled her blood energy while stepping closer towards the wooden nest. Bang! She only took 1 step inside, but she was suddenly bounced back. The rolling primordial chaos protected the nest. "So strong!" Lan Yunzhu exclaimed. However, as the descendant of an emperor's lineage, her gaze became serious as she declared, "I don't believe that I can't get past this." She wanted to take out a heaven-defying treasure but was stopped by Li Qie. He shook his head and said, "Don't mess around, this place is not as simple as you think." Li Qie looked at the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng in the shape of a phoenix and shouted, "How about we make a deal?" The ginseng coldly glanced at him before ignoring him. It went on with its business of gathering wooden branches while carrying an extremely arrogant posture. It really is arrogant. Lan Yunju wanted to laugh after seeing the phoenix's attitude. The phoenix had looked at Li Qie as if it was a high above existence looking down at an ant. A true immortal medicine is indeed powerful. Li Qie smiled and said, "However, it shouldn't have provoked me." With that, he took out a treasure. Boom! The Tetrawar bronze chariot appeared before Li Qie, then he told Lan Yunju, "Get on. We will enter from the edge of the nest. If it doesn't agree to the transaction, then I will teach it a lesson so that it will know who it is dealing with." Lan Yunju sympathized with the phoenix, it had provoked someone it shouldn't have. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 divine beasts on the chariot activated. The true dragon, divine phoenix, Qilin, and white tiger stood by Li Qie's side as the chariot powerfully pushed away the primordial chaos. Li Qie quickly rode on this chaotic energy towards the edge of the nest and, in just a second, the chariot had reached the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng's place. At this point, the phoenix unleashed a roar capable of tearing apart the 9 heavens. This loud thunder-like roar was accompanied by an alarming force. However, Li Qie sat on the chariot with the 4 divine beasts accompanying him, so he was unperturbed. He looked at the phoenix and slowly uttered, "I will use 1 drop of myriad star water to trade for 5 of your old ginseng roots." He then carefully took out a drop of star water. At this moment, he had a very little amount remaining, so he greatly treasured them and wouldn't use this water unless he had no other choice. However, trading 1 drop of star water for 5 old ginseng roots from this phoenix was a great deal. The eyes of the ginseng in the form of a phoenix lit up after seeing the star water drop. It sent out its divine intent to speak, 1 bottle of myriad star water to trade for 5 old roots. Li Qie shook his head in response, "You know that is impossible. If I had a bottle of star water, then I could trade for a complete true immortal medicine. This encounter was guided by fate and is a big opportunity. 1 drop of star water is enough." However, the phoenix sat there without moving and didn't bother to look at Li Qie. This was also understandable since 1 drop of star water was not worth 5 of its old roots. In fact, 1 drop of star water for 1 old ginseng root was already a terrible deal. If Li Qie used 1 drop to trade for a young root, then the phoenix would definitely agree. 1 for 5 old roots? Forget it. The phoenix would not take part in such a horrible transaction. Chapter 531, Threat. Li Qie still didn't lose his temper even after seeing the phoenix's arrogant stance. He calmly smiled and said, "I already showed my goodwill by offering to exchange 1 star water drop with you. At the very least, I'm being a nice and peaceful person. I didn't wish to force this transaction, so refusing to trade with me is making it very difficult." The moment Li Qie finished his words, a deafening explosion resounded. Boom! The 5 immortal phoenix ginseng immediately got up and exuded its blinding 5 divine lights. At this time, it was no longer in the form of a phoenix, it revealed its true form, an extremely gigantic king ginseng. The giant leaves on its body took the form of a phoenix and its roots were big with little thin and long branches. The moment it revealed its true body, it no longer hid its amazing power. With its 5 divine lights, it was like a god standing before Li Qie. Thump thump. Lan Yunju, who was standing by the edge, took in a cold breath and was forced back by the invincible and divine aura of the ginseng. The ginseng stood there like a true god, instilling fear and awe into all spectators. Its strength could cause even ordinary virtuous paragons to be frightened. Meanwhile, the dragon roared and a phoenix cried out as they began to dance in the air. The four divine beasts with an incomparable posture began to circle around Wuxia. The four bronze stallions also neighed, then leaped up high, creating beams of lights like a rainbow. These unparalleled stallions had awakened at last. With its invincible momentum, the chariot blocked the invincible aura coming from the ginseng, so Wuxia was unaffected by this presence. Wuxia simply smiled at the ginseng that revealed its true form. Despite its formidable might, Wuxia was still standing leisurely on his chariot as if nothing was happening. "What a pity, you have taken the wrong move and won't even get the drop of star water," Wuxia nonchalantly declared. "Are you aware of this? In an ancient era, a person once captured a true immortal medicine root and made tea out of it. You are very strong, but not strong to the point of being invincible. I'm standing here right now with at least 5 different methods to kill you in a single breath. However, I love peace and do not want to waste a heaven's creation." Snap! Wuxia suddenly had a small coffin in his hand. With a cracking sound, the coffin that was initially the size of a palm suddenly became a regular-sized coffin. Wuxia then held the coffin and slowly said, "Killing a true immortal medicine is indeed wasteful and an abhorrent act, right? Then we'll play a different type of game. Do you believe that I will open this coffin or not? I trust that you know a thing or two about its origin." The ginseng retreated after seeing Wuxia holding the coffin. It seemed that it was very wary of the coffin in Wuxia's hand. Lan Yunju was startled and didn't expect that this coffin would cause the ginseng to be afraid like this. This coffin was the little coffin Wuxia traded with Qin Guangwang, and now it had taken on a bigger form. "Are you threatening me?" The ginseng didn't open its mouth. Instead, it sent its divine intent forward. Wuxia smiled and said while carrying the coffin, "You are right, I am threatening you. Do you want to try me? I trust that I can open a little gap without any difficulty. Although once this coffin is opened, it might be a bit troublesome for me, you will become very pitiful. What do you think is your chance of escaping? I do think that if you can't get away, then your fate shall be quite miserable. Believe me, this won't be a pretty ending." The ginseng stared intensely at Wuxia. If it had a face, its expression would definitely be one of ugly anger. "I have 5 different ways to kill you, but they are quite complicated and I also don't want to do so, so let us be straight with each other. I am threatening you with 2 choices, you can refuse my request or agree with my demand," Wuxia cheerfully declared. Lan Yunju didn't know what to say while standing at the edge. Now she understood that Wuxia was a hoodlum with the blood of a robber. It was a tragedy for anyone who messed with him. "What do you want?" the ginseng asked with its divine intent. A true immortal medicine was a very powerful existence, but today, it was being blackmailed by an insignificant human cultivator. The worst part was that it had no choice but to acquiesce. Lan Yunju was astonished. She didn't think that the ginseng would actually accept Wuxia's demand. She was quite curious about just what was inside the coffin that could cause the ginseng to feel so apprehensive. Wuxia was not surprised with this result at all. He smirked and replied, "If I tell you to follow me, then you surely won't agree. I am not such an unreasonable person, I am quite humane. If you happily cooperate with me, then I won't make such an outrageous demand. The same as before, I want 5 old ginseng roots, but 5 from the main branch." Wuxia then pointed at the 5 thickest roots on the ginseng. These huge roots were not like ginseng at all, they were more like lone divine branches. They emitted a dazzling divine light where one sniff of their fragrance would be enough to cause people to flutter. "You!" The 5 immortal phoenix ginseng was furious. Surely it would have a reddened countenance from being crazily angered right now if it had a face. It felt that Wuxia's demand was too much. These were the 5 best and oldest ginseng roots it had. The ginseng wouldn't even accept a drop of myriad star water for just one. Think it over. Do you want me to open the coffin? Or do you want to trade the 5 old ginseng roots for safety? Li Qiye deliberately added, of course, there is another option, and that is to try and attack me. However, I wonder if you have the confidence in breaking my defense in just one move or not. It is not that I'm looking down on you, but you alone will absolutely not break my defense. At this moment, the ginseng was gazing at the chariot. Just like Li Qiye had said, it had intended to attack Li Qiye. However, it wouldn't be able to break through the chariot in just one move, and if it failed to do so, then the result wouldn't be pretty. Li Qiye slowly continued, I'm sorry to say that if you can't do it with one move, then I will open the coffin. Even a small gap wouldn't be a good thing for you, as you would then understand what a nightmare truly is. The ginseng was silent while full of regret. If it knew that it was going to be like this, then it should have just made the deal with Li Qiye in the beginning. At the very least, it would have gotten a drop of star water. Take it. The ginseng plucked the 5 oldest ginseng roots and threw it over at Li Qiye while expressing its endless rage with the tone of its divine intent. The 5 ginseng roots fell into Li Qiye's hands like 5 divine branches. King ginsengs of 3 million years of age or even an ancestor ginseng couldn't compare to a single root of these 5. I very much enjoyed our transaction. Li Qiye happily smiled and put away the 5 old ginseng roots. Although they were only little roots, they were the oldest from the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng. Their medicinal potency was even more frightening than an entire ancestor ginseng. As an item coveted by even immortal emperors, it was too heaven-defying. The other ginsengs were nothing compared to it. The 5 immortal phoenix ginseng ignored Li Qiye. It was quite furious after being blackmailed out of its 5 oldest roots by Li Qiye. It then turned back into a phoenix and sat in its nest. Li Qiye then rode the chariot back to the edge and handed one root to Lan Yunzhu before speaking, for you. For me. Lan Yunzhu was taken by surprise and stood there dumbfounded. This was not an ordinary item, it was the oldest root of a true immortal medicine and an amazing fortune. Even undyings or legendary existences would go crazy for such an item. This one root alone would cause a war outside in the 9 worlds, since its worth was no less than an emperor's weapon. For those on the verge of death, it was even more valuable than an immortal emperor true treasure. Take it. Perhaps once you reach the top, you will have a use for it. Maybe it will even save your life one day. Li Qiye smiled and said, remember, do not tell anyone about it, not even your closest friends and family. She took a deep breath and couldn't contain her excited emotions even after having seen countless treasures. After a long time, she solemnly put away the old ginseng root and said, don't worry, only you, me, and the heaven and earth will know about this. She understood the gravity of this matter. A true immortal medicine could cause all existences in the world to become crazy. For this thing, even parents and children would turn against each other, and masters and disciples would massacre their own. Li Qiye then shouted at the ginseng in the form of phoenix and said, okay, because I am kind, I will remind you to leave this place for now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. What are you trying to do? The ginseng asked with its divine intent. I'm about to open the coffin. Li Qiye smiled and pointed at the wooden pavilion hiding in the primordial chaos at the middle of the nest. I want to suppress the pavilion since I want the thing inside. Chapter 532, Opening the Coffin. You are insane. After hearing this, the ginseng was scared out of its mind as it jumped and exclaimed, do you even know what it is? It is not important what it is. What matters is that I want it right now. Li Qiye cheerfully said, which is why I want to suppress the source of the primordial chaos. You won't be able to. The ginseng coldly uttered. What if I open half of the wooden coffin? I don't need to suppress it for too long, just 1 second is enough. Half of the coffin? Are you crazy? Do you think you can survive after that? The ginseng quickly replied. You are wrong. If I really wanted to risk it all, then I would still have a chance of living after opening the entire coffin, let alone half of it. Li Qiye said with a smile. The ginseng noticed that Li Qiye was not joking around, so it flew far away from the wooden nest and watched from the distance. Li Qiye told Lan Yunzhu in a serious tone, leave this place and go down the mountain. Don't come close or else nothing will be able to protect you. Be careful. Lan Yunzhu quietly said after seeing Li Qiye's solemn expression. Then, she left without saying anything else. After watching her get to a safe distance, Li Qiye took a deep breath. Boom! 11 fate palaces appeared. At this moment, they turned into a heavenly radiant kingdom full of spirit energy as if it was about to give birth to a deity. The kingdom of these 11 palaces was extremely powerful, just like an ancient country with an accumulated power great enough to suppress everything. He then opened the palace to take out the yin-yang refining immortal mirror. Li Qiye very rarely used this defining treasure of the Middle Continent ancient kingdom. The mirror poured down a yin-yang universal law and turned into 2 yin and yang fish. The 2 immortal fish swam by Li Qiye and used the grand Tao of yin and yang to protect him. This was far from enough. He also held the elusive heavenly vase. This was the treasure that immortal Emperor Qianli left behind for him, something he had been searching for a very long time. Thump, thump, thunk, thunk, thunk. At this point, the clanking sounds of bronze resounded. 5 bronze doors were taken out by Li Qiye. They surrounded him like 5 bronze walls. Heaven Sealing Pentagate, another treasure Li Qiye obtained from Qin Guanwang. It is a shame that I am not strong enough, or else the pentagate alone would have sufficed. He said with regret. At this time, he had no choice but to use all of his hidden treasures. After preparing everything, Li Qiye also kept a drop of myriad star water in his mouth without swallowing it. Boom! In just a second, Li Qiye's state reached its extreme. It was as if both of his immortal physiques had reached grand completion. 2 physiques seemed like 2 true gods had attached themselves to Li Qiye's body. He took a deep breath with one hand holding the wooden coffin and the other preparing to open it at any time. Crack! After everything was ready, the middle of Li Qiye's forehead suddenly split apart. At this time, his sea of memories appeared. This was a gigantic galaxy without an end. Gigantic immortal emperors' universal laws began to lock the stars in the sky as if immortal emperors were on the defensive. This was Li Qiye's ultimate defense. After countless blessings from ancient existences and immortal emperors, this was his most fundamental possession. This was his first time using it since it could be said that he was about to risk it all in this venture. This is too unreal. The ginseng flying far away gasped at this scene. Li Qiye had many treasures, and they were all heaven-defying to the point where it completely exceeded the ginseng's imagination. The moment Li Qiye opened his sea of memories, the true immortal medicine in the form of a phoenix lost its mind since it suddenly understood something. At the same time, Lan Yunzhu walked down the mountain and went very far away to look at the giant wooden nest. She wasn't hovering in the sky to watch like the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng. She didn't want to see nor did she dare to watch. She didn't hope that something unfavorable would happen to Li Qiye. She had known him for a while, and this was the first time he had such a solemn expression. It must be a heaven-piercing event for Li Qiye to show such a stoic demeanor. Rumble. At this moment, the heaven and earth was eclipsed and the entire world trembled. It was as if, at this time, immortal emperors were visiting the wooden nest, and it wasn't just 1 or 2. Invincible imperial auras endlessly erupted as if all the emperors came back to life and had descended to this world. The invincible presence suppressed all existences in the world and forced them to prostrate before its might. At this moment, even the most powerful existence would feel the limit of their being, a realization of their own insignificance. This is insane. The phoenix ginseng's heart jumped as it quickly landed on the ground and turned back into its true form, rooting itself in place. Rumble. At this moment it was as if the earth was shattering into pieces. The primordial energy inside the nest shot up for countless miles like a billowing tidal wave ripping apart the firmament in the sky. It was as if this wave wanted to take down the stars. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions continuously rang out. The myriad worlds were in fear under this invincible divine aura. It was as if a battle between gods was taking place inside the wooden nest. True gods had come down to participate, and the immortal emperors had finally arrived. Boom! Finally, with a deafening blast, the endless primordial chaos was split apart like an ocean being torn asunder. This energy then drowned the celestials in the sky while even true gods appeared to be insignificant. Lan Yunju could only quiver under the imperial and immortal breath. She also felt that nothing else mattered in this world at this very moment. The phoenix ginseng's expression also greatly changed, if it had one of course. This guy is crazy. He actually dared to open the coffin. The phoenix was horrified. Luckily, it didn't risk it before. If Li Qie actually opened the coffin back then the consequences would have been disastrous. It knew that the guy opening the coffin could suppress the center of the wooden nest for a short moment, but he himself would be wounded. Opening even half of the wooden coffin would be extremely terrifying, even true gods would retreat before this display. Despite using countless protective treasures and even his most fundamental backup, Li Qie was not so sure of his success. If his defensive methods were even a bit lacking, then he would absolutely die without a grave and turn into smithereens. Some time later, the tranquility returned. Lan Yunju stood up as her heart was about to leap about its cage. She shouted, "Uncle!" Then, she immediately rushed to the top of the mountain. She ran as fast as she could. She immediately rushed to Li Qie once she saw him lying next to the edge of the abyss. She was in dismay the moment she clearly saw his situation. He was like a broken vase on the ground as his body was cracked into numerous pieces, creating a miserable scene. He was not only cracked but was also roasted by a fire. His whole body was scorched and completely unrecognizable. It was already a miracle that he was still alive in this state. You. How are you? Lan Yunju didn't know where to start. She didn't dare to touch Li Qie lest he shattered into pieces. Her voice was trembling and on the verge of tears. "Don't touch me, I already swallowed some myriad star water." Li Qie weakly uttered with a tone as fragile as gossamer. She calmed down after hearing him speak. At the very least, he was still alive. She didn't dare to touch him so she quietly stood there, waiting. After a long period of time, Li Qie's body lit up. The wounds fell down like scales just like a snake shedding its skin. An unknown amount of time passed, and the cracks on his body slowly fused together until there were no more wounds. He eventually stood up but stumbled due to his current feeble state. "How are you now?" Lan Yunju quickly helped him up. She was both happy and scared since she had nearly been frightened to tears earlier. "Ha ha ha. I did it." Li Qie loudly laughed. Although he was weakened at this moment, it couldn't stop his excitement as he waved the thing in his hand. At this time, Lan Yunju saw the thing Li Qie was tightly gripping. It was a very ancient lamp full of rust, making it seem as if it had been thrown away a very long time ago. This lamp was not eye-catching at all. No one would bother picking it up if they saw it on the streets. However, Lan Yunju faintly recalled that when she opened her heavenly gaze to look inside the wooden pavilion, it seemed that there was something like a lamp. Li Qie coughed after his excited shout. Lan Yunju quickly rubbed his back and worriedly said, "Watch it, you have only just recovered." Chapter 533, Mysterious Lamp, I Can't Die Just Yet. Li Qie laughed and said, "Even the villainous old heavens wouldn't be able to kill me." Lan Yunju helped him sit down while saying, "You are too weak, so you need to rest. Otherwise, it will have a negative consequence." Li Qiye put away the lamp and assumed a meditative pose. He then swallowed another drop of star water to recover. The medicinal effect started to make Li Qiye's body emit a shining light. This light became brighter and brighter until it reached a blinding level as Li Qiye became one with it. Lan Yunju carefully watched over him without the slightest bit of inattention. Some time later, the light on his body dispersed. He opened a pair of eyes as bright as starlight. At this time, his usual spirit had returned. Seeing him standing up, Lan Yunju quickly came to help and asked with concern, "How are you feeling now?" Li Qiye took in a long breath and looked at Lan Yunju before he smilingly answered, "Very good, even the heavens couldn't take my life." Lan Yunju didn't know what to say. Just earlier, his entire body had countless cracks. It seemed as if the slightest touch could have shattered his entire being. But now, he was so high-spirited that it made him seem like an unkillable cockroach. Maniac. Even the phoenix ginseng was speechless after using its divine intent to see Li Qiye's spirited attitude. It also felt that Li Qiye's actions were too crazy and domineering. At this time, Li Qiye couldn't help but to take out the lamp from the wooden pavilion for a closer look. After rubbing it a bit, he then murmured, "What a big win this trip was. Even a grave secret among secrets couldn't compare to this thing." To outsiders, a secret among secrets was a true immortal medicine like the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng. This would be more than enough to drive them crazy. However, Li Qiye didn't think so. He understood and viewed the secrets of the prime ominous grave's 5 realms with a different perspective. He knew that there was something else inside these realms. They were not simply treasures, in his opinion. Lan Yunju couldn't see what was so amazing about this lamp, so she asked, "What is this thing? Was it worth risking your life for it?" This lamp looked so ordinary. Was it actually worth Li Qiye's risky venture and using everything that he had? "Yes, it's absolutely worth it." Li Qiye happily replied, "Ha, this thing is beyond your imagination." The phoenix ginseng came back to its nest and looked at the lamp in Li Qiye's hand with its divine intent. It sat up and exclaimed, "Good stuff, good stuff." If it could show expressions, then it would be drooling at this moment. Lan Yunju had to take another look at the ginseng. This thing was a true immortal medicine, yet it was praising and sighing at this lamp non-stop. One could even say that it was lusting after it, so this lamp had to be absolutely wonderful. Li Qiye glanced at the phoenix ginseng and lazily raised the lamp before asking with a smirk, "So, it looks like you have always wanted this lamp?" The ginseng looked at it once more. Of course it wanted this lamp, but unfortunately, no matter how powerful it was not able to enter the wooden pavilion. It was not Li Qiye. Li Qiye moved the lamp back and forth and smiled with squinted eyes, "If you come with me as my follower, then I'll let you bask in the glory of this lamp as well." The ginseng angrily scowled after hearing this. It went back to its wooden nest, lying down and pretending to sleep. Li Qiye only shrugged after being rejected, "What a shame." He then added with a smile, "May we meet again later." The phoenix ginseng replied with its cold divine intent, "May we never meet again." The phoenix was especially annoyed with Li Qiye. It was robbed of its 5 oldest ginseng roots. Although they were not its life roots, they were still important. This was a huge loss and the ginseng would have killed Li Qiye if it wasn't afraid of his treasures. It now felt that it was best to never see Li Qiye again since seeing him only reminded it of the 5 old ginseng roots, causing its heart to bleed. Li Qiye shrugged again before leaving the wooden nest with Lan Yunju. They exited the grave secret among secrets and went back to the lost garden of the immortals. At this time, the soldier tree, the 10 transformations silkworm dragon soulgrass, the reincarnation heavenly soul vine, and a bunch of other immortal level medicines had come back to retake the medicine field. "Why haven't you left yet?" the soldier tree asked after seeing Li Qiye again. They didn't welcome Li Qie. Until now, only a group of immortal medicines owned this medicine field, so it was understandable why they were all upset when Li Qie came for a share as well. Lan Yunzhu stared at all of these immortal medicines and wished that she could capture them all. They were real immortal medicines, any of them would be enough to drive the world crazy if they went outside. But of course, taking them out was impossible. Not to mention that they themselves were extremely powerful, there was also the sanction of the garden. The only way was for them to be willing to go with her. I came to say goodbye to you guys, and I hope that we may meet again in the future. Li Qie said with a smile. May that day never come. It is more likely that no one will ever be able to enter here for millions of years. Something is strange. The ancestor ginseng that was rooted in the medicine field spoke, this brat is strange, there is a ginseng smell on his body, a special one, a special ginseng smell. In what way? The reincarnation heavenly soul vine asked. Wait. The ancestor ginseng sniffed once more and startlingly exclaimed, this brat got a huge fortune. On his body, is the smell of a true immortal medicine, the smell of the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng in the grave secret. What? Are you serious? Is it really the smell of the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng? The silkworm dragon soulgrass uttered in shock. Even a grass nearing the form of a true dragon couldn't help but stare at Li Qie intensely. You really saw the 5 immortal phoenix ginseng? Did it give you something nice? The soldier tree looked at Li Qie and asked. It's nothing much. I only went in that place and conveniently plucked several old ginseng roots. It was just a little harvest. Li Qie replied with a smirk. He played it down with a nonchalant attitude as if it was no big deal. Brat. How could the phoenix ginseng give you its old roots? The ancestor ginseng was scared out of its mind. Brat, don't brag. Outside of the phoenix ginseng, no one else can enter that place. The soldier tree spoke with severity. Li Qie then took out the lamp and gently stroked it before speaking, what do you guys think about this thing? He put on an innocent and harmless appearance. Lan Yunzhu shivered while looking at Li Qie's expression. Her intuition told her that he was about to do something. All the immortal medicines lost their senses after seeing the lamp in Li Qie's hand. Even the soldier tree who was always the calmest became aghast. After a long time, the shocked soldier tree stuttered, How? How, is this possible? This can't be. How, can you have that thing? It is an item from the legends. Li Qie calmly responded, it's nothing, everything I desire is always within my grasp. The group of immortal medicines became dumbfounded. Others might not know, but they were very aware that the thing in Li Qie's possession was in existence from the legends. After a while, they regained their senses. The ancestor ginseng uprooted and jumped in front of Li Qie. It lifted its head to look at him and said, take me out of this place, okay? I'll go with you. Lan Yunzhu was astonished at the ancestor ginseng's sudden proposal. An immortal medicine wanted Li Qie to bring it with him, this was too unbelievable. She wanted to tell Li Qie to agree right away. This was an ancestor ginseng root, an immortal medicine in the eyes of alchemy emperors, something that would drive others crazy. Back at the Wood Realm, a heavenly sovereign from the Zhen clan used an emperor's weapon just to chase a 3-million-year-old king medicine root around. The ancestor ginseng before them was countless times more valuable than that other root. Li Qie leisurely responded, what do I get for taking you outside? Use you to make chicken soup. Using ginseng to make chicken soup is indeed a bit nutritious, hey. I am an ancestor ginseng. The ginseng jumped up and angrily shouted. Li Qie nodded seriously and said, I know you are an ancestor ginseng, but can you compare to this? Li Qie waved his 5 ginseng roots and said, if I can't cook you, then what is in it for me? Taking an ancestor ginseng around everywhere. If others find out, then I'll lose my life. The ancestor ginseng looked at the 5 old ginseng roots in Li Qiye's hand and became dejected like a deflated ball as it lost all of its confidence. Although it was also called an immortal medicine, that was only to other alchemists. These 5 old roots were from a real true immortal medicine. Thus, the ancestor ginseng quickly said, "All I need is to be near the lamp. If you take me along, every few days, I will give you a ginseng drop. This is my medicinal essence and its effect is no less than a drop of myriad star water." Its glistening eyes aimed to incite some pity from Li Qiye. "I can't die just yet." Li Qiye laughed and said, "Even the villainous old heavens wouldn't be able to." Lan Yunzhu helped him sit down while saying, "You are too weak, so you need to rest. Otherwise, it will have a negative consequence." Li Qiye put away the lamp and assumed a meditative pose. He then swallowed another drop of star water to recover. The medicinal effect started to make Li Qiye's body emit a shining light. This light became brighter and brighter until it reached a blinding level as Li Qiye became one with the light. Chapter 534, Immortal Medicines begging to be taken along. Lan Yunzhu couldn't believe her eyes. This was an ancestor ginseng, yet it was now begging for Li Qiye to take it along. Who would believe such a thing? Li Qiye laughed and said, "Look at your appearance." He then shook his head and continued on, "Although I haven't read that many books, I do know that your medicinal juice cannot compare to myriad star water. Also, I still have a bit of star water left." The ancestor ginseng became a little embarrassed and said, He, my ginseng juice is indeed a bit weaker than myriad star water. If you agree to take me along, then. When you need it, I'll give you a bit of my ginseng roots. My ginseng roots can definitely save your life. As long as you agree, we'll both take a vow. When you are on the verge of death, I will agree to use my own life essence to save your life, okay? At this point, the ancestor ginseng spoke with a solemn air. To an immortal medicine like itself, its life essence was extremely important. It could be said that it was putting everything on the table with this offer. Lan Yunzhu couldn't stop her astonishment from showing. An ancestor ginseng willingly giving its life essence was much better than capturing one alive than cooking it. Li Qiye looked at the ancestor ginseng and smiled to say, "Very well, then we have a deal. How about using a true fate oath?" The ancestor ginseng and Li Qiye then used their true fates to complete this deal. From now on, it would follow Li Qiye. The silkworm dragon soulgrass ran towards him as well and asked, "Can you bring me along too?" It was a 10 transformation soulgrass loved by even alchemy emperors, but now it was begging Li Qiye with a bashful appearance. Lan Yunzhu didn't know what else to say. The ancestor ginseng begging Li Qiye already left her dumbstruck, but now even the soulgrass wanted to come along. Li Qiye gestured with his hand and acted as if he didn't know what to do. "You should know that I don't want to bring along things without use. Surely you don't want me to use you in pill refinement. What is the point of bringing you everywhere? Because you would also take up a spot to benefit from the lamp." The soulgrass quickly replied, "Bringing me along will be very beneficial for you. My medicinal energy alone can help your cultivation speed since I am the best soulgrass in this world." Lan Yunzhu agreed with these words. The silkworm dragon soulgrass was the main ingredient for fate pills, and a 10 transformation soulgrass was already at the limit. Such an existence might have never been seen before by outsiders. It was definitely beneficial to bring one along since, with its help, one would be able to cultivate as if they had wings. Even a fool would have an immediate benefit. "You are mistaken." Li Qiye shook his head and said, "If I can't use you for pill refinement and can only rely on your energy to strengthen my cultivation, then it would bring me more negatives than benefits. I have the lamp and can turn you into an 11 transformations, or even 12 or 13 transformations soulgrass. More importantly, I personally focus on stability and improving step by step for cultivation. I don't need to soar with a single step. Not to mention, I have absolute confidence with my own cultivation. Even without your help, I can still reach the apex and become the immortal emperor without an issue, don't you think? Li Qiye cheerfully smiled at the soul grass and added, your condition is not enough to tempt me. Lan Yunzhu didn't know what to say. Any outsiders that knew of its existence would treat it like an ancestor. Even if they did not refine it, just worshipping it would provide lifelong benefits due to its energy. Li Qiye was reversing this situation. The soul grass wanted to follow him, but he was unwilling. Lan Yunzhu could only sigh. This was the frustrating difference between people. People prayed for a 9 transformation soul grass to no avail, but Li Qiye was being nonchalant to a 10 transformation soul grass. I have a dragon soul. The soul grass paused for a moment before speaking in a formal manner. Li Qiye looked at it and repeated, dragon soul. He then shook his head and said, don't fool me. Although I haven't read enough books, I still know that it is not time for you to have a dragon soul. You should know that I was born and grew up in this place. After a period of incubation for many long years, I have obtained a dragon soul and am only one step away from reaching 11 transformations. The soul grass seriously said, if you bring me along, then I will be willing to take on a true fate oath just like you and the ancestor Ginseng. When necessary, I will let you use the dragon soul. I will be of many uses in the future. For example, as a lackey, Li Qiye nodded his head and spoke with all seriousness, well, it is a bit luxurious to use an 11 transformation soul grass as a lackey. Lan Yunzhu could only wryly smile. Did Li Qiye even know what luxurious meant? Lan Yunzhu knew very little about the dragon soul, but seeing the soul grass' serious demeanor, it must be an extraordinary item. Very well, then we'll seal the pact with our true fates. Li Qiye then said with a smile. Lan Yunzhu couldn't help but chuckle after seeing Li Qiye's reluctant expression. If others knew that Li Qiye was being reluctant to sign a pact with a soul grass nearing 11 transformations, they would all want to commit suicide from sheer outrage. Seeing the ancestor Ginseng and the soul grass taking a true fate oath with Li Qiye, another immortal medicine crawled out of the medicine field and quickly rushed closer to say, can you take me too? The reincarnation heavenly soul vine was afraid of falling behind, so it let go of all reservation and quickly said, me too, I'm absolutely not useless. Me too. Another immortal root hurriedly rushed over as well. Lan Yunzhu became dumbstruck after seeing 3 different immortal medicines running next to Li Qiye and begging for him to take them away. These were immortal medicines and normally, even the greatest characters wouldn't be able to get a single one. Any of these medicines would be considered a defining treasure for ordinary great powers. It was completely unimaginable how all of these immortal medicines were begging for Li Qiye to take them away. Li Qiye smiled and said, slowly, slowly now. Tell me your good points and what I will get from bringing you with me. If you are beneficial, then I will happily sign a pact. Everyone agree? Completely speechless, Lan Yunzhu thought that Li Qiye was treating these immortal medicines like radishes. However, she silently lamented the fact that it was no longer strange for Li Qiye to create miracles. He had the ability and plenty of heaven-defying items. Eventually, these immortal medicines took true fate oaths to seal a deal with Li Qiye. Now, only the soldier tree remained in the medicine field since it was still hesitating. Are you coming? Li Qiye smiled at it and asked. I'll go, I'll go. However, before the soldier tree could respond, a voice came from below the medicine field. A piece of mud jumped up. Lan Yunzhu rolled her eyes at this piece of mud that knew how to speak. What kind of monster was this? Oh. Li Qiye looked at it and inquired, you want to make a deal with me? What kind of advantage and benefits can you bring me? I am a part of the medicine field that had been bathed in the worldly essence to eventually form my own conscience. The piece of mud spoke, since you are bringing along several immortal medicines, with me, they will have a place to stay. I will create an amazing medicinal field for you. Although it won't be as great as this one, it will be more than good enough for you to grow any medicine you want. Not bad, makes sense. Li Qiye nodded his head and agreed, really beneficial. I'll take you, then. The piece of mud joyfully signed a contract with Li Qiye. Now, only the soldier tree was left in the field. Are you coming? Li Qiye smiled and said, I'll think about taking you in. However, the soldier tree was still hesitating. The ancestor ginseng then tried to console it, come, everyone is leaving now. Old soldier, do you still want to stay here? The lamp has already been excavated, so this is the best time for us to leave. The silkworm dragon soulgrass also added, yeah, we'll all leave together. Since we have been living together for so long, it is only natural that we leave together. The soldier tree eventually sighed and said, fine, how bad could it be? What else can I do now? Finally, the soldier tree also signed a pact with Li Qiye. At this moment, the best and highest-ranked immortal medicines in the field had all been taken in by him. The soldier tree, silkworm dragon soulgrass, and ancestor ginseng were the best, but they had been lured by Li Qiye. Come, let us go. The piece of mud then turned into a medicinal field. Although it was a bit lacking compared to this field with its billowing smoke, it was definitely still a good medicinal field. The ancestor ginseng's group then took root in this new field, and Li Qiye opened his fate palace, then placed the field inside. Li Qiye patted his hands afterward while looking at the empty field ahead. Okay, we'll go now. Not a bad trip at all. Li Qiye smiled and told Lan Yunju. At this point, Lan Yunju couldn't help but smile while shaking her head. It was not just a bad trip, he had such a huge harvest. Even the greatest of fortunes would not be able to match Li Qiye's gains on this trip. All of the good things in this lost garden had been taken by him in one fell swoop. Chapter 535, Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom's Quest for Treasure. Li Qiye and Lan Yunju then left the lost garden of the immortals. They intended to leave the wood realm but only made it through several mountain ranges before a series of loud explosions shook the entire realm. What is that? Lan Yunju looked over at a certain direction. There was an unbelievable tree that seemed to be covering the entire wood realm. Li Qiye looked at the tree that was growing bigger and bigger to pierce the heavens and narrowed his eyes to say, the simple precious tree. It wants to risk it all. In the beginning, Lan Yunju didn't recognize the tree since, right now, it was even bigger than normal. It was as if this tree was unleashing all of its potential to become even stronger. What is it trying to do? Lan Yunju asked with surprise. Keep watching. Li Qiye responded with a smile. Lan Yunju and Li Qiye then rushed to the area of interest and found that more than thousands of experts were already there. All of them were the strongest masters of the great powers inside the wood realm, and there were even ancestors. All of them watched with a serious expression as the simple precious tree took root on top of a mountain range with its gigantic body as if it was a drill piercing the surface. It seemed to want to penetrate this mountain all the way down to the core. Bang, bang, bang. It attacked with one strike after another, causing the ground to shake and others to worry about whether it would collapse or not. Lan Yunju looked at the tree that was trying to reach down to the core and whispered, "What does the Immortal Kingdom wish to do?" Li Qiye replied, "They are trying to find a certain something, an item that the Immortal Kingdom had always desired." What is this item that they desire? She then remembered a certain legend had been spreading across the sacred netherworld for a very long time now. This prompted her startling exclamation, could it be the other half of the method for everlasting life? If there really was such a method in this world, then I would definitely be the first one to go and seize it. Li Qiye smiled and continued, it would still be worth it even if I had to kill gods and immortals in the process. Lan Yunju was taken aback for a moment before regaining her senses to ask, what is it then, if not a method for everlasting life? In the sacred netherworld, there had always been rumors of the Immortal Kingdom having one half of a method for eternal life. This is something that Immortal Emperor Du had wanted for a very long time now. Li Qie answered, I have to start from the beginning. In the past, the Emperor obtained something really incredible from the Prime Ominous Grave. Later on, he mulled over it and realized that this thing was not complete. Thus, he wanted to come back to the grave. However, as the Emperor, he had lost his chance for another grave opening, so he couldn't complete it. Later on, the Immortal Kingdom had always been searching for it. Alas, it was to no avail. He smiled at this point and continued, before, they were mistaken, but now they became smarter and realized a couple of things. Lan Yunzhu looked at the tree drilling into the mountain and asked, can the tree find it? Li Qie nodded and said, they had searched all 5 realms and now they have gotten to the right spot in this wood realm. He then gazed over at the gigantic tree and said, if the tree can break through the last fortified rock barrier of this vein, then it can take root in the deepest part of the earth. Without any unforeseeable circumstances, the Immortal Kingdom will be successful. The heavens did not let down those who tried after generations of searching, they will finally obtain it. Rumble. Explosions emerged one after another as the tree continued to attack the earth while the experts that were watching all held their breaths in anticipation. They understood that the Immortal Kingdom was looking for something incredible underground, so some of them had devious thoughts. Boom! After another deafening blast, the earth was penetrated with a trembling blow. Dense worldly energy rushed out from the ground like a waterfall. Did they do it? A group recognized something as they suggestively glanced at each other. Roar! At this time, while people were still lost in speculation, the roars of phoenixes and dragons appeared. The surging worldly energy from the ground had faint images of true dragons and immortal phoenixes. Although they were not the real deal, they did exude the divine aura of these mythical beasts. And at the same time, a golden light shot up as if countless specks of golden sand were spewing up high, painting the sky yellow. An immortal item is coming into being. Someone shouted after seeing this scene unravel. In this split second, several hundred shadowy figures rushed towards the penetrated earth with lightning speed. They were all great characters from sects and countries and took advantage of the tree breaking through the ground to steal this treasure then flee. Whoosh! However, before they could make it to the gigantic crater, the simple precious tree swung its branches that resembled divine rods at a swifter speed than them. Ah! Shrill screams emanated as blood spurted everywhere. The sudden onslaught from the tree took these experts by surprise as they couldn't evade the attack. Whoosh! Space suddenly fluctuated while these experts were being attacked. A shadow as fast as a flood dragon with incomparable speed rushed forward with an unstoppable momentum. The shadow's steps were impeccable as it evaded all the branches from the tree in order to rush underground for the treasure. Feeling this invincible aura, many people became discolored and some even uttered, "A great power's ancestor." The eruption of this invincible aura made people realize that even an old undying from a great power could no longer sit still and personally took action to seize the treasure. However, right when this person was near his goal, another blast resounded. A huge hand came down from the simple precious tree. This palm sealed the heaven and earth as a terrifying emperor's talisman came from it to stop everything within its grasp. Boom! The shadow that was rushing down the hole became aghast. It quickly raised its hands to block the gigantic palm. In just a flash, the world collapsed with ear-splitting blasts. The shadow was blown away as his blood spewed out like a rainbow. This shadow lost in just one move and slammed into a mountain, causing it to shatter. Because of the heavy injury, this person gave up on the treasure and quickly fled the scene. Meanwhile, the owner of the gigantic palm on top of the simple precious tree ignored the escapee and withdrew their hand as the tree infiltrated the earth. The Immortal Kingdom also has an ancestor with them. Although the crowd couldn't see the person on top of the tree, they quivered after feeling the presence of that hand. Earlier, a great power's ancestor couldn't even withstand one blow and had to escape in defeat, so everyone realized that an ancestor from the Immortal Kingdom had come into being and personally came. Thinking about a lineage at the level of the immortal kingdom left everyone shivering. Although no one knew why its ancestor personally came, it was a sect with 2 emperors, its ancestor must be a terrifying existence much greater than ordinary ancestors from the great powers. The kingdom's ancestor was surely a legendary master or an eternal existence. The golden light became brighter and brighter as everyone just stared at the tree proceeding downward. No one dared to try anything sneaky at this moment, no one even went closer to watch. With the immortal kingdom's ancestor present, everyone felt a chill. Even experts from the other emperors' lineages didn't dare to make a sound. They are all scared now. Li Qiye laughed at this spectacle. With an ancestor presiding over this excavation, it would be useless for anyone else to make a move unless a lineage like the Alira's ancient kingdom or Myriad Bones Throne shreds all pretense of cordiality to start a war with the immortal kingdom. Lan Yunzhu agreed as well. Any great power would have to think it over carefully when there was an ancestor from the immortal kingdom at this place. Even emperors' lineages would not carelessly start a conflict with the kingdom. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head to say, "Come, the show is over." Then, the 2 of them left the wood realm for the water realm. Lan Yunzhu wanted to meet up with the river sect's elders, but the moment they arrived at the water realm, a protector from the sect contacted the 2 of them then quickly ran over. Seeing Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu, the protector quickly reported, "Young noble, Yunzhu, the sect master and the elders are no longer in the water realm. They went to the fire realm." To the fire realm? Lan Yunzhu asked, "Sect master found the diamond carp's nest already?" "We didn't only find it," the protector was very excited when this matter was brought up, "we had a great harvest and obtained many treasures. This time, we obtained a great fortune for our river sect. Simple precious tree." Chapter 536, Jadewater Queen. Outside of the many treasures in the nest, did you guys find anything strange in there? Li Qiye quickly asked. There was, indeed, something strange. We found this particular place, but the masters and elders couldn't figure out its mysteries. There was surely something strange going on there. The protector answered, but our 1,000-carp river took pretty much all the treasures in the nest, causing many great powers to become riled up, so the higher-ups decided to temporarily avoid any trouble. They went to the fire realm to figure out the situation, but if there is nothing there, then we'll leave the prime ominous grave. The sect master was afraid that you 2 would come to the water realm to find us, so he ordered me to stay behind to inform you. This was a great harvest for the 1,000-carp river, but this also attracted the envy and jealousy of many other great powers, so the sect decided to go to the fire realm to have one last adventure. If they didn't find anything there, then they would just leave the grave since they already had spectacular gains this time. Li Qiye then asked the protector once more, what was this place like? The protector answered, it was a very big pond, and very strange looking at that. Walking into the pond would give birth to illusions as if the person had gone to a different location. The sect master said that it might not be an illusion. It was very hard to return after entering. The deeper one goes, the harder it is to come back. The sect master and elders couldn't see through it, so they decided to temporarily leave. Then I'll go take a look. Li Qiye stroked his chin while pondering for a bit before making up his mind. The protector quickly advised, I'm afraid that won't be a good idea. There are many people from the great powers there at that place. Even imperial lineages like the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground and the Insect King imperial lineage were present. They felt that we didn't take the most important treasure and that there were more to find in that place. That is the reason why we should go. Li Qiye responded with a grin. There was also another strange event. The protector added, we didn't find the diamond carp. We followed it and took the majority of the treasures, but we didn't see any traces of it at all. After entering the nest, it suddenly disappeared, which is another reason why the great powers thought that we left behind the best treasure. The sect master and the elders also felt this way, but they still decided to retreat. The diamond carp was gone. This took Lan Yunju by surprise since it was not a small fish, it was the size of a mountain. For such a fish to escape would not be very easy. The protector shook his head and answered, it was as if the carp disappeared into thin air. We searched the entire nest but we didn't see it. All the more reason for me to go. Li Qiye said as he narrowed his eyes while smiling. The protector was quite worried and tried to convince him, I'm afraid that once young noble goes there, the great powers who already hate us, such as the Titanic Crescent sacred ground, won't treat you too well. Many great powers were annoyed with the Thousand Carp River taking all the treasures in the diamond carp's nest. Some of them actually wanted to steal these treasures but were beaten down by the river sect. This deterred some of those with malicious intent from acting any further. So what? Li Qiye nonchalantly said, those who block my path, shall be killed without mercy. The protector could only smile wryly after hearing Li Qiye's domineering statement. But then, he remembered that back at the Snow Shadow tribe, Li Qiye killed tens of thousands of ghosts, so he believed that Li Qiye could actually do so. Protector, go to the fire realm and inform my master that we are going to that place. Lan Yunju said. The protector then looked at them once more and didn't try to stop them any longer. He bid farewell and went to meet up with the sect master. Li Qiye then told Lan Yunju, we'll go now. Maybe there will be something I need there. The diamond carp's nest could actually move. Now that one know about it, it was strange since the nest was sealed by the Thousand Carp River. After being cleaned of all its treasures, the nest still stayed there at sea in the same spot even after the river sect had left. The nest was a huge gulf in the shape of two hands hugging each other, causing the ocean water to form a small pond. Its outer layer was formed by mountains and in the middle was a cloud-piercing peak that faced the pond. Many caves were right under this peak. The river sect's treasures came from these series of caverns. When the river sect took all the treasures was when the other great powers finally arrived. At this moment, although the river sect had left, many great powers still remained, including emperors' lineages such as the Titanic Crescent sacred ground and the Insect King immortal lineage. Many sects camped on the highest peaks for several days, but they still failed to unravel the mysteries within. Today, a great character came to the highest peak, rejuvenating the initially dejected great powers. The Jade Water Queen is here. Someone uttered, maybe the Jade Water Queen will be able to see through the mysteries inside. Everyone gazed at a golden palanquin slowly ascending the mountain. On the palanquin was a woman wearing a phoenix dress, regal and full of eminence. This woman possessed a kingdom-toppling beauty that did not diminish her royal prestige. Her dignified gaze commanded respect from all spectators. Someone sighed and spoke when she appeared, the queen of the charming spirit race. The transcendent and wonderful Jade Water Queen came from the charming spirit race. Providence itself had determined for her to be extraordinary. She was the ruler of the Jade Water country, the purest charming spirit country in the entire sacred nether world. It could be said that the majority of charming spirits all gathered in this particular country. Charming spirits had two places to go in the sacred nether world, the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom in the southern distant cloud or the Jade Water country in the western Green River. Unlike the Immortal Kingdom, the Jade Water country consisted of purely charming spirits while the kingdom had both humans and charming spirits living together. Among the four great domains of the sacred nether world, outside of the southern distant cloud, the other three domains were all ruled by ghosts. The Jade Water country was in the Green River, a place still dominated by the ghost race. In this domain, not to mention the seclusive clans, there were monstrous existences like the Alira's ancient kingdom and the Insect King immortal lineage. As for the great powers, there was the kingdom of gods and the Zen ghost tribe among others, they were all part of the ghost race. How could one let a stranger sleep in their own bed? The entire Green River could be described as the ghost's world, but the Jade Water country was established there and stood strong for millions of years. Some said that this country was even older than the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom. Such a thing was difficult to imagine in this location, but after knowing that it was a country of charming spirits, people came to accept it easier. Although they might be few in number, the majority of these spirits were cultivating geniuses. They were the favored children of the heavens. In this world, when it came to talents, aptitude, and understanding of the grand Tao, no race was comparable to the charming spirits. There was a belief in the 9 worlds. The charming spirits are natural geniuses and could cultivate much easier than the other races. While others require 10 years to reach a particular realm, the charming spirits only needed 5 years or less. Keep in mind that back in the Desolate Era, the first immortal emperor was Gu Chun, who came from the charming spirit race. This was such an ancient era, yet the charming spirits were already able to have an immortal emperor. One could easily imagine how heaven-defying this race must be. The Jade Water Queen's arrival caused the great powers next to the pond to become quite spirited. A sect master spoke, "Perhaps the Queen's divine reflection will be able to explore this strange pool." Charming spirits were very similar to humans in appearance, but they had something that the human race was without, the divine reflection. The divine reflection was a natural gift of the charming spirit race. Some people said that this was bestowed to them by the heavens since they were the favored children. This saying made sense because, due to their divine reflections, they were more suitable for cultivation compared to other races. Although the divine reflection was inherent at birth, they needed to cultivate to a certain realm before it awakened. After the awakening, these spirits would become geniuses among geniuses in cultivation, similar to a tiger being given wings. The magical properties of these divine reflections contributed to their abilities to comprehend the Tao and understand the void. They were capable of examining the changes of nature and sensing the heaven and earth. Imagine that, when these spirits were cultivating, they didn't need to learn the profundities of the Tao since they had their divine reflection. With it, any complex and profound merit laws would suddenly become simple. This was the reason why it was so easy for charming spirits to cultivate any merit law. However, the benefit of divine reflections was more than just this. Due to the incredible nature of these divine reflections, the charming spirits were special. The crowd became excited, hoping that the Jade Water Queen's divine reflection could see through the void of this old pond. This old pond was very strange and no one could see through it. Several great characters had gone inside, but not a single one of them came out. I heard that the Jade Water Queen is unfathomable. When shined on by her divine reflection, even heaven's secret laws become very simple. Maybe her reflection will be able to see through this pond's mysteries. All the important people here began to focus after the Queen came down from her phoenix palanquin. Chapter 537, Mysterious Old Pond. The Jade Water Queen looked at the old pond before her and took a deep breath, then she finally stepped into it. After taking one step inside, she suddenly disappeared. I wonder how many steps the Queen will be able to take. A person saw this and murmured. A ghost cultivator responded, 2 days ago, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child took 8 steps and the Ghost Insect Evil Child took 9 steps. These were already the top young geniuses. An ancestor of a great power predicted that in order to reach the middle, one has to take at least 300 steps. At this time, all eyes were on the old pond. Even great characters from the emperor's lineages didn't blink once. They all had their heavenly gazes activated because without it, they wouldn't be able to see the Jade Water Queen. In the last several days, many powerful characters tried their best with their heavenly gazes, but they couldn't see through anything. An emperor's lineage even used a supreme treasure mirror to shine into this pond, but there was no result. At this time, geniuses like the Saint Child and Evil Child held their breaths as well. Unparalleled geniuses like them could only take 8 or 9 steps. A moment later, these two lost their colors because their heavenly gazes showed that the Queen easily crossed the 9th step and onto her 10th. Amazing! She's indeed worthy of being a charming spirit. Rumor has it that she has become quite unfathomable, so maybe 15 steps wouldn't be an issue. A royal lord from a country spoke. In a short amount of time, the queen already took 15 steps into the pond and, moments later, she made it to the 20th step. 20 steps. Even an ancestor of a great power was shaken as he murmured, 2 days ago, an ancestor of the Bronze Tree Ghost Tribe made it to the 20th step then disappeared without returning. Very few could see her trail after she made it to the 20th step. Even great characters who tried their best couldn't see her, only the hidden ancestors were able to. At this point, her expression showed that she was struggling. She finally stopped at the 30th step. Meanwhile, the hidden ancestors all stared at her intensely. She ultimately stopped at this point and came back. The crowd was very curious as they watched her safely leave the old pond. How many steps did the queen take? A person asked. An ancestor revealed that it was 30 steps, to the surprise of many. They shockingly exclaimed, "This is equal to an ancestor of a great power. 30 steps yet still managed to retreat safely. She's even better than an ancestor." Charming spirits. Their divine reflections are indeed capable of seeing through truths and mysteries. No matter how great her cultivation may be, it couldn't be at the virtuous paragon level. Her prestige was not as great as Dee's was or Tian Lunhui's, but being able to take 30 steps was already very amazing. Many became envious and admired the divine reflection of the charming spirits. They were indeed favored by the heavens. The great powers who were camping near the old pond were very curious. They wanted to know her understanding of the pond. A great power with good relations began to ask her for some information. She then talked to its royal lord and said, "This pond is a mystery. Each step is an entire world. Taking one step further is the same as crossing into another world. If you can reach the middle of the pond, then it should be equivalent to walking across 3,000 worlds." All were moved after hearing this. What a scary thing it was to cross over 3,000 worlds. Who could easily accomplish such a task besides immortal emperors? Another sect master inquired, "Are there any treasures in the pond?" This was the sect master's biggest concern and also the question many wanted to ask the most. The 1,000-carp river chased after the diamond carp and took nearly all the treasures, leaving only this pond untouched. The river sect couldn't see through the pond so it hastily withdrew. Everyone knew that the sect obtained many treasures, but they didn't obtain any unbelievable immortal treasures. They were also aware that there was a great fortune in each realm, but the issue was finding the right place. Many people searched the water realm without any results or meeting any great fortunes. Afterward, after the river sect chased the diamond carp to its nest, many people speculated that if there was indeed a great fortune at the water realm, then it should be at this place. This was why even emperors' lineages showed up and not only great powers. They hoped to obtain this supreme fortune. The Jade Water Queen answered with confidence, "Yes, there is surely a treasure." From 20 steps and beyond, there were treasures under the water. From 30 steps and up, there were incredible items as well. In order to find a supreme fortune, I think one has to go at least 100 steps. There must be an unparalleled item there, maybe even an earth-toppling immortal treasure, but I can't say for sure. An unparalleled item. The heart of this sect master trembled. For generations, those who obtained a great fortune in the prime ominous grave all became either immortal emperors or invincible existences. Her answer quickly spread to the outside. Many were here for this supreme fortune, but previously, it was only mere speculations. Now that it had been confirmed, how could a furor not break out among these cultivators and great powers? Previously, everyone couldn't enlighten themselves with the pond, so many were jolted into leaving. However, after hearing the first half of the Queen's findings, the group became excited and no one else wished to leave. However, this group also became dumbfounded after hearing the latter part. 100 steps. No matter how powerful their sects or tribes may be, these people all gasped as they became dejected. What kind of genius would be able to take 100 steps? This was a blow to many people. An ancestor of the Bronze Tree tribe disappeared after 20 steps, so what kind of existence would be able to take 100? A person calculated, perhaps a legendary master or an eternal existence would be able to take 100 steps. Maybe even an extremely ancient ancestor. Someone from the Myriad Bones throne might be able to do so. A great ghost also began to calculate and came up with this conclusion: only an eternal existence would be able to take 100 steps, not even a legendary master would be able to. The sudden burst of excitement was quickly deflated. 100 steps was an impossibility to the people present. In fact, many ancestors from the great powers all came to the prime ominous grave. These old undyings didn't mind paying a huge price to leave their blood-era stones for the great fortunes from the legends. They hoped to use these fortunes to prolong their lifespans as well as strengthen their own sections. However, after witnessing the failure of the Bronze Tree ancestor, many of these ancestors began to hesitate. They had lived for a very long time and paid the greatest price to seal themselves in these bloodstones. Now, they all became very cautious at such a dangerous venture. These undyings were afraid of death more than anyone else, they valued living above all else. They didn't want to die before obtaining a great fortune at this place. So after hearing the words of the queen, these ancestors who were hiding in the darkness remained still, waiting for their chance to see if there was any other method to enter the pond. During this moment of stillness, a person suddenly had an idea: maybe not just a powerful cultivation is required for entry. The ancestor of the Bronze Tree tribe only took 20 steps, but the Jade Water Queen made it to 30 and even left safely. Although this idea was out there, no one wanted to confirm it. Everyone carried the attitude of letting someone else go in first. In these last several days, some famous great characters had all failed, so it was understandable that these cultivators were hesitant. The fate of dying without a corpse remaining instilled shivers into these spectators. While the great powers adopted a wait-and-see attitude, Li Qiye and Lan Yunzhu finally arrived. Li Qiye came and looked at the pond before him with a serious gaze. Countless ghost powers were here, but Li Qiye didn't bother giving them a single glance. His arrival attracted the attention of many since they immediately recognized him and Lan Yunzhu. Fierce Li Qiye and Fairy Lan are here. A great character from the ghost race snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "The Thousand Carp River still hasn't given up." It was all ghosts around the pond since humans and other races couldn't mingle with them. It could be said that this entire area was under the jurisdiction of ghosts. Many ghosts were unhappy and scowled to see the two of them here. This was not strange at all since the Thousand Carp River took pretty much all the treasures, and those who came after them only found leftover soup and a belly full of jealousy. At that time, there were some great powers who tried to sneak attack the river sect for their treasures, but alas, they were too powerful and killed several great characters one after another, creating a huge deterrence. If it was any other sect, then it would have been slaughtered by the crowd on the spot. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.